Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house gave the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
Abante, babae. Yan tayo ang masasaksihan natin habang nakikipagtagisan ng husay ang ating mga babaeng atleta sa Land of Dawn. And what is up mga chief? Ako po si Hot E. Sama si Tatum at ito ang UniPin Ladies Championship. Tatum, kamusta?
I am feeling very, very good today. Sobrang saya ko. Nandito tayo, no? And I'm super pumped to showcase the teams we have today. Meron tayong 16 teams sa ating group stage. Sisimulan natin ngayong araw. And guys, sinasabi ko sa inyo, it's gonna be a day full of action-packed MLBB. And I want to talk about the teams that we are going to be showcasing today. We have 4 groups, and each group has 4 teams. We showcase natin dito Group A's and B. Pakita muna natin yung brackets about what's going to transpire. Nakita nyo naman in the screen right now. We're going to showcase Zo FE, DREAMHIGH LOTUS, ROCKA ESPORTS, and GG FAIRLADY. That is groups A and C, I believe. Oh, no, that's Group A. Group A. And yun yung unang 4 teams na ipapakita natin today.
Tapos we have ELIGUS HEDA, we have G Esports FE, we have MHRLK G Unit, and West Point Esports VIXENS.
Yes.
Para sa ating Group B.
Yes. Out of all the teams that we're seeing right now, Ron, sorry, Hot E, alin dito sa mga to, yung mga pinaka-excited ka na makita? Kasi,
Zol FE, I've heard of them before. Hindi ko pa na... ROCKA Esports, of course, has had some success in the previous ladies champions ng UniPin. Who else? ELIGUS HEDA would also be nice to see today.
Yeah, a few decorated teams nakita natin dito, no? And when I say decorated, I mean backed up by orgs. I'm talking about Zol, about West Point Esports as well, no? West Point Esports, it's a team that rings a lot of bells in my head kasi West Point Esports is a very decorated League of Legends team, and this is their female MLBB team hoping to make it big here sa ating UniPin Ladies Championship in 2023. And well, they're a team that is very backed by very passionate people, so I'm really excited how they're going to perform here in this matchup. Let's talk about the bracket that we had. Nakita natin kanina, meron tayong lower bracket and our upper bracket, but it is a best of 1. That means na there is a little room for error, but there's no room for adjustment at all. Isang game lang talaga.
Yes. Sobrang gulatan gaming yung mangyayari ngayong araw na to. And well, pati bukas, expect na all these players will be bringing out their comfort picks, and I'm expecting to see a lot of surprising compositions.
Yes, I absolutely do as well. In the state of the meta right now, I don't necessarily think na kailangan mo mag-stick to the meta to find that success. Especially, katulad nga ng mga ganito, na best of 1. Kapag ka naglabas ka ng comfort pick mo, malaki yung chance na magulat yung katapat mo talaga, no? So, I'm really excited to see those. Pinag-usapan natin kanina, ano yung mga possible na pwede nating makita in terms of hero-wise. Ikaw ba, ano yung gusto mo? I mean, there is the meta, of course, and there's the possibilities na mga pwede natin makitang hero. Pero ikaw, ano yung gusto mong makita? Ano yung favorite mo mapanood?
The problem about the meta kasi, yes, they are proven strong, kaya nga sila naging meta. Pero these are heroes, or these are strategies na tinitingnan na ng marami. So a lot of people already know, especially the pros that we are having today, know the counters to these picks. Kaya ang tingin ko talaga strategy para sa group stage is to be very, very unpredictable and surprise the enemy. So, yun, gusto ko ma-surpresa ngayon. Yung
I want to talk about specific heroes. Ano ba yung favorite mo? It doesn't show kung malakas sila sa meta. Just show kung mahina sila sa meta or ginagamit ko siya sa pro pet. Favorite.
Ano kasi ko, marksman talaga ako ever
okay.
since. So, may Brody, may Melissa.
Okay.
Meta.
Interesting. I mean, not necessarily the top one go-tos, no, but yes, those are two powerful picks right now, especially Melissa. You use that for a parang lane bullying and a ton of survivability as well. So yes, definitely we're excited to see those make that happen. Gusto makita hottie dito. Isa lang naman.
Sino?
At ginamit na natin siyang example kanina nung result natin. I mean, I know I'm talking about Zilong here, guys.
Pro play, pro play.
I know it's very unlikely, but imagine makakita tayo ng Zilong and it pops off. That's peak entertainment right there.
Ano lang yan parang extremes lang naman pag Zilong. It's either very successful or hindi. Yun lang talaga. Parang there's no in between when you use Zilong.
Yes. Who knows? We'll be able to see that here. Isa pa, I want to talk about the meta a little bit dito, no? Ever since Faramis got revamped, lagi siya na. Yung laging priority siya, no? And partly because of the safety net that he provides, and also because he just provides very robust skill set, no? Which means that Valentina, of course, is going to be that counter na makikita natin nakatapat niya, no? But there's been a ton of introductions ever since that shook up the meta a little bit. Meron na tayong Novaria, nakaka-release lang. And ever since she got released, always being picked up. Para siyang Novaria is like the new savior of the meta.
Yes. Totoo. Especially when it comes to Turtle and Lord fight, sobrang gamit na gamit yung skills ni Novaria. Syempre hindi nyo pwedeng gulatin yung mga kalaban and stuff like that. And one more thing about Faramis and the counters that you're talking about earlier, si Medusa. Sorry, I was talking about Melissa. Valentina. She is considered like the ultimate counter. Diba? Because of IMU. Pero looking at how these diba? Sobrang relax lang sila. Sobrang relax lang. Ang mga teams going into the draft. Tingnan natin kung anong dadalhin nila.
And I think a lot of people may be surprised na yung players natin, they're joking around, parang di sila seryoso. That's actually a good thing, di ba? It's a good thing dito, Hati, kasi alam mo na yung players mo, they're chill. I mean, they're taking they're not necessarily not taking the game seriously, but they're keeping their mental in a good state, which is exactly what you need. Lalo na dito sa isang best of one, no, even if you go down to the lower bracket, you have to not lose composure. Kasi it's not over till it's over, and the first thing to make sure that you don't get eliminated, what you have to do is keep your mental good. And tinan mo itong team na to, they're looking very, very confident. They're looking happy. That's a really good sign.
Yes. And just to add with what you said about the lower bracket, that is where we get the best stories. The best esports stories come from the lower bracket. Always.
Esports stories. Talk about Cinderella runs. We talk about yung mga underdog victories na nakikita natin. These mostly come from the lower bracket, and it really surprises a lot of people when it happens, no? So yes, really excited to the storylines na makikita natin dito. And as far as chances go naman, no, it's not as low as other competitions. Parang 50-50 yung chance dito na makapasok into our playoffs, kasi out of 4 teams in your group, 2 yung pipiliin nakapasok na whoever wins in the upper bracket, whoever wins in the lower bracket. Pero of course, syempre, may advantage ka kung nasa upper bracket ka, kasi you have that safety net of going down of going down onto the lower bracket. So meron ding chance dito na meron tayong teams na hindi magkakatapat-tapat, and that could introduce some anarchy into later on in our series, no? Kung playoffs, tapos kunyari, let's say Team A, Team B, hindi nagkakita, it's their first time seeing each other in the playoffs, that could prove to shake things up in this competition.
Totoo. And that will happen in the group stage. In the playoffs. So hopefully, if they don't get to meet each other sa stage, then magkakaalaman yun pagdating ng playoffs, which will happen in a few days.
Yes, that's definitely true. So today we have brackets A and I believe we have bracket A and B. Ipapakita natin. No, we have 10 matches to show for you guys. Well, I'm really excited to see the talents na meron yung mga players natin, no. And I'm loving that it seems like habang tumatagal tayo, no, pagaling yung players natin. Parang pahirap yung solo queue natin dito, no, Hati. Parang tumataas talaga yung level ng competition natin. And then that's one thing that I love about MLBB here in the Philippines. It's not just the professional scene na gumagaling, but also the individual players na, well, not in solo queue, na talagang tumataas yung level ng talent.
We have a very massive talent pool of MLBB here in the Philippines. Me personally, kahit yung mga kilala ko na hindi naglalaro, hindi ko naman talaga kilala as gamers, nakikita ko naglalaro ng MLBB. Everyone plays MLBB. Yes. Kaya it's really highly possible na marami pang undiscovered talent sa Philippines.
Yes, absolutely true. But bago namin ipakita ang game number 1, folks, we'll just go on a break while we try and fix things up for you. Pero huwag kayong pumunta anywhere kasi magbabalik ang UniPinladiesseries, so don't go anywhere.
Kita.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. It hasn't started. It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Hasn't started. It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
At nagbabalik ang UniPin Ladies Championship. Muli po ako si Hot E kasama si Daydom at kami ang inyong casters para sa araw na ito.
Yes, magpapatuloy tayo sa ating games for today. Pero unfortunately, we have to announce na yung unang matchup natin, Zol FE has won by default against DREAMHIGH LOTUS. No? So they will be advancing to the next stage and isang panalo na lang. Sila yung representative. Isa sa mga representative ng Group A pupunta sa playoffs. And DREAMHIGH LOTUS, they're not out yet. They will be playing from the lower bracket from here on out.
Meron pa silang isang chance para makabawi, para makalusot sa group stage at para makarating sa playoffs. Pero sa ngayon, ang tututukan natin ay ang laban sa pagitan ng ROCKA Esports at GG FAIRLADY.
Yes, it's these two teams, ladies, these two teams facing off against each other, and whoever wins will be facing off against Zol FE later on. Now, one of the things na hindi natin napag-usapan kanina at is the pick mode or draft mode that we have dito sa ating games. Now, we will be going with the global ban pick mode. What this means is that pag nagamit na sa isang game ng isang team yung isang hero, not political ko sabi isa, hindi na lang pwedeng gamitin in the next game, no? So that is going to be making these games particularly interesting. But tingnan muna natin yung mukha ng players natin. Kaya nakita natin na super chill yung players ng, I believe that was Zol FE, and this might be this is either ROCKA Esports or GG FAIRLADY, and pretty much same vibes, no? Chill lang sila.
Oo. Ganun talaga pagka syempre sa bootcamp, magkakasama kayo. That's how bonds are made. That's how they strengthen their bonds. Kitang-kita mo talaga na komportable sila sa isa't isa. Oh, nilipad niyang camera. Okay. Itinindot siya eh.
I believe this is from the other team this time. So, yeah. ano mo, pag-usapan natin to, yung the importance of boot camps, no, and playing between offline and online. I mean, apart from the facts na, syempre, pag online, hindi mo nakikita yung facial expressions ng kasama mo. Iba rin talaga yung nandun ka sa physical presence ng teammate mo. No? Parang it really gives you a morale boost.
Easier connection with your team, easier comms. Siyempre mas madali na yung communication nyo between each other mas maayos, especially kung kakasama kayo as compared to online lang tapos naka-mic lang kayo, di ba? A lot of people a lot of players who play RG knows that. Diba?
Totoo yan. Especially, lalo na kapag may crowd. That is the best. That's the best type of games. Yung crowd kasi, not just for players, even the casters. It's a catalyst of emotions.
Energy.
Yung the smallest success, the smallest mistake even, na-amplify ng crowd natin. No? So, I'm really excited for the prospect of LAN events. But for now, online muna tayo. Maybe pag dumating tayo sa upper brackets, we will have, who knows, hopefully.
Future tournaments, I don't know.
Cool, hopefully.
Thankful then for these types of tournaments. Because not everyone can produce live events. Hindi basta-basta yun eh. So with this kinds of events, online tournaments like UniPin Ladies Championship, nagkakaroon tayo ng avenue to hold tournaments even though we don't have, the privilege of having live audiences. Pero na-showcase pa rin natin yung mga talents ng mga players natin.
Yung maganda naman dito, no, hindi tayo bound by the locations for players, no. So anywhere you are, basta abot pa yung ping, in a decent level mo, no. Tsaka ng internet, kaya mo makipaglaro dito, and that really exposes your players to a lot of talent from different areas. At lalong mas tumataas, lalong mas gumagaling yung competition natin dito, no? Lalong mas humihigpit yung competition. So yun naman yung good thing about our online setup when it comes to our tournaments. And well, suffice to say, I'm pretty sure all of our players here are very, very extremely talented, and I really want to see yung papakita nila dito, no, in the next games about to come up. G2, sorry. Hati, kung papipiliin kita between flying to an event and flying to event na malayo or going to an event na malapit pero parehong LAN.
Parehong LAN?
Oo, you choose. I don't know.
Depende sa location pa rin. I mean, if it's far, depende pa rin sa kung anong klase yung biya. Kasi kung barko yan, hindi ako nahirapan. Malayo sa Gonde. Pero, syempre, gusto ko pa rin yun. Ano pa rin yung convenience na gusto mo malapit.
Of
Pero
course.
the adventurous side of me would like to explore syempre yung scene dun sa malayong lugar na yon. How is the esports scene there? How are the audience?
How the people like,
Yes. Like MSC in the next few weeks. Mangyayari na.
Yes. Yeah, really excited for that as well. Ano sa tingin mo yung makikita nating bago dito sa tournament na to? As we talk about the global fan pick mode, and we got a ton of new talent coming in, no? There's a lot of fresh faces na papasok dito sa UniPin Ladies Championship, no? Ano yung probably makikita natin different from the current state of the meta sa tingin mo? I mean, I'm talking about the comfort picks dito sa Heroes side kasi we are now starting with the draft phase. So let's find out kung may makikita pa tayong kakaiba dito.
ROCKA Esports takes the first one, okay. So, banning stage. Ito mo talaga makikita yung ano eh. Since kung hindi mo kilala yung kalaban nyo, wala kayong idea, mostly the bans would go towards the meta.
Yes.
Like,
unless
sinabi mo kanina.
Exactly. Para miss taking top priority dito, no? Still taking a lot of attention, a lot of priority sa ating banning phase, no? So I would expect Valentina naman always has been a responsive pick, no? If you have strong heavy engages like an Atlas, like a Kufra, no? Even without the Faramis, Valentina could definitely still be a priority pick. Of course, it's not gonna be the blind pick kasi pagka blind pick mo, yung Valentina, pwedeng mag-draft around that yung kalaban mo, no? Kadita, Akai, both banned away. And I feel like Kadita is really powerful at this point, especially in the hands of a capable player, can really burst down so many opposition in the middle side. So it's a pretty good thing dito. They remove that safety net. 1-1. Yeah.
How can we forget about 1-1? Although medyo na-nerf siya dito sa latest patch because medyo pinahina yung kanyang Tiger Pace. So hindi na siya ganun kabilis. Pero still, I believe 1-1 is still a very strong marksman hero.
And the safety net talaga that the crossbow of tank provides. Once lumilipad ka na sa area, you're untargetable. So essentially, walang makakahawak sa'yo. So you're basically invulnerable at that point. And the longer the game goes on, I'll admit it, it's 1-1, not necessarily the highest damage when it comes to the early mid-game stages. So many heroes na marksman can out-damage a 1-1. Pero pag nag-late game kasi, mas naging importante yung safety ng isang marksman, no? And that crossbow of Tang is definitely unrivaled. Speaking of safety, got Joy here. Vengeance on top of the CC immunity that Joy provides is just unrivaled by any hero at this point. So blind picking a Joy is certainly very, very safe dito para sa ROCKA Esports.
I still have to find out if yung Joy ba na to will be playing sa XP lane or sa jungle natin siya makita.
Yeah, and then isa pa sa mga gandang thing about the Joy, no, there's a little bit of room for flexibility kasi meron siyang decent amount of wave clear, so pwede nga siyang pang jungle. And well, because safe nga naman si Joy, theoretically pwede mo siyang gamitin kahit saan, kahit sino yung tapat mo dyan, pwede siya maging safe, no? Kasi nga, even if you put a ton of CC on your composition, you don't necessarily have a lot of tools to shut down this Joy. The response, okay. Ano agad tayo dito? Self-sufficiency.
Puro dash.
So far, well, it's just the first picks coming out on both sides. No, ano kaya yung isa pang lalabas dito ng GG FAIRLADY? One of the recurring themes as well that you can combat a Joy with is just pick strong individual picks. So just pick heroes that can self-sustain, create that space for your team, not necessarily fight in team fights where Joy excels at making space ads.
Yes.
Pero pwede ka rin magpakita na agad ng plano mo dito. So far, Franco pick indicates to me that GG FAIRLADY gusto nilang mag-pick composition dito.
Isa-isahin nila. And I don't think that...
Lancelot secured. You know what? Lancelot's not necessarily the priority anymore sa jungle/core role natin because well, it's fallen off. It's not the best as it once was. Noong mga panahon na Lancelot Ling lagi nakikita natin, we're not in that era anymore. But in the hands of a capable player, if it's your comfort pick, it's definitely one top tier pick, especially in combination with other AOE heroes such as Farsa. You definitely have a team fighting comp in your hand, a lot of team fighting prowess, no? So this is a very a composition with a very high potential para sa late game team fights, no? And certainly when you have a Lancelot, you can contest those objectives really well. Mga turtle take, yung mga lord take, Lancelot is really good at that.
Especially kung objectives ang pag-uusapan natin, the tank slot is still a very viable option for the jungle users. And because of the appearance of Lancelot dito sa draft ng ROCKA Esports, we now know we can say na Joy na will be playing in the XP lane.
Yes. Carry secured para dito, no? Para sa GG FAIRLADY, which a little bit surprises me, but also, well, it's carry, so it's always really good at a lot of these situations. But what surprises me here is wala naman kasing tank pa outside of ROCKA Esports, which is carries forte is to shut down these tanks. But either way, carry is still gonna deal a ton of damage. It's gonna have a ton of mobility, and when paired up with a Franco, single target damage kasi yung specialty dito ng carry. Also, it makes a ton of sense considering na pag may nakagat dito yung Franco, may na Iron Hook, Carrie's
now.
just gonna unload everything to now talaga. Pilas yan, pilas.
Punit talaga pagka binitawan mo ng carry yan. Pero sa MM side naman ng ROCKA Esports, I would say marami pa silang options.
Yes.
Just that you're not down ng FAIRLADY, yung isa option nila, pero there's still some very viable. Beatrix is still open. You can still use Claude. Brody is also a good option, I'd say.
Yes, absolutely. Beatrix is one of the things that they could definitely look out for dito, no? And Melissa as well, if they want to go for the lane bully route, bank on that little bit extra range na meron si Melissa, they could definitely go that route. And I think a lot of people discount Melissa kasi sinasabi nila she doesn't do as much damage as something like Kari, for instance. Guys, trust me, she does. She does do damage.
Mataas kasi ang poking potential ng
ng
Melissa, especially in the laning phase. Sobrang nakakainis talaga. Lalo kung mababa yung mobility ng katapat niya.
Yes.
So
far, bans have been completed. Melissa and Claude off the table para sa ROCKA Esports dito, no? Meanwhile, it's the explainers sa Tinanggalaman. Beatrix, yung magiging unang option nila dito. Clint? Miss ko na makakita ng Clint dito, no? Tagal ko nang di nakakita ng Clint as one of my favorite marksmen to witness, no, Hati. Pero the one thing I'm worried of for ROCKA Esports, wala pa sila masyadong CC. So they're gonna want to potentially look for something of the sorts. Pwede sila mag-Kufra para magkaroon din sila ng solid engage or an Atlas for that matter. And it seems like yun nga yung choices nila dito.
Pero mukhang tingnan ko.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance they're gonna lock it in. I mean, wala pa silang solid tank. Wala pa silang honestly, wala silang CC at all so far, no?
Kufra magdadala.
So apart from Farsa's got a little bit of CC, wala talaga silang CC, no? So Kufra, of course, fits the bill, fits the memo really, really well. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, I'm seeing a lot of playmaking potential. Kagura, Kari, and Arlots as well. Lot of outplay potential dito sa side ng GG FAIRLADY, no? So mukhang yun yung magiging theme natin. ROCKA Esports, they want to look for team fights habang naghahanap ng space dito yung join nila. On the other side of the map, they want to look for plays individually. We talk about pag magkasama dito. Oh, okay. Okay, Balmond. Okay. Balmond, they're gonna be locking up that Balmond sort of like a meat shield. Pero the one thing that Balmond really excels at is those objective takes. Yung pag-secure ng objectives, no? Kasi essentially, dalawang retribution niya with the ultimate, eh.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. And also, buff si Balmond,
Yes.
Tumaas yung kanyang first skill. Tumaas din yung damage ng kanyang ultimate. So, let's see how these ladies will fare or how they will use that to their advantage.
Yes. So, here we go. Group A, ROCKA Esports versus GG FAIRLADY. Meron na tayong composition on both sides. No, I have to ask you the golden question dito, Adi. Which of these two compositions yung mas gusto mo? Which do you think has the advantage?
Damage-wise, I would say ROCKA. Pero looking at the CC potential of the FAIRLADY, may palagay niya. Of course, it's not, playing Mobile Legends is not just about the damage.
Of course, yes.
How you use the tools that you have, and comparing these two teams, I would say GG FAIRLADY has more CC power.
Okay. They surely do have a lot of single target CC power. Uy, nakahila na ito doon. Si Kaping malamig. Pero mag-early engage dito. Soju already chipping Kaping malamig down to half HP, no? Pero FAIRLADY, the composition is certainly gonna rotate around that Franco, considering siya yung may single target hook, may single target isolation na pwede lang gamitin dito, no? So I would expect na yung karamihan ng action na makikita natin from FAIRLADY manggagaling dito kay Kaping Malamig. Pero ROCKA Esports, they're the ones that wants to buy time. They're the ones who want to get to that late game, get the scaling going para sa Beatrix natin and sa Farsa para to make the most out of the AOE that they have.
Soju.
Wala na, Soju.
And syempre, bounce muna siya. Of course, wala pa masyado action na mangyayari. Pero, pinapakita lang ni Koping Mainit kung ano yung meron siya. Yung kaya niyang gawin.
So far, well, it's not ideal anymore. Soju going in, bouncing ball for
Tatlo, of course. Oy, good dodge there kay Tetsu. Para kasing nabubuli siya dito kanina. Alam niya na dalawa yung katapat niya. And of course, Soju wants to help si si Krish sa mid lane. So, babalik-balik lang siya. Hindi niya rin siyempre pwedeng pabayaan. Kanilang marksman. Okay. Push check lang si Soju doon. For safety.
pressure being made. Mula kay Soju, they're doing a really good job keeping up in the rotation to it. And Turtle going to start up at the shooting gap back.
First blood. Wala na sila ng jungler. Wala na yung jungler ang kabila. Wala na yung jungler ang ROCKA. It's all up to the remaining players to get the turtle.
Uy!
So one save. Aren. Habol nila si Krish. Pero he will find safety under the turret.
A little bit overzealous on the dive there mula kay Arya God. So far, that was a 3-4-2 exchange in favor of FAIRLADY. Ginamit siya naman dito yung pag-ikot ni Heidi, pero also naman yung joint.
Tunog na siya.
So backing off from the turtle. Hindi na natutuloy ito, no? Because, well, Arya God is slowly making her way back into the turtle. But take a look at who took the most kills in that fight. No, it is Hesperia on the middle side who took the 2-0-2 scoreline. 2 kills, 2 assists. So that's gonna be one to watch out for yung Kagura natin dito, no? And the one thing about a mid-lane matchup with these mages, dahil nasa mid-lane sila, they have a lot of access to the objectives. Pag nagkaroon sila ng advantage, grabe yung map control na meron dito. O sino naman yung may advantage nila.
Ganyan ka-importante. And nakuha na nga ng GG FAIRLADY ang unang turtle ng game na ito. Pero kahit na nakuha nila, hindi ganun kalaki yung gold advantage.
Not that big yet. But GG FAIRLADY, grabe na yung map control na pinapakita nila dito, no? Hindi nila alam kasi, hindi alam ng ROCKA Esports ngayon nasan si Hesperia. And tira mo yung ginagawa niya, single-handedly na-isolate niya yung 3 players ng ROCKA Esports on the top side. Because they don't want to risk going into that Kagura. Kasi may possibility kasama niya si Kapag Malamig. Kung mga nakita na nila, Penguin doesn't have the object. Uy!
Penguin hiding, taking down the opponent's jungler. Wow.
Ulit.
Target. Krish up, sinubukan niya Kaping Malamig. Nakatuwa-tuwa yung pangalan.
Big Malamig. Ice coffee. Ice coffee ba?
Oo nga, no? Oo nga. Galing mo doon.
Pero so far,
alam ko parang lumapig lang siya. Mainit sa kami natin.
uy!
It's a 1-for-1 exchange.
And this time, ROCKA Esports. Shutdown nila. Kaya yan. A little bit more gold under their hands. Dive na nga dito si Soju at kahit kumpra siya, will not survive. That's gonna be the first turret here for GG FAIRLADY asserting their presence across the map. Ano kanina, barely there yung gold lead natin, pero ngayon, for sure, FAIRLADY has a massive lead. It's around 3,000 na, which is not that big, pero tingnan mo yung rotations na meron sila, no? It's just
ang agresibo ng FAIRLADY. Grabe. Tapos sila sa pangalawang turtle ng game. How Kaping Malamig is positioning herself. Pag medyo nagkamali dito, nahabulin. Back out na nila. Hindi na kinontest ng ROCKA.
Well, the thing is, wala pa kasi silang damage. Kanina nakita natin, Final Airstrike ginamit so well. 3 people yung tinatamaan niya doon ng Final Airstrike. But it just doesn't translate to much because wala pang items dito. Si Christian, look at GG FAIRLADY. They're invading. They're invading. So na-dive dito. So na-dive. Uy! Ayaw mo ka nga. Ay! It's gonna be a destroyed Joy dito, no? GG FAIRLADY just looking at opportunities. Pero at least ROCKA Esports nakahanap sila ng sagot na isa.
Yes, nasagot nila. Kinuha nila si Ira God in return, pero yun, kinagat na naman. Si Soju, bounce ulit palabas. On point yung mga hook na pinapakawalan ni Kaping Malamig dito, ha?
Oo. Ginagamit niya lang yun just to try and reset the orange now. Pero at this point, hindi mo nang paghiwalay yung tatlong ton. Charge ng Tyrant's Revenge ton, si Soju. So far, wala pa nakikita ang opportunity dito si Soju, no? GG FAIRLADY, they've got to be careful of that Kufa. They got to keep track of where Soju goes. Kasi si Soju yung turn-around machine dito. She is the one that can turn this entire fight around. Basta makahanap siya ng isang malaking Tyrant's Rage. Pero 1v1 on the bottom side. Oh my gosh. Over even before it begins.
Nakapupunta! Backdown mo. Okay, wala silang damage. Si Krish lang ang kasama niya. Look at Heidi positioning herself doon sa taas, making sure na wala na ibang tatakbuhan doon.
So na mag-dive, Iron Hawk, hindi connect.
Or yung situation, mga yung responder, yung ROCKA Esports. Yan, pero
using all of their utility just defensively. ROCKA Esports, nalaglag pa rin talaga sa Soju doon, no? And, well, GG FAIRLADY, it's fair to say dito, Hati, na FAIRLADY is in control of this
and
game,
habang
no?
nangyari yung action na yun, andun si Ira God pumapalo sa top turret ng ROCKA Esports.
Not only are they winning the team fight, pero nakakahanap sila ng pressure across the map. Such is versatility of their moment that I was talking about. They can look for fights while leaving the self-sufficient Arlot sa top side natin, who by the way, parang makukolapsan na dito.
Pero because of the confidence nila dun sa alam nilang silang may advantage pagdating sa control, nakuha nila
Oo nga eh. Pero talaga si Kaping Malamig, yung rotation niya dun sa middle side, threatening Krish of that Iron Hawk really limits the options for this Sparsa. Look at the turrets! Walang na isasagot dito yung ROCKA Esports because of that Lord take on the top side. Wala silang mapusyan. And Kaping Malamig just single-handedly creating a ton of space. Hindi man lang sila makalapit sa turret nila, so they can't even defend this mid-tier outer turret. Uy! Lapit na na.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
One-sided fight. All the actions that we're seeing sa bottom part ng mapa, hindi pa
And kahit isang objective, wala nakuha dito si Penguin. Every single turtle, every single lord, it's all gone the way. Dito na, kumakit na nga.
Pinakilala nila ako si
Opening things up with the bang, kumbaga nga dito, no, sa Mobile Legends bang bang. Pero GG FAIRLADY, they're pushing down the base. They've already eliminated all the towers outside the base of ROCKA Esports, and they have a very, very confident 8,000 gold lead in their bank. And look at the engagements na pinapakita ng GG FAIRLADY. Every time nakakahanap ng hook dito sa Kaping Malamig, she doesn't even have to invest her flicker kasi the positions are so good for GG FAIRLADY. They're just roaming around the map together. Kailangan lang ng isang kasama ni Kaping Malamig eh. Kahit si Moonfang, kahit si Esperia, kahit sino sa kanila has enough damage to burst down anyone na mahila dito ni Kaping Malamig, no? Even Tofushi kanina, nahila niya And the Joy could not survive because even though she had CC immunity, ito na conceal play.
At that, hindi na kailangan yung hook. Agad pa kaagad, Iragad, staying down to
Red
Pushi.
team turret has been destroyed.
Pero this says a lot about
Blue team base
their
turret
comms.
has been destroyed.
Maganda yung connection with GG Fair. They're showing the fault. It's how they pick off ROCKA Esports one by one. Para na mag-market na yung mga minions towards the base. Apat na assist. Kasi sila lang ang natitira and I don't think ROCKA will be able to defend. Just like that, GG FAIRLADY wins the series, advancing to face Zol FE sa qualifying match later.
Yes, what a performance from GG FAIRLADY. Right, they're showing us what they are capable from the get-go. And I'd like to touch upon your point earlier. No, this is GG FAIRLADY really taking advantage of their composition. One of the things that we failed to talk about earlier is that ROCKA Esports, they were the better scaling team, but GG FAIRLADY, they had a much better early game. They had the kick going for themselves much faster, and they just knew that. They knew what advantages they had, where, and they struck. ROCKA Esports, hindi mo lang sila nakasagot because by the time na meron ng by the time na meron ng kahit counting damage man nandito, ROCKA Esports, ubus na eh. Ubus na yung towers nila sa labas ng base.
I don't want it to sound one-sided, pero it may have looked like ROCKA Esports lost their composure. Probably because GG FAIRLADY was taking good advantage of their lead. Especially when it comes to damage. Sobrang nag-snowball na eh with their positioning, with the pick-offs, and hindi masyadong makasagot si ROCKA Esports din sa game na yun.
And it's pa to sa nagpahirap talaga sa ROCKA Esports, no, that objective control. Meron dito si Kaping Malamig na lagi siyang nag-roam around the objectives before it spawns up, just so she could pave the way para dito kay Heidi start up these objectives. And dahil doon, every single time, it's either makakahanap sila ng pick-offs ng fight na sila mananalo or sila makakuha ng turtle. Nung unang turtle fight was the only turtle that ROCKA Esports was able to contest. And after that, since they lost the fight there, wala nang naisunod yung ROCKA Esports. It's all GG FAIRLADY because Kaping Malamig just found so much space. I mean, nung early game, hindi tumatama lahat ng hook yung Kaping Malamig, but just because of her presence, just because of her rotation, hindi nakagalaw dito masyado si Penguin.
Si Kaping Malamig, yung mga players na ganito, yan yung isa sa mga reasons kung bakit nakakatakot lumapit sa mga bush.
Yes, exactly. Yan o, mo, ang ganda o.
Diba? Hindi niya na kailangan mag-hook. Hindi ko alam kung naka-cooldown yung hook niya or what, pero hindi niya na kailangan.
Hindi mo lang niya ginamit. Exactly. So well played here for GG FAIRLADY. I mean, commends to everyone here in the composition. Hesperia had a fantastic mid lane approach there. I only had a single death, I believe, during that laning phase, and panalo din siya in that laning phase against the Farsa on the other side, which really was what enabled yung rotation dito ni Kaping Malamig. If hindi ganon ka-advantageous dito si Hesperia on that Kagura, may hirapan mag-rotate si Kaping Malamig eh. Pero
maganda yung naging early game ni Hesperia.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Sobra. Ang nakakatuwa pa dito, di ba? 0 deaths kay Kaping Malamig, and yes, no doubt, no surprise na siya yung MVP natin for this game. And again, this is a best of one. We're on a best of one format, and I would say this is a double-edged sword in any tournament. Isang panalo lang kailangan mo para mag-advance, pero isang talo lang rin ang kailangan mo.
Yes.
Para bracket. So, kailangan mo talaga, and especially if you have no idea what kind of team you're facing, with no reference, this is really scary.
Absolutely. Really, really scary. But congratulations to GG FAIRLADY. They are advancing on to the qualifying match para sa next stage natin, which is going to be the playoffs. I'm not sure if we're going to have the interview here for one of the players. Are we going to have the interview for one of the players here of the match that we just witnessed? I'm not sure. Pero one thing's for sure, GG FAIRLADY is advancing to face Zol FE. And this is kind of a question mark for them then, no? Kasi we did not see Zol FE play earlier. So, back to the guessing game para dito sa GG Fairlady. Pero, for Zol FE, nakita nila na naglaro ng GG Fairlady. So, they have an even better chance of predicting ano yung composition na ilalabas dito ng Fairlady.
May reference sila. Pero bago natin makita yung laban ng Zol FE and GG Fairlady, we'll be seeing DREAMHIGH LOTUS versus ROCKA ESPORTS mamaya after we take a break. Pero we'll be able to see yung ating interview.
We'll have to see. Indeed, let's talk about the match a little bit more. Actually, no, we will not be having the interview. It seems like we'll be having our interviews later on the later matches. So, I believe that's it for our game number 2 dito. No, grabe hati yung games natin so far have been won. Well, fairly decidedly by Fairlady. No, so really excited to witness them. Really excited to witness them later on in their qualifying match. But for now, we'll just be having a quick break while we set up the next match for you guys. Don't go anywhere because the UniPin Ladies Championship will be right back.
Babalik kami.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come! Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Hasn't started. It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother?
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Hasn't started. It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders,
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
but it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Babalik ang UniPin Ladies Championship. Muli po ako si Hot E kasama si Daydom at ito ang group stages ng ating tournament.
Yes, group stages for the UniPin Ladies Championship dito sa 2023 edition natin. We've already got two winners in the first stage. We've got Zol FE versus GG FAIRLADY competing for the first seed spot sa ating Group A. Meanwhile, sa ating lower bracket naman, it's a Dream, Lotus, and ROCKA Esports who will be fighting for their life. Pero grabe yung match na nakita natin kanina, no? Sobrang ganda ng pinakita ng GG FAIRLADY. Pinakita nila na alam talaga nila yung strengths ng composition nila. And I'm not sure kung comfort picks ba yun or hindi. But one thing's for sure, they know how to play MLBB.
Tama ka dyan, Daydom. And yes, DREAMHIGH Lotus were not able to play their first game, and ROCKA Esports unfortunately fell in the hands of GG FAIRLADY. Pero dito sa, hopefully nakapag-warm up na sila. And that, I think, is the advantage that ROCKA has over LOTUS.
Yes, absolutely. So, ROCKA Esports have, I guess, a little bit more heat in their pan, so to speak. Pero again, babalik na naman tayo dun sa argument na nakita na ng DREAMHIGH Lotus kung paano maglaro ang ROCKA Esports. The same way between Zol FE and GG FAIRLADY. So they know how these players like to draft, how they like to play. Potentially, pwede na silang ma-predict kung ano yung gagawin dito ng ROCKA Esports.
And who knows, di ba, mamaya gamitin din ng DREAMHIGH Lotus yung same
composition
strategy na ginamit ng GG FAIRLADY. Yun pala, okay, di ba?
Yeah. Players we see on the screen right now. Alam mo, yun pala, nandun pala sa tabi. Hindi ko nakita. Si ating nandun sa right side, no? Medyo nagulat ako sa kanya. Pero yes.
Yung screen, yung incandong screen. This is better lighting. Okay.
Yes. And ito, boot camps really play into massive advantage dito, no? Maybe yun din yung isa sa nagpapanalo sa GG FAIRLADY kanina, no? Maybe they had a better proximity with each other. Baka mas magkakalapit sila, no? Can't say for sure. Pwede mas maganda yung communication nila between the players, no? And nakita naman natin kung gaano ka-coordinated yung plays ng GG FAIRLADY earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But here we go, DREAMHIGH Lotus versus ROCKA Esports naman yung magtutunggali, and it's them fighting for their lives dito. And who do you think will come up on top dito? It's all gonna start with the draft.
So, ako nang ibaba ng DREAMHIGH Lotus. And hopefully this time makapaglaro na sila ng maayos. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play their first game, and okay. Yan na, nag-uusapan nila yung draft.
Sino ba ibabaan natin? Nakita natin kanina,
Time to drop
GG
the
FAIRLADY, or rather, ROCKA
Pinakamahusay.
Esports, they went for a team fighting composition. They had a Kufra, they had a Farsa, Lancelot, puro AOE yung pinik nila dito, no? But Joy will be the one they ban away. This is very, very smart from DREAMHIGH LOTUS because, well, ito nga naman yung isa sa mga sakit sa ulo dito sa MLBB.
And pinakita ng ROCKA earlier na meron silang Joy.
Yes, true.
So that is one of the reasons na taking this pest of a hero out of the equation. Pest siya kung siya yung kalaban mo, syempre, di ba?
Pero-
You're not using it.
Pero alam mo yung weird dito, Hati. Pag may nakakasapi akong Joy, parang pest nga talaga.
Di ba? Ano ba?
Pagkalaban ang lakas, pero pagkasapi,
To me,
bakit
talent
yun?
matters.
Ano, no? May mga hero na, no? Pagkalaban mo, inis na inis ka, ang hirap kalaban. Pero pag naging kakampi mo,
Ang bigat ba? Pagka ganun, no? May mga hero talagang ganun eh. Yung mga, tas yung nakakatuwa pa dun, sila pa yung nag-auto-lock. Eto, syempre, pag hindi pa draft mo. Ano lang ako eh, sa ngayon, mababa pa yung rank ko. So ano pa, hindi pa draft mode yung pickings. So mag-auto-lock sila ng Joy. Okay, maybe magaling to kasi Joy
Oo,
main.
di ba?
Oo,
Nakakalaban ko yung galing eh.
Alam mo, pro player pala to nagbagong account lang. So maybe. Pero
I will choose my
pero wala eh, bakit ganun?
Is banning.
Oo nga, bihira yung mga mga from beginner to intermediate players na gumagamit ng Joy.
That's true.
Diba? Ang usually ang makikita mo sa pag sa XP lane, badang. Yan.
Oo.
Staple yan. Or Minsitar ngayon.
Oo, yes.
Hindi man siya kung hindi man siya mag-roam. And so, from beginner to intermediate. Pero
Speaking of
Joy, hindi ganun eh.
Kasi naman, Joy, not the easiest to execute.
Yes.
Mahirap makahanap ng impact as a Joy if you don't have solid comms. If hindi kayo same page ng
Pero
kasapi
enjoy
mo.
gumamit ng Joy ha. Siguro
That's true.
Enjoy gumamit ng Joy.
Kaya galing yung pangalan
The
niya.
mini game.
Is banning.
At saka, you're basically unstoppable when you start dashing around in a team fight, which is again very annoying to play against, but very good. It feels very, very good for the one at the helm of the control. Pero ito, Faramis banned away again. Hindi na naman tayo makakita ng safety of a cult altar. But that still leaves a ton of options available. Yung Franco na nakakatakot kayo na mula kay Kaping Malamig still is available kung gusto ba yun i-pick this time ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS against ROCKA Esports. So far,
Hero hindi madaling gamitin. Pero pag nakakita ka talaga ng madaling gamitin.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium,
Okay, tinanggal na si
which
Iyong.
I was made for.
Diba? Binabase rin nila. Like yung Arlot. Diba? One of the heroes that we saw din kanina. Pero it was FAIRLADY, GG FAIRLADY. With Arlot kanina.
and I think DREAMHIGH LOTUS, they're fairly confident na if mag-farsa dito na naman yung ROCKA Esports, they can deal with it. Kasi ito naman natin yung performance ng GG FAIRLADY kanina against that Farsa Cooper composition. So Farsa available again for ROCKA Esports. First pick about to come in from DREAMHIGH. We failed to mention DREAMHIGH pala yung nasa blue side, so they have the advantage of the priority pick dito. First pick on the board. I wonder who they're going to prioritize. It's gonna be a marksman or perhaps pwedeng Arlot yung prioritize na lang. Naisip ko na pinaka-safe apart from the Joy. Pero Arlot banned away. They're going for the Novaria instead. And that makes a ton of sense. Kaya nila iniwan yung Farsa kasi in the range battle, Novaria talaga yung mas malakas. Mas malayo yung range.
Kita mo talaga. Vision ang ipaglalaban ng DREAMHIGh LOTUS dito sa larong ito. ROCKA Esports securing Lancelot. Doon kagad sila sa corner Totoo lang ako kasi ganito ako maglaro. May unan ako. Hindi ako naglalaro sa chair. Lagi ako nasa
sa bed. Well, mobile games. That's the privilege of mobile games. No? Pagka PC game kasi kailangan maganda yung chair. Hindi ka pwede maglaro sa kama. Pero pag mobile game, you can be as comfortable as you can be. Lancelot secured na naman dito sa ROCKA Esports. No? So they are identifying na hindi yung Lancelot yung problema nila. They're still going for the Lancelot composition on the jungle. Lancelot pick. Lapu-Lapu to complement that Lancelot. A really good blind pick as well. Really robust, really solid. But the problem with blind picking an XP lane is that you could just get counter picked. And in this case, I think Yuzong does a pretty decent job of keeping up or even taking over against a Lapu-Lapu lane. Eventually, especially later on in stages, pag nagkaroon na ng sustain, itong Yuzong na to, it's very hard to beat.
With crowd control as well, zoning out the opponents when it comes to objective taking, very good talaga ang Yuzong. And secure na rin nila yung Melissa as their gold laner. Natin ko na mag-iisa.
Until the
day I die. On the side of ROCKA Esports.
Madami pa.
But they've already secured a Kadita for their mid lane. So that's a very, very potent pick dito. Kadita deals so much burst damage. And Novaria, despite the fact that Novaria has a ton of range, she doesn't have any mobility at all. So, pag na-bait out mo na yung flicker ng isang Novaria, she's very, very vulnerable, especially pag Kadita yung katapat niya.
Crowd control and vision. That's what Novaria had in store for the team. Main contribution ng Novaria para sa DREAMHIGH LOTUS, and let's see how they will be able to utilize that. Kaya kinakain niya.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Both teams just banning away their final two bans, Carrie and Beatrix, yung tinanggal dito ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS, no? So nililimit talaga nila yung options ng bottom side. They're going for the Bruno pick instead, or the Claude. Actually, a lot of options pa nga available for here. Melissa is fairly annoying to play against. So typically you want to pick something that can either dodge, play even safer, or something that can out damage her early on, which is why I wouldn't be surprised. Pwede rin.
With the mobility and to get out of the column and to push her outside of the go away. Pero God still also is a good option sa current meta, and very unkillable because of the BMI.
Yes. I'm a little bit worried so far for ROCKA Esports because I'm not sure if they have enough damage to shut down the Yuzong if the Yuzong gets ahead here. And speaking of which, they're gonna be reinforcing that with 2 more frontliners. So I'm really scared.
Nila tinanggal yung carry.
I'm really scared of the prospects of just the team fighting prowess here of ROCKA Esports kasi pag nag-Estes pa sila dito, lalong hihirap yung trabaho. I mean, at least it's not a triple tank comp, but it's still really hard to take down, especially because the was a composition dito ng ROCKA is technically an assassin. I mean, even though tank sulat yan, still technically an assassin.
Oh yeah. And kung hindi siya magda-damage build, how will he fare? Even with yung of course yung buffed version ni Alpha sobrang tumaas yung damage ni Beta, and really is viable in terms of being an assassin. Tapos ito, lalabas ng ROCKA Esports yung tumalo sa kanila kanina. Are they going to use Franco?
Well, okay, respectable. I do like the Franco pick, but the thing about the Franco pick against this type of composition is you have to target those key heroes. You have to look for the back line. You have to look for the Novaria and potentially even the Estes. No, you have to pinpoint those targets. And you can't just hook anyone. Kasi pag kunyari, hook mo yung Yuzong, magba-Black Dragon kayo pa yung masisisi, kayo pa yung mga out-sustain, yung backline nyo pa, yung mapapurwisyon, no? So you have to be very very careful. But if it works, it's gonna be very good to witness dito, no? So in that sense, again, I'm gonna be looking at the Franco pick. Mukhang gusto nilang ipatikim na pwede rin sila mag-Franco. I mean, natalo sila ng Franco, sabi nila, pwede din yan. Kaya din namin mag-Franco.
And also, one of the things that Franco needs mostly or most of the time is yung element of surprise. But with Novaria in the equation, how will he be able to how will ROCKA be able to execute that
True.
Yun yung gusto natin makita ngayon.
Oo. Ano eh, as a Franco, you have to be able to flank, make these plays from around the bushes, pero may Novaria nga tayo eh. It's a lot harder to do that when you have a Novaria on the other side of the equation. Not to mention my Alpha, that is just going to create a ton of safety in those jungles. Well, syempre, expect ko rin dito na magro-roam madalas. Si Hiera, being that he's a Yuzong, she's a Yuzong, can provide that reinforcement kung ma-invade man dito si Ishii ng isang Franco, no? So, mahirap talaga yung trabaho ni Soju from here on out. But, tingnan natin. Ito yung one of the things na hindi natin pwedeng malaman. There's no possible way of knowing at this stage. So, maybe yung mga players natin, they're the best Franco in the world pala, no? Maybe they're the best Claude in the world, no? And even if kung gaano man tayo mag-theorize about how their compositions work, kung ikaw talaga yung pinakamagaling sa buong mundo about in that particular hero,
yes,
anything could happen.
You can always disregard the meta if yung level of proficiency mo or certain hero, especially yung comfort picks mo, pwedeng ma-disregard talaga, pwedeng mawalan. You can throw the meta out of the window kung ganun ka talaga kagaling.
Yes.
Sa paggamit ng hero na yun.
Guys, we're just do bear with us. We're just trying to fix things up for you. So we're just trying to get the best broadcast possible for you guys. So chill lang muna tayo, kwentuhan muna tayo dito with Hati and Daydum habang inaayos natin yung lobby natin. Medyo may technical difficulty kasi tayo, such is the case kapag online talaga yung setting natin, na mahirap na pagka nagkaroon ng technical difficulty. But we will start the game soon. Do you have any prediction for me, Hati? No? Based on oppositions natin, you have Franco on the one side, on the other you've got a very robust, very flexible composition with the possibility of an ultimate bonding dito sa DREAMHIGH LOTUS, no? Do you have a prediction based on their comps?
Yung Franco ni Soju, which wasn't as successful with the counter earlier. Let's see, this is a totally different team. This is a totally different battle.
Oy! Na-steal! Oh no! Na-steal ni Soju yung purple buff. That is really rough. That is really rough dito.
Dual purpose yung hook kasi. Dual purpose yung hook kasi. Iniisip ni Ushi doon ay huhulihin. Pero hindi pala. Kukunin pala yung buff niya.
Ako po. Already.
Kasi lumayo eh.
Oh my gosh. For starters go well. ROCKA Esports, maganda na agad yung start nila this game, no? Compared to last game, when the early rotate towards the bottom side.
Eh, yung mga nakakatakot pagka may Novaria talaga. Bigla na lang may
susulpot.
Susulpot. Kapar.
Pero ROCKA, tinan mo, gaano ka-aggressive sila. Just because of that one purple buff steal, wala na agad yung jungle dito ni Ishii, no? She can't do nothing in this top side of the map. What she can do instead is rotate on the other side of the map, but that leaves that top side a little bit more vulnerable. Yung gold lane natin still threatened by the Iron Hawk kasi Soju, hindi mo na yung maubusan ng mana, hindi mo maubusan ng resources. Meanwhile, bottom side may 1v1. Thank you.
Ayun na yung astral recall from out of nowhere na pwedeng ibato nito ni Wendy. Yung mga bagay na kailangan natin. Aside from the fact na he can go through walls, mobility, and yun yung pang-compensate niya sa mobility niya.
First blood over towards ROCKA Esports, and of course it's on to Ishii, one of the crucial members dito ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS, to take away this objective. And speaking of crucial, Ishii has got to stop taking hits dito. No? Turtle secured. Ishii, hindi siya nakuha ng purple buff, hindi pa siya nakapag-farm masyado, and she was the first blood of ROCKA Esports. She can't catch a break right now. She has to look for something across the map. Ginamit na agad yung blink doon ni Tetsu, so Ishii can look for the punish onto the Claude, pero is very, very safe. And with Soju's presence here already, Tetsu is just gonna be chilling. So ROCKA Esports, a couple of objectives na hindi nasagot dito ng DREAMHIGH.
Yes, medyo delikado nga talaga yung sitwasyon ngayon dito ni Ishi. Being suppressed early in the game, palang nahihirapan na talaga yung jungler ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS. Pero it's still early. Marami pang pwedeng nangyari. Uy! There's the Blazing Duet agad. Nakawala ng set. Pero wala silang nakuha. Fresh, mamba out muna.
Healing yung Estes doon, no? Just kept all the HP over teammates. Full HP na agad dito. Yung buong team ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS. And nakita mo, 3 ultimate yung ginamit doon ng ROCKA Esports, not even taking down anyone. That is just the power of the Estes. But also because it's still really early on, you know, alam naman natin Claude takes a couple of items bago siya maging super impactful, especially with the Blazing Duet. And gotta remember, Claude has got to stock up yung passive niya before using the Blazing Duet to make the most out of it. But I don't think in that scenario Tetsu necessarily had the stacks, so they were unable to get a pick off. But still, ROCKA Esports creating so much pressure with Soju.
A lot of resources in that particular situation. Pero yun na, bumawi sila, tinanggal nila si Janine, tinanggal nila yung Estes. Yun yung hirap sa ano mo eh.
Black Dragon form onto the bottom side. Hiera, of course, will be just creating a bit of chaos there. ROCKA Esports naman nakahanap pa isa towards the middle side as again they start to swarm this turtle. ROCKA Esports, this is looking very similar to game number 1, no? But instead they turned it around. Sila naman yung it's their time in the spotlight as the turtle now in the bank.
I think it's safe to say na medyo nag-init sila after that match against GG FAIRLADY. Pero ito yata yung redemption game ng ROCKA.
You can see just because there's not a lot of pressure from DREAMHIGH, Wendy cannot rotate. Wendy cannot realistically look for opportunities elsewhere on the map kasi yun nga, sobrang nakakatakot yung pagdaan niya sa river. Baka may makasalubong siyang Kadita, baka may makasalubong siyang Soju na pag na-hook ka, it's done for. Pero ito na, on the bottom side. On the top side, airborne connects, but no one goes in.
Uy! Bridging! Janine ang unang naging target nila. Taking down the Estes.
What the hook right there on Soju. Max range, multi-triggered mula kay Krisha.
DREAMHIGH LOTUS yet to get their first kill in the game. Wow.
Uy! Oh my gosh, what a reaction time mula kay Piang doon, no? But still, Soju could just reset, can just go do the same thing over again, or he could go down towards the bottom side where it seems like Tofushi is about to get collapsed on.
Oh! Wow! Moving the fort! Wow!
Shut down, Soju running for the hills, so 2v1. And here, well, okay, flicker forward. Mula kay Blazing Duet naman dito, Tetsu damage being laid out here. Running for the hills, final execution mula kay Penguin. That's Yera out for the count. DREAMHIGH, they found one kill. The ROCKA Esports, they answer in kind. So, they still are very far ahead dito.
Plus the turret. They're able to take down the first turret sa bottom lane. And they're going towards the turtle. And even with that lead, pumapalag pa rin ang DREAMHIGH LOTUS. They will contest the turtle. Kaso pa rin sila. Get into position, pero Soju making sure it doesn't happen.
So just making sure not a lot of things is being done here by DREAMHIGH LOTUS. Look at the pop. Krish just immediately popping away at Wendy, who is not having a good game at all. Concealed play. Pumasok pa naman dito. Soju pa the execution. Pumasok on to Piang, and he's got nowhere to go. They're just all across the map dito, Hadi.
Yes, and the thing about Soju is she doesn't need to do anything. Kasi yung presence niya lang nakakatakot na. Lumalapit lang siya there to support if ever something needs to be done, then doon pa lang siya action. Pero the fact na nandun siya, sobrang nagiging careful ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS to the point na hindi sila makasagot ng maayos ng ROCKA.
They can't use their tools proactively because they don't have the damage to back it up with. I mean, they can look for fights, but kayang-kaya turn around ng ROCKA Esports because they're tankier, they have more damage, they have way more in the bank, they have a lot more XP for sure. So hindi makasagot talaga dito DREAMHIGH LOTUS. They have to find an isolated target at least. But take a look at the comp of ROCKA. Every single player apart from Soju's got an escape tool. Kaya hindi nila makahanap ng possible target apart from Soju na laging nagpapakita across the map. Pero that's the thing, kahit may mahuli sila na hindi si Soju, they're just gonna use their mobility to run away.
And this is exactly what they did earlier this Ono turret.
Oh wow! Oh!
Now, hindi nila makukuha yung second turret ng mid lane.
Napakaganda ng hook ni Soju. 104 on Soju, 5 out of 9 kill participation. But that's the thing, Hati, kahit parang sobrang action nung game natin, it's just 10 kills for 10 minutes. Essentially, 1 kill per minute lang. Yung nakikita natin dito, no? But ROCKA Esports certainly know how to make each and every kill as impactful as they can. The thing is, kahit makakuha sila ng kill, they don't stop there. They push to look for an opportunity on the other side of the map. Ito naman, Penguin, he's invading. It's purple buff. Lagi nilang nililimos. Kumbaga, lagi nilang inuubos yung lahat ng resources na pwede nilang nakawin from DREAMHIGH.
Talagang pinupost nila sa corner yung DREAMHIGh. Tapos yung minion wave spot na ito nandun sa bandang malayo. Kailangan lumabas ng DREAMHIGh and sobrang delikado nun kung gagawin nila.
They have no choice at this point. Pumapasok na on the bottom side doon si Penguin habang nag-match si Lord sa base, and this is potentially the last fight of the game.
How they will be able to take down the Lord. DREAMHIGH LOTUS trying to defend their base. Makatok na nga ang ROCKA Esports. Only one inhibitor turret remaining. Wow! No.
Beyond to Krish, down to the last one. When can he save this game? Falling apart.
Ano gagawin ni Wendy dito? Oh! Lights out! And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, ROCKA Esports with that redemption game, taking down DREAMHIGH LOTUS out of the tournament. Wow.
What a performance.
Tapos parang wala lang, no?
Chill lang. Parang, okay. Okay, we won the game.
Well, high five.
Good. Let's go next. Next, parang tinatawag nila yung nakasunod sa pila, no? But what a performance from ROCKA Esports right there. Gotta commend everyone right there, especially Soju for finding so much impact this time on the Franco, no? And it started off really, really well for them. Just Soju stealing away the purple buff. I think that wasn't even the plan for Soju. Soju just wanted to reset the purple buff, no? She just wanted to make sure na ma-delay yung pagkuha ng purple buff doon, but she took it. And ever since then, she never stopped. Soju just kept coming and coming.
Snowballed from there. Sobrang ganda nagsimula ng ROCKA Esports. And up to the end, they were able to deliver what they came here to do. This is what we were talking about earlier about, you know, teams being sent to the losers, to the lower bracket early on. Dito talaga yung nagsha-shine yung mga teams kung paano nila kagusto na makapasok sa playoffs and how bad they want to make it to the end of the tournament.
It could also be a factor of ROCKA Esports. Ngayon lang sila nakapag-warm up. Ngayon sila nag-iinit talaga, no, after that game against GG FAIRLADY. So now that they are heated up, now that they've had a very, very powerful game number 2, I am really excited for the prospects of ROCKA Esports coming back into, well, playoffs potentially dito sa lower bracket natin. They take the first in their way And malalaman natin sa ating next matchup who is going to be the next opposition. Kasi Zol FE and GG FAIRLADY is another matchup wherein, we aren't sure what's going to happen. We haven't seen how Zol FE plays, but they are backed up by a substantial org. Zol has had a phenomenal year in esports, not just in MLBB. They've expanded across multiple titles. Meron na rin silang VCT team that I think placed either third or fourth this split, which is actually really, really good for Zol Esports, Zol Ragnar. Meron din silang Game Changers team. They have a female team on their Valorant roster. Now they have their female team here in UniPin Ladies Championship. So I'm really excited to see just how the girls are going to perform there. And, of course, I'm excited to see sino yung mga katapat dito ng ROCKA Esports sa lower brackets.
And it's possible na makaharap ulit nila yung FAIRLADY.
Oh,
because
yes.
Zol FE will be facing GG FAIRLADY. And whoever loses, the winner will, of course, advance as seed number 1 sa ating playoffs. And the loser gets to face ROCKA Esports. And yes, Tofushi being the MVP of the game with her Lapu-Lapu.
Which is surprising to me, no? Kasi we barely saw Tafushi make those big plays, but that's mostly because Tafushi was very self-sufficient. She was very independent. She was constantly creating, or rather claiming space on the XP lane. Either the XP lane or the gold lane, doesn't matter. Basta mag-isa lang lagi siya doon, nagpupush, hindi natin napapansin, pero lagi siyang masakit na ulo. Lagi siya nagpapasakit ng ulo ng DREAMHIGH LOTUS dito. Habang dinidistract tayo ng plays ni Soju, Tafushi was doing God's work here. Actually, it was
strong.
It's honestly, it's just a team effort because Soju just was absolutely phenomenal. But everyone from ROCKA Esports definitely contributed huge for this win.
Everyone, every single one of the, and of course, good run pa rin for DREAMHIGH LOTUS. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play their first game, pero looking at how things unfolded dito sa lower bracket, unang round ng ating lower bracket, ROCKA Esports really deserve that win.
Absolutely, yeah, they definitely do. From the drafts to the way they played the draft was absolutely beautiful from here on out. But that's just it for our third matchup of the day. We will be having the next matchup, which is the upper bracket qualifier game. So guys, you're not gonna want to miss that. But until then, we'll just be having a quick break. My name is Datum, kasama ko ngayon si Hati. We'll be right back with the UniPin Ladies Championships. Oh, we do have the interview this time. Hello. I'm sorry, my mistake. Hello, ROCKA Esports. Can you hear us? Hello.
Hello, hi.
Mukhang di natin sila nakikinig. Hello, ROCKA Esports. Kamusta? Can you hear us? Mukhang inaayos pa nila yung camera nila dito, no, Hati. But who do we have the pleasure of interviewing today, guys? Please introduce yourselves.
Hindi ko sila nakamute.
Yeah, I think hindi natin sila marinig. Hello, ROCKA Esports. Hello?
Yeah, we're fixing it, guys.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're just trying to fix it for the moment. Pero I think, guys, you are muted on Discord, so if you can unmute yourselves, you can finally talk to us. Pero grabe, no? What a performance. Just like to congratulate you guys first on that amazing win for the lower bracket run, no? Really excited for you guys, for your run from here on out. I think you guys are still muted, by the way. Can they hear us? Hello? ROCKA Esports, can you hear us?
Guys, are here. Hello?
Sorry, medyo may technical difficulty lang tayo dito against ROCKA Esports now. But I'm just trying to fix things up. You guys, we wanna hear the voices of our winners dito, no?
Pero nakita natin sila.
Oo.
And now, they look happy with the win.
They definitely did. Yes. And they should be. Well, they should be. Fighting for their life, though, from here on out. Every single game is going to count. It has to count. Every single game. They have no room to work with. So they're not out of the weeds yet, but they're pretty close. 2 more games and they are in the playoffs. Well, of course, tingnan natin kung may papanalo nila. Tingnan natin kung may papanalo nila. Games left from here on out. But I think we're gonna head on to a break first. Because the interview, I think we have some issues to fix. But yes, thank you so much for watching. Game number 3 of the day. We'll be right back with the upper bracket match coming up next. So huwag kayong alis kasi kami magbabalik.
We'll be right back.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
those who stand in my way. Die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic?
Nandito pa rin kami mga chiefs. My name is Hottie, kasama si Daydom, and you're still watching UniPin Ladies Championship.
Yes, this is the day 1 of our group stages, and meron na tayong isang team na na-eliminate so far, and we are gonna be continuing on with the first qualifier game para sa ating playoffs. It's gonna be between Zol, FE, GG, FAIRLADY, two of the top top teams na nanalo sa ating upper brackets. They're gonna be facing off for the first group seeds ating playoffs, and we did see just how both teams were able to secure the slot. And FAIRLADY, they won their game pretty decisively against ROCKA Esports, but Zol FE, we haven't seen them play yet.
Yes, and we all have witnessed the very ruthless gameplay na ipinakita sa atin ng GG FAIRLADY, and I think they are at an advantage if they bring that momentum from the previous game. Pero again, Zol FE, we haven't seen them play, and nakita nila yung GG FAIRLADY kung paano maglaro, and this could be a reference they could use to their advantage, and makita natin yan dito sa susunod na match.
Yes, we absolutely will. And whoever loses here is going to be facing off against ROCKA Esports, who I think is fair to say is on a I don't want to say hot streak because it's just their first win of the day, but I think they are finally ready and they finally come to play now. So whoever loses here has got a massive undertaking if they want to get into the playoffs. But the fact of the matter is, it's still a best of one. So kung sino man yung makapag-adjust ng better, kung sino man yung magkakaroon ng mas magandang draft, is absolutely going to take it all to playoffs from this point out. So far, no, yung mga nakikita nating drafts dito, Hottie, are the Franco drafts. It's been very effective for both sides that had the Francos. And well, it's not necessarily as much priority as I would expect towards more the team fighting side of things. So yun yung excited ako na potentially makita in our next game. Atlas, yung mga Kufra, mga ganun.
Yeah, that is you're correct. Sa mga nagdaang mga games na nakita natin, Franco yung common denominator ng winning team eh. So, I think the Franco pick really played its role very well doon sa mga team when it comes to team fights and yung panggugulo sa jungle ng kalaban. And let's see how these two teams, Zolefi and Gigi Fairlady, will be able to square things out para makapasok sa playoffs, to be the first team to be able to get their foot into the playoffs.
Let's see how that is going to transpire. But you know what? I'm thinking of things that all of our teams could use to just try and counter the Franco. So typically when you have a Franco, you're gonna want something that can keep toe-to-toe with the Franco early game. Nakita natin yun in the first game in the form of a Kufra, and suffice to say, it did not work out really well at all. Para sa, I believe that was ROCKA Esports that went with the Kufra, right? In the first game. They weren't able to make it happen. So maybe if they had something to complement that Kufra with, something with a really strong early game as well, they could have made that possible. But so far, the only feasible solution that I see based on just how good our Franco players are is paunahan na lang talaga. Paunahan na lang talaga mag-Franco or tanggalin mo yung Franco off the table, no? Kasi grabe yung hooks nila, no? Pareho silang teams. Really, really good at playing the Franco. So it's definitely a point of contention unless Zol FE, unless may sagot sila sa Franco na yan.
Yung best counter naman talaga to a hero. The best counter is to ban the hero.
That's true. That is true. Not really much you can do.
Kaya ba natin, di ba? Gusto rin ng Zol FE, may maganda silang solusyon sa Franco. Ano ito? Gigi Fairlady? Ano ba? Yeah?
I think so. Yes, I think so. Yeah. So I think that this is Gigi.
Sama kanilang mascot.
Kita mo na mascot nila. Sleeping Corgi. But again, having teammates in close proximity in a place that's close, in a place that's within the same walls, of course, certainly gives you a communicational advantage. Zol FE dito, nakita natin sila in the earlier game, but they didn't play against, they won by default against DREAMHIGH LOTUS. So I'm really excited to see yung debut performance nila dito sa group stage. But look at the girls, they're not they're parang game face mode na sila, no? Kanina tumatawa pa sila ng game 1, no? Ngayon really, yung mascot nila gumagalaw.
Dalawa yung pusa nila. Another one nandun sa table.
That's a really cute cat. It's so white. It's so fluffy.
Yata yung pos 5 nila.
Oo nga, no? 1, 2. Apat lang nga sila, no? So maybe pos 5 nila yung pusa. Ano kaya? May pusa ba tayong hero? May pusa bang hero sa MLG?
1-1.
Well, sure, I guess. Okay, I guess. 1-1 yung lalaroin niya dito, no? Yun na, Garfield's hoodie. For our final girl
Daming
to
cat
complete
reference,
the roster. Oo nga eh. And we're not, you guys, we're cat lovers. We love this. We absolutely love this. Both teams getting ready for the draft here at this point. You have any predictions as to what we can see? Well, with I mean, I know it's a hard ask, but Gigi Fairlady, they did show us a glimpse of what they can do earlier, and it was beautiful to witness, no? Not just from the drafting phase, pero alam mo na cohesive yung plano nila, kasi sobrang contrasting yung pinakita ng ROCKA Esports and Fairlady ng matchup nila. ROCKA Esports, they went all in for the team fighting. Meanwhile, Fairlady, they went for a more versatile draft. Meron silang Arlot. And I was going to say I like ROCKA's composition better kasi mas gusto ko typically yung team fight compositions eh. Pero Fairlady, they made the Franco work so well. They made the Arlot work so well na hindi man lang tayo umabot sa team fighting stage of the game. So, do you have any predictions as to what Fairlady is going to go for this time? Like anything at all that you think could happen?
Like what you said, since we didn't see Zol play, and that is a different case naman pagdating sa GG FAIRLADY, it would depend on how Zol reacts, or how they plan to counter Zol. Kasi Zol has the option to repeat the same strategy that they did against DREAMHIGH LOTUS, against ROCKA Esports, at that would be very risky. Pero pagdating naman sa kung mahanapan ni Zol FE ng solusyon yung ganong klaseng play, syempre kailangan nilang palitan. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Pwede silang magpalit at the same time. Kung iniisip ng Zol na magpapalit sila ng strategy, they can still stick to the same gameplay.
Yeah, that's true. So there really is a guessing game now so far.
Yeah, it depends. It all boils down to how wide the hero pool is,
of course,
and how GG FAIRLADY.
Speaking of hero pools, one of the things that I've thought of that could potentially counter a Franco is a Jawhead. If you're talking about raw chaos-inducing heroes, Jawhead is right up there with Franco. I mean, not as powerful when it comes to fishing for pigs, literally, but Jawhead can just disrupt the jungle. I would argue even better kasi pwede niyang ihagis hindi lang yung buff pero pati yung hero nung kalaban, no? So it's certainly something that either of these teams could go for if Franco is still the priority on either side. But Jawhead has fallen off a little bit from before. I mean, meron tayong face in the meta na yung nakikita natin na pick-up comp, it's either the Jawhead or the Popol and Koopa or the Franco, di ba? But now, that's not necessarily the case anymore. Mas nagpipivot yung meta natin towards team fighting. Typically, you see a comp na merong Arlot and then the rest of the 4 players are dedicated for the team fighting. You just have one space-creating solo laner, which is really good. But I'm surprised that we don't necessarily see that here. We see a Franco.
Actually, another hero that I am thinking of that could be a good counter for Franco would be Cho.
Yes, that's true.
Anti-CC, which is the Shunpo. And maganda rin yung crowd control na dala ni Cho sa game when it comes to team fights. Okay din siya initiator, just like Franco. So other than that, probably Ruby.
Essentially, pwede.
So ayun.
Yes, that's.
Pero again, it would depend sa hero pool ng Zol.
I would think as well na XP laners would come into play in this point. Now, if they really want to go all in on countering a Franco, they want to deny that early game aggression, they could go for a really early game oriented XP laner. I'm talking about something like Khalid, no? Damage output ng isang Khalid should be more than enough to complement any jungler on their side to shut down that Franco, turn the tables around that Franco, and just get the first blood going talaga, no? I think Khalid is one of the highest damage level 1 outputs meron sa buong MLBB, no? So that's certainly something they could go for. Miss ko rin kasi yung Khalid pickup, gusto ko makakita ng Khalid. So maybe that's just my hopium talking dito.
Medyo nasa labas kasi ng meta ngayon si Khalid.
Oo, nasa labas siya ng meta, but maybe, who knows? But here we go. Enough with the theory crafting. Dito na tayo sa draft phase. Bans coming up, and si Arlot pa rin talaga yung priority on both sides.
They saw how GG FAIRLADY was able to utilize Arlot and how dangerous this hero is in the XP lane. So, ayan, taking it out of the equation early on sa banning phase pa lang.
And Arlot is really strong because even in situations where he's not supposed to win, like for example, he's 1 level behind, he's one half item behind, meron pa rin chance na ma-outplay niya yung kalaban. And it's not the easiest of things, it's not the hardest of things to execute either because ang daming AoE CC, ang lakas ng AoE CC dito is ang Arlot, no? So having that in your hands is very, very powerful. So Sol don't want to deal with that at all. They don't want to deal with the carry either. So potentially, meron ditong oncoming tank pick ng Sol FE because tinanggal nila yung carry.
So, syempre, to add that, what you said about Arlot, probably because of the mobility and yung sustainability ng hero. Kaya napakahirap niyang patayin and go toe-to-toe against multiple heroes. Ayun sila. Okay.
1-1 off the table. FAIRLADY
Still
lands
souls
a
running.
Ling instead. Ito yung probably something that happens in the background. Maybe nakapag-scrim na tong dalawang teams together, no? Maybe they just know each other. Perhaps Ling is one of the go-to heroes dito ng Zol FE, so they're gonna be banning that off. Or potentially, pwedeng gusto lang talaga mag-Lancelot dito ng FAIRLADY. Typically, when we see a Lancelot, yung instant sagot is that Ling. Kasi Ling is a little bit better at taking those objectives and a little bit better rotating across the map at the compromise of mas maganda yung AoE damage ng isang Lancelot. But when you take Ling out of the equation, there's not really as robust of an answer as a Ling.
And if you could notice yung banning structure ng Zol FE dito is kind of focusing on the emblems on the marksman.
Yes,
Heroes.
true.
Bukang meron sila talaga iniiwasan for their gold lane here.
Let's see.
Of course, blue hindi naman natin makikita sa laro.
Sobrang annoying kasi makipaglaro against a Gluno. But because of the priority of the bans here, Joy is up for grabs. So I would expect Zol FE to lock that up immediately unless they have something else in the bank, no? But I would honestly just go for Joy at this point, or unless they want to go for the Faramis pick. Both Joy, Faramis available dito.
Yes. Definitely kung hindi nila kukunin yan ng FAIRLADY.
Let's see.
Among the planes exists
Oh,
the
Eve instead.
equilibrium,
Very
which
bold
I
pick.
was made for.
Very bold.
Medyo
And it's kind of scary too, kasi I think there's a lot of things that can counter an Eve in the middle. Even Anuvaria, I would pick first compared to an Eve now, because it's
na naging priority pick nila.
It's very, very interesting. Dito, Franco na naman on top of the Melissa. So FAIRLADY, ayaw nila yung pakawalan, yung Franco na yan.
Sige, mamaya na yung kanilang
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Joy. Sinikinuha ng FAIRLADY, okay? Jungle Joy.
Yeah. So far, natin kung they're gonna go through with this. As we mentioned earlier, Joy, very versatile, no? Can go to almost any role. Maybe tank lang. I mean, even then, I could still come up with a couple of arguments. Well, tank Joy would be possible. I mean, it's a reach, I know. But it could be, maybe pwede. Lancelot secured, so yeah, there you go.
And then, okay, sorry. Mag-XP, enjoy? Okay.
Wala pa ditong marksman for the side of Zol FE. That's one thing they're going to be looking for here. So I would expect the bans to pivot in that direction. Or they could go for a tank route instead as well. So a bit of a mind game. But speaking of marksman, ano sa tingin mo yung one marksman that you would pick against a Melissa?
Claude would still be viable. Moskov is also a good counter against Melissa. Who else?
Come on, Dexter.
I wouldn't
It's our
see.
showtime.
Thank you, Claude.
Ayun na nga, binanagad nila, no? And we kind of saw this coming. FAIRLADY, yun yung part of their composition that is really vulnerable to counter picks kasi may mid lane matchup na. The bottom side is, rather the gold side is realistically the only parts of their comp na vulnerable to counter picks. So Claude off the table. Moskov still available as you mentioned. Lapu-Lapu. Ban naman dito ng Zol FE. So the final ban, I would expect this to be another marksman dito. Beatrix could be banned
I will protect
for here,
you.
but they're going for the Lolita instead.
Oh, okay.
Lolita.
Why a long shot?
Your team is
Thinking of a counter sa Melissa sa lane. Ari.
Perhaps. Or they could actually... Claude is out for the count, so maybe... Honestly, they could go for a marksman-less composition.
Leslie.
Yeah. Perhaps. Maybe even a Bruno is possible against a Melissa. I mean, lot of possibilities here, but explainer naman yung tinitingnan ngayon ng GG FAIRLADY. Iyong up for grabs.
Kalid mo. Ginahanan.
It's I'm on my Khalid Hopium, pero Mincitar, of course, one of the very solid. Both of these actually very good. Benedetta good at creating space, very mobile. And ito yung hinanap natin na sagot ng since walang Ling, so ano yung pwede natin isagot sa isang Lancelot na mobile din, can respond to that mobility. Perhaps that is the Benedetta. However, wala pa ditong jungle aside of GG FAIRLADY, and the Grok is gonna be tying things up for Zol FE.
Well, Akai or even Fredred.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Oh, Argus. This is a very interesting composition from Zol FE, no? They have very little CC. I'm kind of worried in that prospect. They have very little CC, but they have a ton of damage, no? And, well, they're gonna be wanting to run around the map so much because a lot of their heroes have a ton of mobility. But kailangan nilang i-princess treatment dito si Raingad no on that Eve, because to make the most out of that Eve, they've got to keep that Eve relatively safe. They have to keep her very, very safe. And taking a look at their comp, Eve is by far the most vulnerable out of all of them. So kailangan talaga nilang protektahan doon yung Eve. And I believe that's another Balmond pickup this time from the side of the GG squad.
Could this be because of the Balmond buff? This is the second time that we're seeing Balmond.
True. Yes.
Very interesting.
Here we go. First qualifier match here in our group stage between Zol FE and GG FAIRLADY. Set na natin yung stage natin dito. It's another Franco comp from GG FAIRLADY. Meanwhile, for Zol FE, it's a Lancelot Joy. It's all over the place, but I'm loving this CC-less composition, to be honest here. Dito, Hot Ino. I'm wondering how they're gonna pull this off. The one thing about their comp that really is I feel like could be underestimated here is the amount of early game damage that they have now. That Grok's damage, a lot of people do not expect it most of the time.
Yung literal na all over the place because of the mobility of these heroes. Okay. Kaping malamig, wala lang, kamustahan lang sila. Nothing to do. You expect na manggugulo ulit itong si Kaping malamig, of course, invading the jungle of Zol FE.
Kaping malamig back on the signature Franco. Ang ganda na skin niya no? Especially when she triggers that ulti. Talagang 1v1 on top side. Melissa pa rin talaga manalo dito. Flicker forward with Iron Hook.
Taro-taro ko lang. Oy! Medyo delicate si bro. Hindi taro-taro-taro.
Will be surviving. Pero hindi siya nag-recall dito, no? So, very vulnerable. Shin around the area too. Moonfang 1 HP din.
Sobrang risky nito.
Na-steal ba ni Hyde yung purple buff doon? I'm not sure if nakuha niya doon yung purple buff, but Shin has to run for the hills. Tignan mo naman yung ginagawa dito ng FAIRLADY, no? They're just pushing down on the top side of the map habang pinatry pa rin nilang i-capitalize yung 1 HP dito ni Taro. Ayaw talaga nilang hayaan na magkaroon ng opportunity, pero ito na, nakakuha na ng spin to win dito. Shin. Uy, barely missed that hook.
Lumang po. Iron Hook.
5 seconds.
Yes, seconds to go. Bago lumabas ang unang turtle ng game, Bennett nakaabang na for si Ira God will be pushing him out of position. Dumating ang kanyang mga teammates. Ira God taking down Bennett. Wow. Highly taking down Ang and at the same time taking the first turtle of the game.
Yeah. Really, you're not taking any chances doon, no? They took down Bene instead of contesting for the lethal counter into the retribution combo dito ng isang Balmond, no? So they really still want to make sure that Bene goes down, not risking the 50% of the retribution. Yeah. Pero the orange buff, okay, muntik naman ako doon ni Heidi. Buti na lang hindi, but nanakawin pa rin niya. Nanakawin niya pa rin, of course, yung jungle dito.
Depriving them of all the resources that they could get.
Okay, here we go, Shin. Because of this invade coming through from Heidi, Shin is also feeling the pressure. Kaping malamig this time. With a ton of reinforcement. Meron siyang kagat. Ano nga, nilabas na. Pati pa yung charge strike. And Shin, flicker. Uy, mukhang mabuhay pa siya dito. Counter niya doon. And Rain God in the face of Heidi. Will be staying relatively safe, but still 2-0 on the board. GG FAIRLADY has a fair advantage at this point.
Dito ba aga pa para sabihin na may malaking advantage ang FAIRLADY dito. Pero with that small goal lead, dyan nagsisimula yan eh.
Uy!
Uy! Bakit na nangyari dito si Medlon? Kapag malamig, being able to being rescued by her teammates.
Pero grabe talaga yung suppression ng GG FAIRLADY, no? Especially against the jungler. Dito, no? Kung sino man yung kalaban nila, Bene has been receiving all of this blunt force everywhere she goes. Because everyone from GG FAIRLADY is just targeting her. Stun connects onto Moonfang. Fairly tanky at this point, level 6 on the Melissa.
Yes.
Will be surviving for now. Alam niya naman nandito si Kaping Malamig, so if they turn on her, Kaping Malamig could just use the bites or the Iron Hook to peel away.
Para
his area.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Moonfang.
COD completed for Hesperia. Another turtle secured for FAIRLADY. It feels very reminiscent of the first game for FAIRLADY dito, no? With Kaping Malamig this time getting a ton more reinforcement from Heidi and Hesperia. At this time, hook available. Mukhang hindi pa sila papasok. Ang ganda sa FAIRLADY dito, no, Hati? Despite the fact that they're ahead, you're still not over-pushing, but Ang shuts down the Benedetta, no? So Era God goes down.
A kill that they really needed yung ginawa na yun ni Ang. And looking at how things are, yung position na yun dito ng Worlds na nakakuha sila ng 1-1. Pero hindi pa tapos yung fight. Mukhang hahabol pa rin si Moonfang. Ang reaching models on Rain God and Ang na iwan dito si Shin.
Oh, what the final kill that was from Moonfang. Shuts down Shin. FAIRLADY with a good lead on the top side of that gold lane, at least taking down the first third of the game. And a ton more control towards that orange buff of Zol FE dito. No, din-invade na nga rin sila dito. The Era God is gonna get weeded out by Shin. That's a Grok. Can't really keep toe-to-toe with the Benedetta at this point. And 2 levels behind. Heidi just rotating towards the bottom side of the map. Are they going to look for the dive here against the Joy?
Oh. 20 seconds left before the second pistol comes out. Pero yung position na yung Zol FE. Iwan doon si Moonfang, pero alam niya, nililibutan na siya ng Zol FE. Naramdaman niya yan. So, ilabas muna siya. goes the confines of his team.
So spawned up, Aragod rotating towards there, and hindi mo na makalapit dito si Bennett. I mean, she has got Phantom Execution, wall comes down, Shin forces Aragod to stay in that pixel bush, pero si Benedetta, she's a Benedetta, kayang-kayang tumakbo out of there. And despite the fact that Zol FE has a little bit of control of the turtle, because there's so much pressure on the bottom side, hindi na mas walan talaga eh, turtle dito.
They know that anytime pwedeng dumating yung GG. And at how things are and looking at the level difference, you know, Fairlady, and there's the feather airstrike.
Out, the bite connects, but Lickers behind, Vengeance Circles by Ang, but yung titter natin dito na secure na ng Zol FE as they try and run for the hills. One kill to their side as well, so this time they have an advantageous spot here. Hesperia recalling, Phantom Execution didn't connect para doon kay Hesperia, so Zol Bene actually turning a little bit of pressure towards their side as they minimize the gold lead. 300 na lang yung gold lead na ng Fairlady.
Zol FE pushing back. And nakita mo yung kanina, despite the fact na yung Hesperia, si Hesperia yung nagpawala ng feathered airstrike, si Heidi pa nga yung napitas ng Zol FE. So,
medyo kulang pa yung damage yan. At this point, the scaling not really there yet, but as far as laning goes, Hesperia and Moonfang both having a fairly easier time. Fight connects, that's Shin. Nowhere to go. Then pag dito yung check for drill manipulation. Taro from downtown. Shuts down Heidi. So that's an even trade so far. Nagkahanap na dito yung dalawang assassin as the electro-final blow laid out by Iragod. Now trying to run for the hills. But Bene is just running across the board with the Thorn Rose. Rain God goes on a killing spree. And Hot E, mukhang sinisimulan na ng Zol sa FE. Yung comeback run nila.
1-4-3 trade in the... Zol FE, talagang hindi papayag na walang sagot. Shin had to make that sacrifice. And look at that. With GG Fairlady using their resources on that soul kill. But here comes Bennett. It's exact. First it was Iragod. And then kinuha nila si Moonfang. Diba?
Yeah.
Really impressive play.
Ang ganda na pala kita din ni Bene doon, no? Just making the most out of her utility. And this is one of the nice to haves when you are a Lancelot. Now you have a ton of invulnerability just naturally present in your kit. Concealed play, mula kay Kaping Malamig. But Shin is on a different brush. Pero I don't think they noticed. This is a very, very risky place for Zol FE to be in. GG, they could just keep this position. Oh, nakita sila. Pero si Shin hindi nakita. Actually going out of the bush. Meanwhile, nagpupush lang yung Bene on the other side of the map. Nakatama ng Iron Hook doon. Rain God forced to flicker away. Nilabas na nga yung airstrike. Watch into the backline. Umasok si Ang. Where is she gonna go? Nowhere but shut down by Moonfang. Shin about to go in. The wall is available. The sun connects. Heidi trying to get denied. It will be dashing on to safety. So far, it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Zol FE. Board formula kay Hesperia. And nahihirapan na talaga dito yung Fairlady makipag-keep up, Hati.
And it looks like Zol, I think, was really comfortable or really confident in that team fight. Kasi yung jungler nila nasa top lane, hinahabol yung Benedetta. Alam nila na walang mangyayaring Lord Plan. But instead, what happened was just a clash with a team fight. Na alam niya kayang ipanalo ng kanyang team.
So, 3,000 gold lead na ngayon. At seemingly nothing, just a couple of team fights lang na dito Ino and Zol FE have, well, turned things around. Yeah, gotten the lead for themselves. And I think the biggest playing factor here is Bennett and Rain God. Particularly Rain God. Hindi natin napapansin the amount of impact Rain God has been putting in. But ever since Rain God has left that mid lane, he's been finding so much impact. 303, just dealing damage without getting taken down. That's massive for an Eve. And we already said this. Siya yung pinaka-vulnerable na player dito, no? Labas na nga dito ni Heidi. Oh, little manipulation nilabag. And now that wall is absolutely perfect, but Heidi fairly tanky. So Taro goes on a killing spree and shuts her down. FAIRLADY, can they hold the line here? Dahil pa silang mid lane turrets. Hook available.
Ganda ng pagkakalapag nung wild charge ni Shindon. Saktong-sakto sa real world manipulation ni Ringon. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Sabi mo nga, di ba, princess treatment yung kailangan ng Ringon. And it's proving to be very effective.
Very delivering so far. And, well, I think it's fair to say this game is completely turned around so far. Zol FE, but FAIRLADY are not out of the game yet. Moonfang is still very, very threatening. And of course, you've got Iroh there to create that space, so they definitely still have the option of split pushing at this point. But Zol FE, they're going for the full-on fight. Stun connect for the airstrike, even under the tower, they're going for it. Zol FE lets Hesperia go on a killing spree. Wall comes out a little bit late there from Shin. And FAIRLADY, halos wala silang tinake na damage on their front line, so they can just go back, reset. Mahanap nila si Benedito with the CC. Phantom Institution is available for her. Third Rose, not really netting as much damage as she hopes for. Taro though goes on a killing spree, and ano lang pala, it's a ruse. Bene is the magic hat, and the rabbit that comes out is Taro. What damage was that? Ira goes in, and Taro gets shut down fairly quickly. FAIRLADY, they're not done yet as they shut down the marksman.
Yeah, they took down one of the primary damage dealers of Zol FE for them to be able to breathe easily out of that situation. FAIRLADY GG FAIRLADY trying to push back, hoping that they can get the map into their favor.
Well, they can. Some member down left on the death timer. 7 seconds. 1v1 Iroh versus Bene, and Bene definitely has the advantage here just from the XP that she has. But because nakita nila si Bene on that top side, they could threaten this Enhanced Lord, take the first Enhanced Lord here on the game. And Heidi is already triggering the effects dito. No, makikita nila sa mapa na Heidi is starting up this Enhanced Lord. Meanwhile, Bene is on the top side of the map, so they can't really contest this if push comes to shove. GG FAIRLADY though, mid lane now push na, so they have to make a choice right now. Do we continue on with this fight in the Lord, or do we defend? Seems like they're splitting up the map instead.
And this is similar to the situation earlier. No? Si Bene, wala dun sa Lord fight. Instead, hinahabol niya si Eragad, binabarahan niya yung top lane for the Benedetta to be able to push.
So airstrike laid out right here as the first touch is going to be on to Kaping Malamig. Yung hook, mukhang nakawala na ng relevance at this point because Zol FE is just winning at the numbers game. The war of attrition slowly being won by Zol FE. Sila naman ngayon yung makikipagsayaw dito sa Enhanced Lord. So GG Hyde is pressured to go into the pits. 21,000 HP. Medyo marami pa namang HP dito in Lord, pero nasta na siya. Hyde decides to go in with the feathered airstrike, pero nabibait out sila. All the ultimate suits, pero Bene goes back into the back line. And everyone split up. Walang retribution na dito si Bene, habang yung Lord has been secured by Hyde. Now the full-on fight is starting to break through. Moonfang 1 HP will be going down. What a vengeance siren from Ang as Bene goes on a killing spree, and they ship down the turrets of or the players of GG FAIRLADY. It is nearly the wipeout as they leave the only one. Yes.
4-4-1, and that is only because once si Kaping Malamig during that fight, kakabalik niya lang rin from kaka-respawn niya lang rin. Okay. That is Zol FE, ladies and gentlemen. Zol FE is our first team to be able to make their way through the playoffs. Congratulations, ladies. Wala lang.
Chill lang sila, no? Chill lang sila.
They're saving their energy kasi for the playoffs. I mean, yeah, this is the first part of the war that they're going through. The group stage, okay lang na conquer na nila. And one of the things that I'm also excited about is GG Fairplay will have a rematch.
Yes.
Against ROCKA Esports.
Yeah. And this is very interesting because both of them just showed us that they're good at playing the exact same composition, no? And they can't do that here because this is not This is not a normal game na pwede kayong magkaroon ng mirror composition. This is a draft pick. No, this is a tournament that they definitely have to have difference in terms of the heroes that they pick. But let's talk about that last game a little bit. No, Zol FE, it was a really rough start for them. It took them a little bit of time to get things going because of that Franco being available. That Franco that is such a headache para sa kanila. And this time it was doubly hard kasi there was a Farsa involved. So the Franco Farsa combo that rotate across the map ever so quickly is something very, very hard to deal with, especially when you have or when you need items on your core, on your jungler. And that's not the case as well for Zol FE kasi Balmond, yung jungler nila, no, unlike a Lancelot that needs items to deal damage to stay alive, that Balmond doesn't necessarily need to do so. And even then, innately, better makakuha ng objectives dito si Heidi on that Balmond. So Zol, they knew that they had to buy time until Bene gets items, until Taro gets items. That's exactly what they did. They weathered out the early game storm, and nung mid-game, nagsimula na silang sumagot.
Yeah. Especially yung pagkakaroon nila ng Eve in the hands of Rain God, really a huge factor coming into play, especially dun sa kanilang mga team fights. Sobrang laking tulong na binigay ng Eve ni Rain God dito. Dito nagsimula yung 3-for-1 kanina, di ba? At first you thought GG FAIRLADY already had the advantage, pero binaliktad yun ng Zol FE coming to the mid-game.
And ito yung sinasabi natin, Rain God, despite the fact that we don't necessarily see any flashy plays from an Eve, because, well, Eve kasi yun, no? Rain God still just provides so much artillery from the back line that it's really hard to execute this. It's you would think na pipindot lang siya na pipindot ng skill ng ultimate niya doon, no, to deal the damage. You have to find the perfect position to make the most out of the real world manipulation. And Rain God ending the game 2 with 0 deaths. Again, another statement game para dito sa Eve natin.
Really impressive. And yeah, just like that, diba? Rain God being the MVP of the game. Sobrang laking tulong, sobrang laking factor when it comes to bringing the W to Zol FE.
MVP, Rain God, but I had to commend Taro as well, no, dealing a ton of damage. And look at Taro as well, all damage items completed. Nagtatank items na lang siya at that point, so you could bet really na that Brody is gonna deal so much damage, as evident in that game. And I think this time we will have the interview pushed through. Let's just wait and see kung sino yung interviewin natin, kung sino yung maswerte nating makakausap. Maswerte tayong makakausap pala in our post-match interview. But congratulations to Zol FE. They will be the first seed in the playoffs sa ating Group A. No, just only one slot left, and we have 2 more teams competing for it. And as you mentioned, it is a rematch between GG FAIRLADY and ROCKA Esports. And I think ready na ba tayo sa ating interview dito? Are we ready with the interview here? Hot E?
Are the ladies ready? Are we ready?
Okay, here we go. Hi Zol, congratulations first off on your win for this group stage matchup. You are qualified now sa playoffs now. How are you guys feeling about that win?
Okay. Luso ko lang ako. Ano pili ko? Ano pili ko? Masaya.
Siyempre. Siyempre, masaya tayo dito, no? I'm gonna go first, Hati, if you don't mind. So during your first supposed matchup na against DREAMHIGH LOTUS kanina, no, nakita natin parang ang hype natin, ang hype ng girls. But after you won against GG FAIRLADY, chill lang tayo. Like what was the difference between then and now? Like bakit is that intentional na ngayon mas chill tayo nung nanalo tayo at nag-qualify na tayo sa playoffs?
Sintor na lang daw. Sabi po ni Taro, sintor na lang daw po.
Ano daw? Sorry, hindi na narinig. Ano daw?
Sabi po ni Taro, chill tour na lang daw.
Wow, okay. Okay, big words. Wala dito sa Soul F Heroes natin now. Going into the playoffs, sino sa tingin nyo yung sino sa tingin nyo yung mga kalaban nyo or sino sa tingin nyo makakasama nyo from Group A between FAIRLADY and ROCKA Esports? ROCKA. Wow, okay. Solid predictions.
Pero ito question lang, kay Bene kanina. Kasi dalawang Lord fights kanina nangyari. Andun na yung team mo, pero ang ginagawa mo is hinaharangan mo si Ira God sa top lane. Sa gold lane kanina. Bakit? Ba't hindi ka masama? Ganun ka ba ka-confident na kayang bantayan ng team mo yung Lord or
Damage bid lang po si Ira, tsaka hindi niya po ako kaya.
Oh, okay. Grabe. And I love this. I'm loving this confidence from Zol FE. Last question from me. Ngayon na qualified na kayo for playoffs and for sure, meron kayong sunod na mga kalaban from other groups sa ating first playoff matches. I believe that's happening tomorrow. May message ba kayo sa mga kalaban nyo tomorrow or in the future?
Group stage it's Wednesday.
Yes. May message ba kayo sa mga kalaban nyo on Wednesday?
Sabi po ni Shin, practice lang daw sila ng practice kasi magbabata kami magpahinga.
Okay. Hati, do you have any more questions para sa Zol natin?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm happy with what I heard.
Yeah, very confident here. Again, girls, congratulations. Thank you for answering our questions dito sa interview. And again, see you again sa playoffs. Really excited for your performance from there on out. So there you have it. Grabe yung confidence. Good luck from here on out. Good luck and congratulations. Pero Hati, grabe yung confidence sa mga sagot nila. Pero honestly, that's one of the things that really sometimes makes or breaks a team, no? Yung mental ng players mo, and if you're just feeling confident, sometimes iba talaga yung epekto nun sa paglalaro mo.
Claim it. Claim it. Pero yun na nga, that was a reach that we just witnessed, and I'm looking forward to what happens the lower bracket between GG FAIRLADY and ROCKA Esports. But of course, we'll see that in a few minutes. Before that, we have to take a quick break para makapagpahinga and for our teams to prepare.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house gave the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. It hasn't started. It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die!
Hello! At nagbabalik na nga tayo dito sa UniPin Ladies Championship Group Stage. Hindi tayo sa dulong part na. Nasa exciting part na tayo sa ating Group A bracket run. At magkakaroon tayo ng isang napakainit na laban dito. Ang pangalan ko ay si Dane. Kasama ko ngayon ang napakagwapong friend na si Hot E. And we're down to the final game of our group stage run here in Group A. And I'm really excited for this one, Hot E, kasi it is a rematch from the first round.
Yes, mainit ang mga laban natin ngayon. Especially coming from that win mula sa Zol FE GG FAIRLADY, syempre gusto nilang bumawi, gusto nilang makapasok sa playoffs. That's why they need to win this next match. The thing is, ROCKA Esports is the people or the team that they'll be facing. And kasi nga doon sa laban nila sa first round ng doon sa upper bracket, tinalo nila. Sila yung nagpadala sa ROCKA Esports sa lower bracket. And I'm pretty sure ROCKA wants to get a payback.
Yeah, absolutely true. And the one thing that really makes a big question mark for me in this series or in this game is yung ROCKA Esports kasi it feels like their first game was not them. The second game was them. And that really showcases just the difference that you can have in different scenarios. Kasi ngayon, it is of course the final game of the brackets, it's the final game of the group stage, and everything to lose na ngayon, no? And I feel like yung pressure na yon is what changed them from shifting from the first game to the second. And yung first ban natin, it's gonna be Franco agad. And that makes sense. Kasi both teams, they really like playing the Franco. But ROCKA Esports, they don't want to risk it. Nakita naman nila last game, kahit natalo yung FAIRLADY ng Zol FE, Franco was still a massive headache for Zol.
Totoo yan. And yes, being a run back for ROCKA Esports, they wouldn't want to risk having that Franco in the team composition of GG FAIRLADY. Paano banning ang gagawin nila ngayon? Would they be banning some of the key heroes na nagpahirap sa kanila doon sa unang game against
You are facing a cluster.
Is banning.
Glue. Talagang ayaw nila makatapat ng glue dito, no? So ROCKA Esports, let's see if they're gonna go for the same route as last game. Naalala natin, Soju went for the Kufra with Krish on the Farsa, and while their composition wasn't bad the last time, no? Talagang na outperform lang talaga sila ng FAIRLADY off the back of kapag mainit space creation, no? And it begs the question, what are these key players going to play? What's Soju going to pick? What's kapag malamig going to play, no? Kasi kapag malamig, I think the only thing that we've seen her play is a Franco. Nothing else. So ngayon pala tayo makakita ng ibang hero wala dito kay kapag malamig, no? And I think it's gonna come out here. So first rotation pa lang ng picks natin, no? And it is going to be the R-load priority para dito sa ating ROCKA Esports, no? It makes a lot of sense. Kasi nga naman, binan nila dito yung EVE. So nabuksan yung R-load.
Yan natin kung ano magiging sagot ng GG. Oh, Vixana.
Wow. Okay, this is very, very interesting agad dito, no? And you would think something else would be a priority. Joy is available, Faram is available as well. So marami talagang pwedeng i-pick dito, but Vixana being the first pick, this is... Okay, excited na ako agad para dito sa game na to, no? And we've seen, spectacular performances across the board mula kay Hesperia on that mid lane, no? So I would expect that Vixana is gonna be of no difference. Wait, Valentina is gonna be their blind pick here. That is going to be a preemptive Valentina pick. I think ROCKA Esports have a chance here, to just draft heroes na walang masyadong malaking ultimate, and they could just play against this Valentina lineup.
To neutralize the mid lane of GG FAIRLADY. I mean, I think they're banking on the possibility na ROCKA Esports would go for heroes like, Faram is still open. Who else?
Need some stitches? I can help.
Your team is picking.
3,000 worlds.
Lisa secured this down on top of the Martis or ROCKA Esports. So far, they got a ton of damage, a ton of sustainability, and they know that they have the liberty of picking the mid laner last, so they're not really showing their hand as of the moment. Pero as it stands, Tito Hati, yung Valentina natin, wala pa siyang mahanap. A very big ultimate, no? So that really worries me for GG FAIRLADY. And remember, this is the do or die match for both of these squads. Either you qualify or you get eliminated because this is the lower bracket. I really don't like the Valentina blind pick dito, no? I mean, they were kind of the idea was tinatry nilang i-count predict yung Faramis pick, no, pero dahil nauna yung Valentino compared sa Faramis, pwedeng wag na lang sila mag-Faramis. They're just gonna go for this route instead. A ton of space creation and something else completely. Grok has been denied, but I think there's a lot of options that they can pick in replacement of a Grok. I mean, because meron na nga tayong Valentina, I would think ROCKA Esports would shy away from both the Atlas and the Kufra, or even the Akai for that matter. But that's the thing, they could just go for these self-sustainers that can fight for themselves, and it would be fine. It would be absolutely great because one entire hero on the other side of the equation has basically no good ults.
Kasi they even banned Farsa.
Oh my gosh.
So, ano to?
Time to drop the beat.
I'm not sure if
of the
Novaria is a
flag.
good pick into Valentina, but I think that's definitely one of the viable options for ROCKA Esports. No, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to transpire. Band still coming out. Joy is definitely a good option to finalize this composition from GG FAIRLADY. So not having that certainly going to sting, but sure they've still got plenty of choices for the explainer. Pwede pa sila mag Iyong. You know what? I missed the days. Yeah, Lapu-Lapu is up, available as well. Those kaya-kaya may pag-keep up sa mga heroes like Arlot and Martis. I would argue even Tamus at this point, a viable option for them just to get a little bit more sustainability. Kasi yun yung kulang sa composition nila, in my opinion ngayon. Wala silang kayang makipagsabayan dito sa dalawang pick na to, sa unang dalawang pick ng ROCKA Esports.
Gotcha. Para sa roam ng ROCKA Esports.
Yeah, this is looking really rough. GG FAIRLADY, dahil binan nila yung Kaja, I feel like they were gonna want to go for an assassin jungler, which again is very risky at this point. Maybe a Ling is what they're eyeing here, or a Lancelot for that matter. Kasi yun yung maganda about the Kaja eh. Pwede mo shut down yung mga assassin na junglers. So it's fair, but if you go assassin against what ROCKA Esports already have, they could just go tank. And mahihirapan na talaga makabawi dito, or kung mag-pick man ng assassin yung FAIRLADY, no? So tingnan natin ano yung sunod nilang i-pick. I think they should just look for a counter against either against the explainer dito, against Arlot. Options, well, wala na yung Lapu-Lapu, but they still have a few that can at least make the lane even at this point.
Iyong is still open?
Yeah, Iyong still open. Available pa rin dito yung Minsitar natin, no? But they're going for the Esmeralda instead. I think this is a fairly good pick. It could scale much better later on, but that Esmeralda has to survive yung early game dito against the Arlot.
Ibigay ng ROCKA Esports yung parang sa early game.
I don't think they should do this.
What choice do they have?
Honestly, they could just go something completely in the opposite direction. But sila mag-off meta pick dito, I think an off meta pick would even favor them more than a Faramis. But because they picked the Faramis, they're enabling the Valentina pick dito on the side of GG FAIRLADY. So I'm a little bit worried for ROCKA Esports because the one advantage that they have, they took it away. I'm scared.
So no, binigay nila yung gusto ng GG FAIRLADY dito.
I will protect you.
Your team is picking.
Litas pa yun, Luminous Blast. Pwedeng nakawin dito ni Valentina, no? So that paves the way for FAIRLADY to go for a Balmond again, just for that safety and that comfort that they already have on the Balmond, and yung pagkuha ng mga objectives natin with the essentially double retribution, no? So now we're going ever so closely into the game. It's the final game of the entire tournament for one of these teams. ROCKA Esports, both them and FAIRLADY definitely want a slot in the playoffs dito, no? Talk about compositions, I have to say, because nagkaroon ng Faramis dito on GG FAIRLADY's side, mas gusto ko yung sa ROCKA Esports, no? Dahil nagka-Faramis sa ROCKA Esports, mas gusto ko yung composition dito ng FAIRLADY eh.
Not only the Faramis, but also the Lolita.
Yes.
Because of the Luminous Blast. Pero tingnan natin, baka naman merong plano ang ROCKA Esports. may plano sila, di ba?
And when it comes to engage as well, I really like the Esmeralda pickup because meron na silang engage. Wait, is that hindi ba Balmond yung last pick dito? No, it's not a Balmond, it's a Hanzo. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So,
this is gonna be interesting. Akala ko Balmond yung last pick nila. It's not. It's a Hanzo. So that tank meron dito si Kaping Malamig is going to have to work double time just to keep that safety. Pero naman yung damage dito ni Krish. 1v2 and chips them both down to half HP.
Hinabol niya si Kaping Malamig. Going to the XP will be assisting si Tofushi.
Oh my god, trying to run HP dito. Hinahabol-habol ni Tofushi, and this is the danger of being an Esmeralda. No? You need a couple of items at least just so you can keep the mana pool up and running. Ergo, yung health bar mo din, no? Keep it up and running. Kailangan niya kasi ng sobrang daming mana on top of that healing and shielding boost na meron yung Oracle. So really needs that Oracle to survive this lane on top of the tomb. So at this point, I would expect Iragad to just be playing safe until she gets those 2 items. So that gives free reign para dito sa ROCKA Esports and Krish. Pwede siyang mag-gank sa bottom, sa gold lane ng ulit-ulit, knowing na magpa-play safe lang naman yung top yung XP laner. But Tofushi na jump down, hide or early on the ultimate. Pushes the flicker on away. Penguin nandito na for the response, but that is Hayabusa, of course, will be staying relatively safe. Once bumalik siya doon sa shadow niya, it's Esperia going back into the fight. But FAIRLADY not finding any advantages for the moment. I'm really excited to see how this Hanzo from Hyde is going to perform kasi Hanzo is an obsolete pick. He's not even niche. He's obsolete. But now, Turtle getting started up right now by the side of GG. FAIRLADY looking to steal it away, and it's going to be stolen by Penguin instead. That's secured. Altar secured, opened up, but the Numinous Blast going to shut down Fire and Iragad. Kaping Malamig, get down to around 1 HP. Tumatalon-talon doon si Tofushi with a ton of damage. And he can go in to shut down Kaping Malamig. 2-0 on the board. That's the turtle for ROCKA Esports as well.
Turtle +1 para sa +2 para sa ROCKA Esports. At that's very confident ngayon si Tetsu sa kanyang lane. Nag-aabang dito. Soju being able to protect her teammate. Ganda ng pagbarado ni Tetsu. Delikado. Soju.
Naka-connects and Soju's got nowhere to go. Nice punish. Wala doon sa GG FAIRLADY, no? But look at the immediate response. ROCKA Esports, OT-OT na sila lumalapit. Papunta doon sa gold lane. Seems like they found their engagement. Penguin here and ready, but look at the response again from FAIRLADY. All 4 people huddled up around the turtle pits. So medyo may hirapan talaga makahanap dito ng sagot ang ROCKA Esports. FAIRLADY just as quick on the rotate as ROCKA Esports. And typically, no, makikita natin pagka final game, reserve na yung playstyle. But ng blast, nakahanap ng dalawa doon, dalawang stun connects. Kaping Malamig, medyo risk na yung position niya dito. Down to round 1 HP. Kinamit pa nga yung Cold Altar just so the bot lane can survive from that. But ROCKA, gusto ata nila mag-dive dito. They don't have a dedicated tank. So they will not go for it. Andun kasing Numinous Blast eh. Pwede sana kung meron. But Soju, hinahabol niya dito si Moonfang. Medyo malalim na. They're just gonna back off and perhaps mag-turtle na lang dito yung ROCKA Esports.
Sayang yung Numinous Blast si Soju doon. Wala naging follow-up ang teammates niya. Given that a 2-player play para sa side ng akin. Personally, we're not able to capitalize. Hindi nila nagamit ng maayos yung stun na nakuha ng Soldier. Pero bawi naman sila.
What? The steal ni Kaping Malamig. That is going to have to be the fight here for Penguin just to make sure they turn things around. But Kaping Malamig will be surviving. What a steal that was. Ginamit nilang wall and it was absolutely perfect. Soju in the middle of the fight. Now they're gonna continue on with the fight. Valentina nila ako nito yung ult altar as Era God. Naghahanap ng tatamaan ng ulti niya. Pero wala. A Falling Star Moon goes wide this time. So far, ROCKA Esports, they did not take the turtle, but they did still take 1 kill on their favorites.
And they still have the lead. Ayun na yung BOD nakuha na ni Moonfang.
Wow.
Right na yung Beatrix dito.
Grabe no, I wanted to point this out earlier. Typically in series concluders or in high stakes games, nagde-default back into reserved playstyle. Yung play safe tayo. Pero mukhang ayaw yun gawin eh. Ayaw gawin yun ng teams natin. They want to go full on aggressive. They want to look for fights and it's getting very, very scrappy here. Soju, that's Era God. Krish is right there with her. Hinila niya nga ng bahagyaan doon yung Esmeralda. But that is an Esmeralda. So, hindi muna sila mag-engage. ROCKA Esports, medyo comfortable naman yung lead nila for this point of the game. But Ira God getting pinched right here. Concealed play just to try and isolate her. That's an Esmeralda. Very mobile. Lots of movement speed. So makakatakas lang siya doon.
Ayun, nakukuha niya na yung strength ni Esmeralda dito. Of course, i-assist niya yung kanilang jungler na Ivy.
Nakapunat si Soju.
Na yun.
Medyo makuna talaga dito sa kaping malamig, no? But she has got nowhere to run to ROCKA Esports. They shut down the enemy tank. So pwede silang maghanap ng turtle dito. Malapit na rin si Heidi rather. We're gonna hanapon si Topishi. Swipe to the side, but Topishi trying to look for the comeback. She's just buying time so the teammates look for the turtle. But Air God still gets the secure onto her. But the turtle this time, ROCKA Esports sila yung naka-secure. Krish trying to hold the line dito sa bottom side.
Not only did they get the turtle, nakuha pa rin nila ito. They moved to run to the confines of the first turret.
Krish, tatalon lang siya dito. Not the best decision there, Krish. Kailangan niya na mag-flicker to stay alive. Nag-cult altar na din, but can she survive this? Penguin for the respo. Krish looking to turn around. Around 1 HP na lang siya dito, so iiwan niya na may pag 1v1 doon si Penguin, who is very, very powerful instead. Asperia flickers away to safety. So ROCKA Esports still pushing on. They've taken the first 2 towers of the game. Ngayon, mid naman. Gusto lang i-push. Nag-type na nga dito. Wala silang full altar. Falling Star Moon onto 2. Beautiful stuff from Ira. Stetsu forced to back on away. Soju calling for the reinforcement. And Penguin here for the response. Are they gonna go for another fight here? ROCKA Esports, now that wala na si Tofushi, I don't think so. But they absolutely can. Hesperia hiding behind the bush. Nakaharap man lang dito. Nakaharap dito ng purple buff. Pwede siyang maghanap ng opportunity kung manakaw niya yung Luminous Blast, and that isn't a real opportunity para maghanap ng fight for FAIRLADY, especially now na nandito yung players ng ROCKA Esports, pero everyone just backing off, so chill muna tayo, wait muna tayo for the next big objective.
Nakaposisyon na ang FAIRLADY para sa turtle fight, Lord fight dito. Kaya for ROCKA Esports need to defend their top lane. Kita mo, napaka bold ng move na yun sa territorio.
Yeah, I think Ira God's already completed 2 items at this point, no? So kaya niya nang mag-create ng space all by herself. And that's starting to become a headache for ROCKA Esports. How can they deal with this Esmeralda if hindi siya na shut down in lane? That's really hard ask for them. So yun, Hesperia getting a fair bit of damage. Soju nasa likod ng Lord natin dito, starting to get triggered by both sides here, pero no one really starting to engage into a fight. May Luminous Blast na nakaw dito si Hesperia, so pwede silang kumasa pareho, pero alam nila yun eh. That's why nobody is biting so far. Lord slowly getting chipped away. Alam naman ng GG FAIRLADY na hindi na kaya take off so far, pero Era God down to 1 HP. Nauna siyang lumapit, which means she's in a very precarious spot. Heidi dealing damage, peeling away at the back line. Soju in a precarious spot, pero nakahanap pa nga ng Luminous Blast onto just one player as Asperia gets jumped on by Tetsu. Cult Altar, ginamit na nga doon just so they can secure this Lord, but how the heck did ROCKA play that so perfectly? FAIRLADY, hindi sila nakapalag kasi wala yung Beatrix. Moonfang, nagpo-push lang on the top side. Pasok pa dito si Penguin, medyo malalim siya dito, but Martis naman siya. Can stay relatively safe with the sustain.
Kayang-kaya. Chinek na lang kung nasaan yung, chinek na lang yung position ng GG FAIRLADY. Para lang to get ready para sa parating na Lord. Yan na nga, going at the bottom lane. Mamarcha na ang Lord. First Lord of the game. Para sa side ng ROCKA Esports.
Uy, ang ganda naman ng wall na yun. Walang takpan dito. Si Soju, now she's got to invest everything, try and stay alive. And dito rin mga kasama niya. Krish is available with the ultimate. And Penguin, actually lahat ng ultimate dito ng ROCKA Esports available. Cult Altar is up. Hesperia, wala pa siyang nananakaw na ultimate doon. Wala pa siyang IMU. So now, they're gonna look for this solitary engagement. Kaping malamig, medyo makunat at this point. Habang tinutulungan lang nila yung Lord at this point na makapasok doon sa tier 2 tower ng GG FAIRLADY. Soju super tanky in the back line, and her presence alone is enough to parade the Lord towards the enemy base here. ROCKA Esports, they're just looking for the resets. Look at the pressure that being made dito. They're not necessarily risking anything, but they're taking down towers.
At habang nangyayari lahat ng yun, ay nag-guard, after pushing, nagbabaklahan sa top lane.
Ito na, collapse mo na.
Ayun nga, tama, the Iron God, GG FAIRLADY was able to defend that second turret.
Yeah, nice collapse from GG FAIRLADY there to get the punish onto top of She. Pero other side of the map, getting threatened na naman mula dito kay Penguin. Meron silang set up dito, but ROCKA Esports not really going for it kasi na-discover sila doon. Soju, kailangan talagang mahanap ng FAIRLADY kung nasan si Soju kasi yung Numenor Blast na yun is a tide turner. For these fights, pumasok na naman dito si AirGod with the Falling Star Moon down to around 1/2 HP. Habang Hyde actually just going in, almost taking down Soju there. But so far, so good. Cult Altar, ginamit naman dito ng ROCKA Esports. Penguin in the middle of everyone, but that's one big ult. Cult Altar, na-bait out na dito ng FAIRLADY. Pwede silang mag-re-engage.
Push pa rin ito, Fushi yung top lane, finishing what she started kanina pa. Siyempre alam naman ni Ira God, sasalubungin siya. Ganito rin yung kanina naging eksena ng FAIRLADY tsaka ano. Grabe. Ira
Connects, Penguin, okay, half HP. Soju's gotta be careful where she stands. Pero the turnaround is immediately there. Laglag kagad si Moonfang. Wala na yung damage nila until dumating si Heidi splitting up the back line. Pero hindi na siya nag-survive doon habang nahabol pa nga siya ni Tofushi. So that is a 2-4-0. Pwedeng mag-start ang Lord dito. Yung ROCKA Esports, walang retribution for FAIRLADY. So they have to give this on-outs away. That is the first Lord or the second Lord take para sa ROCKA Esports.
And yes, even yung tank nila, even si Kapay Malamig, napa-flicker out dun sa team fight na yun. And yes, he's still going for the top lane, trying to push. Dahil yun na lang yung dalawang tower sa team.
First Luminous Lord secured by ROCKA Esports, no? Starting to march down into bottom side of the map. And
na magpantay-pantay ang mga minion waves for their first Lord assault.
Lord charging up. Half HP na agad yung tower dito. Penguin right up there with the Lord. Numenor Blast just to keep them at bay. Pero Kaping Malamig, medyo na pasabit doon. Cult Altar popped. Flickers forward. Nahuli si Moonfang doon. And that's gonna be the shutdown. Double kill for Tet 2. Nasa likod nga si Aragod. But what can she do? Doesn't even take down Soju, who is now 1 HP. 2-0 engagement. ROCKA Esports already take down one inhibitor turret. They're looking for the next one. Ang dami ng ultimate na ginamit doon ng FAIRLADY. They don't have much in their way of utility, but they're going to try their darndest to keep this game from falling apart. Heidi in the back line, splitting it up, but not taking anyone down. This is the first sign of falter here for FAIRLADY, as that's the second inhibitor turret secured by ROCKA Esports. Yung topside naman yung pupunterihin nila dito.
Yung sakit na ng ulo ng GG FAIRLADY Tetsu. Evident with the amount of damage that he's dealing, not just on the enemy heroes, but the turrets as well.
And tinan mo yung treatment nila kay Tetsuno. She's just in the middle of the group. Everyone playing around her. Kasi kailangan talaga nilang ma-burst down si Heidi the moment na pumasok siya, no? That's what that gives them free reign pag na-burst down si Heidi. And Heidi, speaking of which, goes back in again. Pops the immortality to Tokushi. Pero dahil doon, wala na muna silang pang-shutdown para dito kay Krish or kay Tetsuno. So they gotta be careful. But task completed for ROCKA Esports. Ubos ang inhibitor turrets dito ng GG FAIRLADY. They're gonna have to defend their base.
Half a minute away bago lumabas ang susunod na Lord and super exposed na ang base ng GG FAIRLADY. Kailangan nilang makuha tong Lord na to. Kailangan nilang contest. Otherwise, sobrang mahihirapan sila sa pag-defend pag nakuha ito ng ROCKA Esports.
Can they even contest this? I mean, it's really, really hard. 8 seconds left and ang bilis nitong kukunin. ROCKA Esports, no? Soju has so many items in the bag now. Oh God, di pa siya kasama dito sa engagement na to. So, alam ng ROCKA Esports na pwede sila maghanap ng fight. And look at GG FAIRLADY, they don't really have much of a choice because this is a game-ending Lord dito, no? This is a third Lord na sinisimula ng ROCKA Esports. Medyo malayo pa in FAIRLADY, but in the backline, Oh God, down to half HP, 10,000 left, and mukhang mananakaw. Limun pang doon yung Enhanced Lord. Are they gonna look for the fights? GG FAIRLADY buy themselves a lot of time, pero tumatapos sila ngayon. Tuping malamig, flickers backward to try and save her own life. Naghahanap ng mga huli doon. What is that? Tetsu on a killing spree, double kill. Make that a triple. God's got nowhere to run. And ngayon, magsaspawn pa lang yung Lord. Hindi na hiintayin ng ROCKA Esports. They're here to end the game. Heidi trying her best to save it from falling apart. And kaping malamig, this time not on the Franco. The Grok is not as effective as the monster kill is done for Tetsu. The Lord is the only thing standing in the way between ROCKA Esports and the base of GG FAIRLADY. Heidi's got nothing to do here. Hinila pa nga siya pabalik ni Krish. And there you have it, folks. ROCKA Esports, they're going to the playoffs.
What a run back.
Victory!
Redemption game para sa ROCKA Esports. Taking down the team, the same team that sent them to the lower bracket. Sobrang, I don't know, justice. That's what I call it. Justice for ROCKA Esports.
Yeah. And I think both teams really the game was ginawa nilang option lang yung Faramis, no? They didn't necessarily play the game around the Faramis. They didn't take any unnecessary fights. They took the fights that they knew that they could win even without the Cold Altar, and that they just showing us how it's done. That's how you pick a Faramis into a Valentina. And I was super worried there for Zol FE for ROCKA Esports, sorry, but they made it happen, and now they're in the playoff. Such a turnaround, and I think this is a testament really to just how talented both of these teams are. They both got pushed to the limit nung nawala yung Franco off the table. They had to get really creative really quickly. But in that regard, I think ROCKA Esports was just a little bit better.
In that specific game, yes. I believe that they have learned a lot from the first meeting ng dalawang teams sa first round ng upper bracket. And here you can see the mga earlier turtle fights, of course, na nakuha ng side ng ROCKA. Dito pa lang makikita mo na yung kung gaano ka-effective yung kanilang composition when it comes to team fights.
And Tofushi at the early stage here, really knowing her limits, though, really knowing that she had to take the advantage in the early game against an Esmeralda. And for a second there, Esmeralda was a huge problem. Pero that's the thing, you have a lot of sustain as an Esmeralda but not a lot of damage. So kapag magkasama si Tofushi at si Penguin, hindi na makapag-survive si God doon, no? And I think Heidi just didn't have enough damage to deal with the backline dito, no? Kasi parang pinakita lang ng ROCKA Esports how to counter that Hayabusa is just to group up, protect the president, protect Tetsu dito, no? And the moment na lumabas si Heidi, they're just going to shut down Heidi as quickly as they could and then turn for the fight. And you could see that FAIRLADY couldn't do anything to that strategy because what can you do when you're at that position kapag nagamit mo na yung Hayabusa utility? Not much anymore. And that's completely nullifies essentially isang buong hero sa roster nila dito.
And especially nung nakuha na, of course, props to Tetsu was able to get to be very valuable pagdating dun sa later parts ng game, especially dun sa near the end. Nung nakuha niya na yung items niya, especially yung golden staff, sobrang kate ng damage na binibigay niya. Minsan nagsimula maging sakit ng ulo ng GG FAIRLADY.
Grabe talaga yung impact dito sa Tetsu. And the distancing, yung pagkite niya dito sa players ng GG FAIRLADY, ang ganda ng 3-man knockback na yun, no? Into the center of Tetsu's damage. Aerogod, kahit ang kunat ni Aerogod, no, wasn't even able to survive. And that's what you get when you have an 8,000 gold lead that's mostly on Tetsu's hands, who is a Melissa, who, by the way, walang deaths dito. Walang deaths siya dito, Hot E, and that's just icing. Almost the perfect game para sa ROCKA Esports.
Pero ang MVP would be Krish. Wow. Who is the Faramis. Kasi sabi natin hindi naging center ng place, pero very valuable siya pagdating dun sa team fights, especially yung support na napo-provide niya sa ROCKA Esports.
Yeah.
And even if the last Lord was taken by GG FAIRLADY, hindi na nakalabas ng base nila yung Lord. Ganun ka dominating. I mean, inyo yung Lord, sige, pero kukunin namin kayo isa-isa. 4 sa GG FAIRLADY yung kinuha ng ROCKA Esports.
Yeah. And the thing about Krish is she's the only one in her team that's got 100% kill participation. Wala din siyang deaths. So very well deserved MVP. Really well played para dito sa Faramis natin, no? And push comes to shove, saka lang niya gagamitin yung Cult Altar. They never use the Cult Altar proactively, which is how you do it against a Valentina. How you do it against a Valentina is really going to dictate how this Faramis lineup is going to go. And Krish just performed above and beyond her duties dito, really enabling Tetsu for that late game monstrosity that is the Melissa, no? So really good job from ROCKA Esports, and they will be sending GG FAIRLADY home, unfortunately. But I'm really excited to for them to grace us with their presence. I believe we have the interview upcoming for ROCKA Esports players. So tingnan natin sino yung mga kausap natin out of all of their 5-woman roster. But there you have it. We have our 2 first playoffs teams. We got Zol FE and ROCKA Esports. And I believe in the playoffs, they will be facing off against other teams. So hindi pa sila magkakatapat. Against other groups rather. So hindi pa magkakatapat yung Zol FE and ROCKA Esports. But imagine mo yun. Imagine mo yun, Hot E. Ano mangyayari pag Zol versus ROCKA yung magkatapat? I think that's gonna be a very interesting match.
Pretty sure that is something that we and our viewers are looking forward to. Pero I believe hindi sila ganun kamagkalapit kasi ROCKA Esports will be starting sa lower bracket while Zol nasa taas. Posible, pero not in the earlier parts of the playoffs.
Okay. Apparently we're not gonna be having the interview this time, so let's just update the bracket.
Yes.
Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang may chance bang magpatuloy at sino ang hindi na makapaglaro. DREAMHIGH, LOTUS, and GG FAIRLADY, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to them because Zol FE and ROCKA Esports have qualified for the playoffs. Congratulations to these 2 teams. I'm really excited for both of them.
And after the break, we'll be moving over to the second group, Group B.
Yes.
Where we'll be able to see ELIGUS, HEDA. We have G Esports FE, MHRLK G Unit, and WPE, West Point Esports, VIXENS.
Yeah, really excited for this. But until then, we'll just be having a quick break. We'll be right back. My name is Datum at kasama ko ngayon si Hot E. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back with the second bracket.
Those who stand in my way, die! before the King of the Inferno. Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come! Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time, Even if we don't, they don't have a say.
Has it started?
It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno!
Championship with the group stage. We have a brand new group at hand and 4 fresh teams para magko-compete sa ating next 2 slot sa ating playoffs. Ako nga pala si Didam at kasama ko nag-iisang si Hati. And paano ba yan, Hati? 4 new teams. We got a new set of players. I would expect new picks, Novas dito.
Ganun lang. Meron na tayong 2 qualified teams for the playoffs. And now we have 4 teams and 2 dito from Group B will be joining ROCKA Esports and Zol FE sa ating playoffs.
Yes, the first matchup we will be witnessing is between ELIGUS, HEDA, and G Esports FE. Meanwhile, the second team is MHRLK G Units versus WPE VIXENS. Now, these 4 teams, I would expect will want those playoff spots as much as the other players. But how are we gonna get to that point is a different story entirely. We got 2 more slots and as a total, no, makakakuha tayo ng 4 teams or 8 teams na makakapasok sa ating group or sa ating playoffs from our 4 groups. And from here on out, we're gonna be ready and waiting for our players to get ready.
Ayun na nga. At this point, para kasing it's a matter of who wants it more. I know these ladies have prepared, have trained for this day. Alam natin yung sacrifice ng isang pro player when it comes to training and being ready for a tournament. And dito sa UniPin Ladies Championship, dito natin makikita yung bunga ng mga pinaghirapan nila.
Oo. Mga culmination ng hard work ng ating mga players, no, and I can't wait for them to showcase their talent. Of course, nakita natin kanina a ton of priority on that Franco. This time, I think, well, I'm not sure, but I hope to see priority on something else, no. And gusto ko rin makita, no, how these players adapt on the fly in the same way that FAIRLADY and ROCKA Esports had to adapt to each other after their comforts have been banned away. Tinanggal yung Franco, so we saw picks across the board. We've kind of unprecedented, and we saw compositions that are very, very interesting. So this time, I would expect nothing less from these teams. And gusto ko makita yung mga comfort picks pa natin, no? Because in these group stages where you really are uncertain on how your opponents play, you want to give your players an advantage in any way you can. And one way you can do that is you put them in the most comfortable position you can put them in. And that could mean in the form of a comfort pick.
Yes, of course. It could mean many things, pero syempre dito sa ating mga players, importante na magkaroon sila ng very comfortable playing situation or playing environment para mailabas nila kung ano yung true potential nila as MLBB players.
Absolutely. Ito na nga, no, mukhang naghahanda na yung mga players natin, as you can see on the screen right now. Parang parang this time hindi na naka-bootcamp yung first two teams natin, no? But of course, both of them ay hindi naka-bootcamp. Unlike our other two teams, our other 4 teams pala kanina, no? Pareho silang, ilan sa kanila naka-bootcamp, ilan hindi. But this time, parang magkakahiwalay yung mga players natin. And at least it's a sort of a level playing field for them. But they do have, we know that they have their communication, nandito sila sa kanilang mga Discord calls. So it shouldn't be too big of a hurdle for them to get on the same page. Pero iba pa rin talaga yung competitive advantage, no? Na magkakasama kayo as a team in these competitive games. That moral support din na ipapakita nyo sa isa't isa is, of course, a massive playing factor.
Isa sa mga magiging, pwede siya maging, maging factor pagdating, syempre yung communication, malaking bagay pagdating sa isang team sport kagaya ng MLBB. And with that being a bit more difficult pagdating sa ibang teams kagaya ng hindi kayo magkakasama, it could spell a very totally different way of playing or yung dynamics nyo pagdating sa laro.
Here we go, both teams ready for the draft. And on the blue side, we got G Esports FA, and on the red side, ELIGUS, HEDA. First bands coming, si Eve yung tatanggalin nila dito, no? So Novaria Prime for the picking. 1-1 Eve, 1-1 talaga yung tinatanggal dito, no? And 1-1 has become a massive priority in our game. So we haven't really seen a 1-1 yet, no? Kasi lagi siyang banned away.
I would really like to see 1-1 be in the field pagdating sa one of the games sana sa tournament natin. And unfortunately, I don't think any of the teams would let their opponents have a hold of that hero.
Perhaps Kaja banned away dito, no? Interesting from G Esports FE. Parang parang may mind games nang nagaganap dito. Siguro alam nila that someone from ELIGUS HEDA likes playing that Kaja, so they will be banning that away this time. It's the Joy out for the count for both of our squads to first pick. Faramis and Valentina not getting any parity yet, so pwedeng mag-Faramis first pick dito. Yung G Esports FE. Of course, Arlot is up as well. Pwede rin. Wala pa tayong nakikitang Wala pa tayong nakikitang Akai this entire tournament, which is something that's fresh for me. I mean, there was a distinct time na laging Akai yung unang priority na nakikita ko. But now, not the case anymore.
Kasi si Akai mostly ginagamit sa jungle eh.
Yes.
Especially with the tank jungler meta. So far nakita natin of course si Balmond, si Lance, and who's the other one? Hanzo. For jungle. Pero ayun nga. Uy, Valentina.
Gusto mag-Faramis dito ng G Esports FE, no? ELIGUS has to ban away that Faramis, but no, they ban away the Novaria instead. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Faramis priority dito para sa G Esports FE. Gonna be a big pick to let slip away this time. Ano kaya yung sasagot nila dito against this Faramis? Perhaps they could just go for not a non-team fighting comp, maybe just a pick comp, and then target nila Faramis, no? So that's one of the things that HEDA can go try and counter that Faramis, that inevitable Faramis that is coming to play, or maybe hindi naman yun. Pick dito, baka gusto lang talagang mag-Kufra ng or mag-Atlas dito ng GE Sports FE, those big playmakers, of course. Certainly a welcome sight, but
we called it
Faramis instead. Yeah.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Okay, ano kaya magiging sagot? With the Faramis being on the point, of course. Kunin nila yung Arlot para sa kanilang XP lane.
The southern seas are my domain.
Oh, first two picks. Kadita. Okay, this is one of the things nga naman pwede mong gawin, no? If you are faced with a Faramis, just try and burst the Faramis down before the Cult Altar can be popped. Or bait out the Cult Altar, actually. Habang mag-isa pa lang siya, no? And of course, Kadita, it's one way to do that. A ton of burst damage, ton of invulnerability gives her a lot of leeway when it comes to playing aggressive. Glue is up though, so this is again another good pickup for GE Sports FE. Mukhang nag-shy away na tayo from comfort picks dito, and steering towards the more meta heroes na meron dito sa atin. No? And Brody preemptively picked this time from GE Sports FE, and that can be a bad thing for them.
Maaga yung Brody pick na yun,
Well, we'll have to see kasi may glue naman sila, so that when you have a glue, that glue can just latch on to the enemy marksman. So kailangan extra safe yung pick up dito na marksman. No? Someone that, if they pick a marksman that doesn't have mobility, say for example something like a Layla, that's gonna be the end of that Layla's life, because the glue is just gonna stick onto her every single time hihilahin niya papalapit to their own team.
But of course, ELIGUS won't do that. They would go with
of course. Of course.
These ladies have studied that. What they're doing.
Thorns remain.
Oh!
Petals fall.
Okay. And none of these teams have picked their core yet. Wala pang jungle. Ang
True.
dalawang teams na to. I think ito ang magiging focus ng banning.
Lancelot nga, unang tinanggal dito. And well, Fredrin, wala pa tayo nakikita, no? The entire day. I think Fredrin has not seen any attention at all, not banned away, not picked up. So that could be the opportunity to do that. So here, Ling is available too. Balmond, nakita rin natin, ton of priority earlier, not picked up as of yet, no? And well, maybe we could see an Akai. I mean, if you want to just deny these opportunities for something like an Arlot, you can go for an Akai. No, I do not think that's necessarily worth it. Akai, very much like a Valentina, is more of a responsive pick now that he's not as powerful as he was dati, no? Franco banned away.
Okay. Usually, ang Akai is natitake lang yan pag wala na si Nance and si Fredrin,
Yeah.
So, tingnan natin anong plano ng mga teams na ito. They're leaving the cores for the last picks of the draft. Actually starting to think na hindi yun yung priority nila at this point. More on damage and crowd control.
They're gonna have to think of what they're gonna pick here. Well, still have a ton of options, don't get me wrong, pero Ling probably at the top of that list now with Lancelot banned away, Farsa off as well. Still a lot of well, wala pa silang jungler on both sides, and on the one hand, wala pang solid tank dito on Eligius HEDA. The question is, are they gonna go for a tank here, or perhaps just another something that can help them sustain? Maybe an Estes could be used up here. Fredrin, okay, gonna get locked up here. Kim, I don't think this Kimmy gonna get locked up.
What?
But yeah, Fredrin locked up. Very solid pick. First time we're gonna be seeing it today here in the group stage.
Mukhang mag-aakay kasi ano. Mukhang mag-aakay ang the ESPORTS.
Yeah, there you go. And complemented with the glue as well. They have a ton of frontline dito, no? And as we know from a Beatrix's specialty is range and assassination, not necessarily dealing with tanks. So this would really work. And to make it harder para sa kay Mel or Reed dito, Mincitar will be locked up instead on top of that Kufra. And they really want to go for a full tanky team fighting composition dito, no? Really excited for the prospects of the Kufra getting locked up. So the question is, ano yung pipick dito ng ELIGUS para mag-deal with these tanks? What do they have that they can put in the mid lane that can deal a ton of damage against these chunky frontliners? Ang sagot nila, Xavier.
Mincitar jungle. Ay, why not? I mean, nakita nga na si Mincitar sa gold lane so why not in the jungle?
Yeah, Mincitar offers a ton as well, but very powerful pick hero dun, no? He got sort of like a chunkier hook, a chunkier iron hook. Since mas malapad siya pero mas maikli.
Yeah.
But
since the revamp, Mincitar is very viable and very versatile.
Yeah. Can provide a ton of presence all across the board dito. And if you take into consideration the Faramis na pwede niyang kasama mag-roam around the map dito, no, yung pick potential dito of their composition really increases by tenfold. And what I love about the comp here is that other than the pick potential, they have a lot of team fighting strength with the Kufra. So the only thing that I'm worried of is in the damage department. I mean, yeah, they got a couple of frontliners, but Brody is realistically the only one that can dish out consistent DPS. I mean, Mincitar sure can do so, pero once push comes to shove, Brody realistically is the only one who can do that damage dealing.
Yes.
So it's a pretty good comp, but that's the one thing I'm worried about for them.
And being the primary damage dealer, expect na si Brody ang magiging target ng ELIGUS HEDA dito.
Wow. Ganda naman ang angle natin of observation featuring Jaya. Okay, there we go. First game of the second group. This group stage natin. And wow, we got meta picks across the board dito, no? But the fact of the matter is, it's still a best of one, and whoever loses this will be bumped down into the lower bracket. Kairos, of course, being the Kufra, is going to be creating that space for her.
ESPORTS and ELIGUS HEDA opening Group B with this first game. Wala pang nangyayaring action. You can see si Kesh just checking kung anong nangyayari. She was trying to cut off yung video, pero nakita niya nandun si Koponan. Tayo back off.
Looking for a little bit of an invade. Kairos towards the gold lane this time. 13 seconds left on the turtles, which is why both mid laners converging towards that area. Pero merong Brushi, may tinulan on that bottom side, and it seems like ang nahuli ay si Andy Chan. That's a retribution out for the count. Pwedeng mag-turtle dito on GE Sports.
Gustong mangyari ni Kesh dito.
It should be free. ELIGUS could not even contest this. And nice setup there. Mula sa GE Sports, no? They silently rotated through the river, and then they waited on the bush just behind the tower, no? So the moment na pumasok si Andy Chan, may tatlong chupol kumbaga na nag-iintay doon sa doon sa may tatlong magtotropa na naghihintay doon sa bottom side. at napagtulungan nga doon si Andy Chan, no? And now going back in one more Titan's Rage. Kairos nakahanap ng isang target pero hindi nila stun. Triggers the ultimates to come in from Solis, but Altar is here. That is the 2 kills already done and dusted for G Esports FE and ELIGUS EDA. Well, they have no response yet.
Si Jay, nag-decide na lang na trap. There's a dawning light. Pero walang masyadong epekto yun sa Brody ni Kelalisi. Cannon mo.
True. Well, speaking of Kelalisi, she's having a breeze on this gold lane matchup. Kailangan pa magtawag ng reinforcement doon. But on the bottom side, Kesh may kinapitan ng split. Naru here for the reinforcement. Banana's got to run off, pero Kesh is making it impossible for Banana to run away until bumitaw na nga doon yung glue. So, forcing out the recall here. Banana definitely feeling the pressure. And just at the right time too, G Esports again re-established that turtle control.
You gotta admire din yung backup na binigay ni Jay coming from the mid lane, yung dawning light niya all the way from the mid lane para i-assist yung kanyang mga teammates. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to pick off si
Turtle getting started up. May kinapitan agad dito si Kesh. Kesh rather. There's a split. Double knock up mula dito sa Kadita, and Andy Chan enabled to go in. And Naru, may isang nahila, but it's Banana. Very tanky for the moment, and Andy Chan running out of mana means that Kesh will not survive there because everyone from ELIGUS EDA is already here. Pero tinaman Turtle is getting secured by Naru. Will the retribution here para dito sa G Esports as they take away the turtle, willing to sacrifice one of their teammates to do so. And I think that is I think that's worth it here para sa G Esports.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Look at that again. Take a look at that again. Napakaganda ng pagbitaw ng Naru doon. Look at how was single-handedly able to zone out the rest of the ELIGUS just so Naru can take the turtle for their team.
Really easy take again because ang aga ng setup lagi ng G Esports FE dito sa bottom side natin, no? Again, this time ELIGUS EDA are taking a page straight out of the G Esports playbook. Janelle, okay, immobilized immediately there. Janelle looking to run away. Dawning light connects, but Janelle still staying relatively safe. Dito rin kasi si Kairos, no? So they're fairly confident that they can turn this fight around with the Titan's Rage, but they have to be extremely careful. Cold Altar is available too. Solis looking for the dive through, but calling it off because they don't have any information kung nasaan nga talaga si Kairos. So pretty smart from ELIGUS EDA, but you can see dito, no? You can see that they are feeling pressured to be proactive. Kasi alam nila na they have to look for these engagements habang kaya pang mag-burst down ni Solis and kaya pa niya mag-rotate across the map. But so far, it hasn't been working really well.
They are trying though. They are trying to get those pick-ups by EBO through those push plays. Unfortunately, yeah, because of the information na lacking, hindi nila alam kung nasaan yung mga kalaban. Mahirapan silang bumitaw ng mga plays, and of course, si Solis hindi nakakapag-set up.
Kairos, medyo nahuli doon. Kesh using the ulti. Concealed flame na naman sa ELIGUS EDA habang nagpag 1v1 doon sa bilang side ng mapa at nakakuha na nga dito ng engagement si Kesh with the split. Banana's got nowhere left to run, and Naru with the first blood of that fight. And G Esports slowly taking over. 5,000 na yung goal lead nila dito. Mukhang maghahanap pa si Kairos ng engagement. May dalawa sa harap niya, Solis and Melorine, both particularly soft. What I mean by that, pwede silang i-burst down dito ng players ng GE Sports, so they have to be extremely careful. Dawning Light for a bit of information at matry na i-save yung tower na yon, pero nakapag-push na nga doon sa XP lane si Kela Lisi, and mid lane naman yung target dito ng GE Sports.
Napaka-bold ng lane na pinapakita dito ni Kesh. Kita mo, siya lang mag-isa, nagmamalalim siya doon just so he could provide information for his team. Alam nila kung nasaan yung ibang mga members ng Eligus team. At the time, they are free to roam the map.
Going for more here. You see them looking to turn it around. That's the 2 players down for the count already para sa GG Sports. But with the Tyrant's Revenge, they go back in. Nero dealing. At least nakahanap sila ng dalawang sagot doon off the back of Kairos' turnaround. But a real decent attempt from Eligus HEDA to try for an engagement na they have found a little bit of leeway. At least ngayon may konti silang space para gumalaw until the respawn timers get counted para dito sa GE Sports FE. There you have it. Still at the 8-minute mark, more than a 5,000 gold lead para sa GE Sports.
And in less than 20 seconds, nalabas na yung ating unang Lord. That last team fight was a small win for Eligus HEDA, but no, we'll take it. Themselves, ayan na. Dawning Light para lang alam nila kung nasaan.
Red team hero has been slain.
Of course, FE.
Lord, sinisimulan dito ng GE Sports, and they could potentially take this actually. Kailangan itong pansinin ng Eligus because take a look at how quickly GE Sports is taking this down. Hindi man lang sila makaka-respond. And that is going to be the first Lord at the 9-minute mark. So powerful on the lead now. And Naru showing us the strengths of her own strengths at this point. The Mincetar absolutely shining bright here. Pick up na rin siya doon ng Giant's Belt. A little bit more tankiness, a little bit more slow, a little bit more CC habang nagpupush lang sa doon sa top side si Kesh. So many item pickups at the same time for GE Sports. They want to look for fights while this Lord is crashing down on the bottom side of the map here. The GE Sports.
Magiging mahirap kasi i-contest yung Lord doon sa situation na yun ng Eligus HEDA. Especially wala sa kanila si Banana. Hindi magiging sobrang baba ng probability na maipanalo nila yung sayo na yun.
Naghahanap sila ng opportunity. Where can GE Sports strike? Mukhang ang sagot is all of the lanes. All the turrets outside of the base are already destroyed. And the Lord is marching down the bottom side. GE Sports gusto lang kunin itong mid tower inhibitor, and it seems like they're primed to take both inhibitors on the side.
Yung mga magiging libre, but no, pumutok pa nga yung first yung mid inhibitor turret, preventing GE Sports FE from taking it down.
Again, looking for an opportunity here. Umunhuli na nga si Naru, lays out the OT, and that is Jaya just going down without a fight. Eligus HEDA gonna have to back off, pero tignan mo yung damage na naging doon. GE Sports have HP left on Solis and Malorine, 2 key members that they need to keep this base from falling open. GE Sports, they're gonna take a step back. They knew that they don't necessarily need to take any more risks, and besides, 10,000 na yung gold lead nila dito.
Ang gold lead, with that much of a lead, sobrang nasa convenient na pwesto ang GE Sports FE, and they have the advantage of the moment. So, freeze lane na sila para lang palabasin ang Eligus HEDA. This is exactly what they want.
And the thing is, they don't necessarily have to even do this. No, they can just wait for the next objective. Yung Lord, kailangan na contest dito ng Eligus because the Lord is just gonna get even more powerful from here on out. And remember, they have a Beatrix para sa marksman nila, no? Not the best at clearing down these Lords. So kailangan talaga nila i-contest ng Lord na to if they want to keep their base from being cracked open. Speaking of which, there's 20 seconds left until the next Lord spawns up. And tinawin yung positions agad ng GE Sports. They're setting up the play in the orange buff. Pagka may lumapit doon sa may Lord area, siguradong tatalunan agad dito ni Kairos.
Abang na nga si Kairos. And of course, yung damage potential ni Kela Lisi, sobrang nakakatakot na rin at this point. Wala na nila ang Lord.
go contest. Nice attempt on the Dawning Light there, pero ELIGUS HEDA are not even going to bother. They know that that could potentially be a game-ending fight kung i-contest pa nga nila, no? So they're not going for it at all anymore. GE Sports walk away with another Lord here. Wala pang napupush na tower until now. It's at the 13-minute mark. 12,000 gold lead for GE Sports. And only now are ELIGUS taking their first tower. And yung minions pa nga nakuha nun, no? So you can really feel just how suffocating this game is for them.
Things are really looking dire for ELIGUS HEDA. Sobrang hirap na itong position nila at this point. I mean, with the Lord, with the Luminous Lord marching towards their base and all minions at the same time attacking their inhibitor turrets.
Like ginamit ng ganito, try and create a bit of real estate, a little bit of a wave clear, pero Lord has already crashed down on their first inhibitor tower. Stun connects, Banana, walang matakuan dito. Cult Altar used to deny all of that damage. Wala kay Jaya. Back to square one they go, pero all of their towers have already out for the count. Wala na rin si Banana, so they have to look for an engagement. Arbor connects, but nice timing on the shutdown there. Melorine looking to save this game from falling apart, but GE Sports, they're crashing down at the base of ELIGUS. Melorine on a double. Teka lang, mukhang kaya pa nilang i-turn around, pero Janelle hinahampas-hampas niya lang yung base dito. That is GE Sports taking ELIGUS HEDA down to the lower bracket.
Grabe naman. Tower lock na kung tower lock. Alam nila they can finish it. Hindi na nila kinailangan pang mag-regroup. They were right there. All they had to do was focus on the on the base and tower lock tapos. GE Sports FE, congratulations. They're moving on to the next round, going to the winner side of Group B.
And the way they played that too was so good. Parang parang slow burn yung ginawa nila doon, no? It wasn't the quickest. Yeah, it wasn't the quickest of games, but they knew how to draw out team fights because they had the advantage in those fights. They had the Cult Altar. Parang if they draw out enough of the ultimates of ELIGUS HEDA there, they could just turn it around by pressing the ultimate, the Cult Altar, and they just reset again. And they do so strategically by baiting out, by making them think na kaya nilang maghanap ng fight, by making them think na maybe may isolated player dito, but no, they can't do that because we are just going to pounce the moment that you strike, and that they did. They take the first spots in the upper stage of the upper bracket dito, no, and tingnan natin kung sino kaya mga kalaban dito ng GE Sports FE.
Looking at the earlier team fights, dito pa lang pinakita na ng GE Sports FE yung potential ng kanilang composition. Remember earlier we were worrying na wala masyado damage output na may bibigay ang GE Sports FE because of the tanky heroes that they have, but they proved us wrong. Pinakita nila na kaya nila. Kaya Lisi was able to deliver. Sobrang ganda nung team, especially in this turtle, diba, yung na-zone out ni Janelle, yung apat na miyembro ng ELIGUS HEDA just so Naru could take the turtle for their team.
Yeah, really well played. Really well played for them. Even in pinch scenarios, as you mentioned, tulad nga nung turtle take na yun, no, sobrang disadvantageous talaga for GE Sports, pero yung ginawa nila, split up nila yung fights, ginawa nilang bait si Janelle, I believe, or si Kesh, while Naru was just taking down the turtle, which netted them off a massive advantage at the end of the day dito, no? Well, really well played here across the board. Even in such scenarios where they aren't necessarily supposed to win, they managed to do so by splitting up the fight, by doing something else that ELIGUS HEDA might not be prepared for. And, well, not to mention their objective taking has been super on point. Yes. Pero alam mo ang nakakatakot dito sa GE Sports, because they had a tanky comp, they sort of had a deadline. Kung umabot tayo sa late game, mas maganda yung scaling ng ELIGUS HEDA, I would argue, because, well, they have less tanks, they have more damage dealers. So kung mas tumagal pa tong game na to, pwedeng bakawang back pa yung ELIGUS HEDA. Buti na lang, alam ng GE Sports yun at tinapos na agad nila.
Even yung tank ng ELIGUS Esports, si Banana, can deal a lot of damage considering na Fred rin yung gamit niya. And each and every one of the players ng ELIGUS may malaking potential to deal a lot of damage. Pero yun nga, alam ng GE Sports yun, hindi na nila pinatagal yung laban.
And I'm not sure if we're gonna have the interview for the winner of this match, but congratulations to GE Sports FE. We're just waiting for the response of their team members kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng interview dito. But the fact of the matter is GE Sports advance on to the next stage. Pero umiinit yung competition natin dito, no? Kanina nakita natin comfort yung pinipick nila on that Franco, pero ngayon more on the meta side na, no? And I believe we do have the interview here available, and it's one of the players from GE Sports FE, if I am not mistaken. Pero nawala siya. nawala siya dito sa ating Discord call, no? So I guess we just have to talk a little bit more about the next upcoming matchup. I believe it's going to be between MHRLK G versus West Point Esports VIXENS. I'm really excited to see the performance dito ng WPE VIXENS, no? And the same can be said for MHRLK G unit. Are they going to have another close game, or is it going to be a one-sided affair? We'll have to wait and see for that next matchup to come up. Pero grabe, no, yung games natin so far dito, Hot E, they've really been fought tooth and nail. Kahit yung teams natin, hindi sila kumbaga, kahit na sobrang lugi na, I hate using that word, pero even though they're a really big goal deficit, they really are trying to get creative in ways na to try and get back into this game, na talagang they're giving it all they've got, and I love that.
It could have gone both ways naman talaga. It could have gotten either way, sorry. Pero with how GE Sports was able to execute yung mga plays nila exactly at the time that they needed it, yun yung naging upper hand nila against ELIGUS.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Pero ngayon, before we continue on into the next opener game sa ating group stage, we'll just be having a quick break while we set things up for you. My name is Adam, your cast for today. Kasama ko ngayon si Hot E. We will be right back with the UniPin Ladies Championship group stage, so don't go anywhere.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house gave the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother?
Oh, hello guys, we're back here with the UniPin Ladies Championship in the group stage. This is the second matchup in our second group dito, no? And magkakaroon tayo ng bakbakan na naman ng dalawang bagong team na meron tayo for today. It's gonna be between MHRLK G Unit and the West Point Esports VIXENS, no? And we already got one team in the upper bracket who won against ELIGUS HEDA kanina. That's G Esports FE. Now we're going to determine who will be going up against them for the slots against the playoffs seed. My name is Iyong, kasama ko ngayon si Hot E at kami yung magiging casters for today's games.
Yes, MHRLK G Unit versus WPE VIXENS. Yan ang makikita nating laban ngayon. And whoever wins, yun ang makakatapat ng G Esports FE sa second round, sa qualifying round sa ating upper bracket. MHRLK, wow, napaka-angas naman.
Angas, yeah.
MHRLK nga eh.
Oo, MHRLK talaga sila dito, no? May jacket pa nga sila, may uniform pa, and of course that lovely boot camp meron sila doon. Napaka napaka-bongga ng setup natin dito para sa MHRLK G Unit. So I'm really excited for this next couple of games, no? Kasi contrary to Group A and Group B natin, they're leaning more towards the meta and they're leaning more towards a slower approach of the game. Mas methodic sila, kumbaga, mas clinical. And I'm really liking the approach kasi it shows na parang maraming experience yung players na meron tayo ngayon.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Tingnan natin kung paano mag-unfold. Uy! First ban, Bea.
Wow. Okay. Parang parang nagkakabasahan dito, no? Maybe they know. Maybe these players know one another, no? 1-1 band away as well. Parang talagang inuulan nila dito yung mga marksman. So they probably do know each other at this point. Pero tingnan natin kung the priorities, are they going to be the same? Earlier, we saw na, well, nakakita tayo ng priority towards Franco, and then we had Arlot. Ngayon, ano kaya? Ano kaya yung unahin nila? Valentina band away. So mukhang Faramis naman this time ulit yung gusto kunin ng both teams.
Kaya kasi maganda yung ginawa ng MHRLK G-Unit doon. Parang ang gusto nilang mangyari, iiwan nilang open yung 1-1 since first pick sila. Pwede nilang kunin. Pero hindi. Binarahan na kagad sila ng WPE Vixen. Ayun na nga. Ling. Pero hindi. Alam. Ling and 1-1 tapos Valentina. Anong binabalak ng MHRLK G-Unit dito?
Trying to figure that out myself, no. First off, dahil sa Valentina band, they're definitely gunning for that Faramis comp. And secondly, dahil binan nila yung Beatrix, maybe they're running a comfort marksman na papakita nila sa atin dito in just a second. No, third ban is well, still a mystery for both sides. Pero Ling getting banned away. Pero napakita naman dito ng Vixens, they want to pick the Lancelot, no, which has been a very popular pick between our teams, rightfully so, because Lancelot really just, I think, deals a ton of damage while being very, very tanky with the Tankcelot build. Parang ano parang nagiging fighter na rin talaga siya with that build. So it's really, habang pwede kang mag-steal ng objectives kung behind man kayo sa objective fight. So that's definitely one of the things that's really nice to have when you have a Lancelot. Pero Eve ang priority this time ng MHRLK G, habang Joy banned away naman from the other side.
This is probably one of the reasons kaya nila tinanggal yung Valentina out of the equation. Because nila i-secure yung Eve. Pero ang sagot ng WP Vixens, Lancelot and Glue. Yun yung importante sa sa XP lane. Nakita natin kung paano naging successful yung Lancelot in the previous games, and of course in the pro scene. Alam natin kung anong potential meron ang Lancelot, lalo pa kung susunod siya sa meta ka Lancelot. Ewan natin kung gano'n ang gagawin niya. Pero ayun yung pinatawag mo kanina.
I was half expecting this carry pick to come out this time, no, kasi nga Glue kind of preemptive, kind of a tank na pwede mo ilabas if you want to nullify these pesky marksmen na sobrang likot, no? And them banning away the Beatrix from MHRLK G means na they really want to play something with a little bit of a shorter range. So carry here picked up. It's gonna be a bit of a struggle. Ano kayang pipiliin nila to counter this? But so far, MHRLK G, they have Eve, Lapu-Lapu, and carry. They have a ton of damage, not a ton of CC yet, or not any CC as of the moment, and wala pa silang frontline dito, no. So yung hinahanap nila dito is that tank. I wonder what it's gonna be. Is it gonna be more towards the pick comp na naman, or do we have more of the playmaking potentials? Alam natin na wala tayong Valentina so pwede mag-Kufra.
Yeah, pwede sila mag-Kufra, and Diyos, naging Melissa ang naging sagot ng WPE Vixen sa carry ng MHRLK. Kala ko kanina totohanin talaga ni Zilong.
Sana. I mean, I hope. But unfortunately not. Zilong just doesn't really bring much to the table. Even with, well, no matter what the build you have, Zilong is really, really risky to play. The bands coming through, mukhang nakaamoy talaga dito ang Vixens. Alam nila na MHRLK G with this it seems like they know that whenever these three picks come out from MHRLK G units do come out, they generally favor the pick comp. So Kaja and Franco both banned away. Parang parang siguro nakapaglaro ng scrims tong dalawang team na to, no? Because it seems like it seems like Vixens know kung ano yung pinaplano dito ng MHRLK.
Kaja, Franco, parehong room, sobrang effective and sobrang maganda ang CC. Florin, that's medyo medyo nakakagulat yung Florin ban. on the side of MHRLK, pero Nana. Okay.
I think gonna lock this Nana up. I mean, there was a point in time where Nana dominated the meta, no? Solely because of the unprecedented amount of damage that she can put out, while also have that denial factor. So, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be the biggest price in the world, but it wouldn't be my first choice either. Especially given nga na medyo madami na silang damage at their point, no? A fair amount of CC, but they're gonna be putting a little bit more damage on their roster. They got a Lilia here instead, so yung late game nila is gonna be absolutely terrifying dito, no? It's just trying to combat the carry pick at this point more on top of the Eve. Wala na kasing Farsa, so what else can take us to that late game with the AoE? Lilia makes a lot of sense, and you have the safety of the ult as well.
Paano? Ruby, okay. It's a good alternative to Franco or kay Kaja.
Let's see what's been his disadvantages.
Your team is picking.
Hayabusa na naman secured this time from Harlika G. And it makes me wonder just how they're gonna approach these fights, because if you think about it, Hayabusa and Kufra have a ton of potential combos, no? You should just go in with the Kufra and then susundan ng isang Hayabusa. It could prove to be absolutely fatal, but the thing is, it's really hard to execute that kasi kailangan mo lumapit ng sobrang lapit on those two particular heroes, and saan na lang pupunta yung at sino magpoprotekta sa dalawa nating carry, that is the Eve and the carry. Will the Lapu-Lapu be enough to do that? I'm not sure. And with the Diggy being present as well, yun na nga, ipipick up dito ni Beatrice God on the other side. Parang hindi na-anticipate to hindi na-anticipate na ipipick dito yung Diggy because of the Kufra being locked in. So, mind games talaga dito, no? Nagkakalabasan na nga ng counter picks, and I'm really excited to see just how the execution will be on both sides. On the one hand, you got the Hanzo Kufra combo, and on the other, you got Glue, Lancelots, Melissa, na merong kasamang Lilia at saka Diggy. And in hindsight, it does make a lot of sense because they have a fair amount of CC and they got a ton of damage. So yung denial factor yung wala nila, so why not go for the Diggy?
To think of it, it's really a good roam hero. Sobrang pasok sa meta. And na-left na rin yung Diggy ban before, di ba, sa mga tournaments. It's really good to see Diggy back in action in pro play. Ang interesting dito is yung Hayabusa pick ng ang lalim kagad nung ng Kufra. MHRLK.
As you would expect now from a Kufra at this early game stage, these tanks really are supposed to dominate, especially at the level 1 mark, no, when it comes to the Little Wonder contest. Pero Westport Esports trying to set up a cheeky play dito sa my top side Lobster.
Interesting yung rotation ng MHRLK dito.
Weak Adam's Revenge, nakatama ng isa Hero taking the lump sum of the damage, and grabe yung damage dun grabe yung damage ng Kufra, half HP agad yung Lilia natin as a Little Wonder, secured by MHRLK G units, and wala na naman tatakbuhan doon si Mitaka. So small wins para sa kanila dito, no, but when it comes to the objective fights, I really would favor the Lancelot a lot over that Hayabusa. I mean, such is a given well, that is a Lancelot after all. Ang cute naman ng hammer na dala-dala dito ni Pali, no. And bottom side matchup though, this certainly is going to favor the Melissa a little bit more now. Pero later on, pag nagkaroon tayo ng items, grabe talaga yung damage output ng isang carry. So you can never discount that. Kahit sabihin natin na mas oppressive si Melissa sa lane, later on yung 1v1 nila is eventually going to the way of the carry. Pero ngayon, medyo nahuli siya dito. Rixalee does have the flicker, so feeling relatively confident that she can survive the encounters. Turtle has spawned up.
actually didn't have to. Tawag ng pause ang side ng WPE VIXENS. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. May inaayos lang kami from our side. And yun, we're working on bringing back the game as soon as possible. For now, tingnan nyo muna yung also, ano kayo pinag-uusapan nila?
Alam mo kasi, when it comes to the comms of players, minsan it could be something as serious as threats. Pero minsan it could be something else entirely, like anong ulam mo, parang gano'n. But here we go, total fight about to commence. 2,000 HP left, and may retribution on both sides, having first blood. Nangyari na nga doon sa may middle side. Lilia will be the first to go down. That's Chihiro out for the count. Meanwhile, MHRLK rotating towards that turtle pits. Immobilize comes through, split para kay Reclipse. Flickers over the wall to survive that split para hindi siya matamaan dito ni Yoji Bear. Pero into the other side of the equation, Kiso getting pummeled by 3 people. Beatrice God tries to get close, but it's Ramichi to shut down and secure the turtle retribution. So MHRLK nakasecure ng unang turtle of the game.
Yes, that and that pick off para kay Chihiro. Sobrang ganda na pinakita ng MHRLK unit dito. Other than that, hindi naman ganun kalaki ang gold lead, kaya hindi ganun kadihado ang WPE sa labang to.
Yeah, at this point, the gold lead not, almost non-existent. No, 300 lang naman. Yoji Bear, though, almost going down. Remember, split pa siya dito, which is why he's very confident. But, grabe talaga yung isang lapu-lapu and XP lane. Really, really oppressive at this stage. But my eyes are still on Somir dito. No? How is Somir going to find that impact? How is Beatrice God going to deny him? Well, I mean, it's easy to deny him as deny her as the Digi. Kailangan nila maghagis ng utility to the face of Somir. But so far, smooth sailing on both sides. Somir just trying to be as proactive as she can for the moment. Habang nagkakahanapan dito si Mitaka and Kiso. At this point, I don't think kaya pang palagan to ni Mitaka. Pumasok na nga yung Hayabusa. And that's gonna be the easy secure right there. Actually, Mitaka going down without a fight now. I think I'm gonna look for more. We split si Yoji Bear, so they're not gonna go for it. But Mitaka goes down. 2 on the board for MHRLK.
Sobrang successful yung panggugulo na yun ni Kiso, no? What he wanted to do is to delay si Mitaka from farming, and yun na nga yung naging primary objective ng lapu-lapu ni Kiso.
6 seconds left until the next turtle comes up, and grabe na agad yung presence dito ng MHRLK. And it's led by Somir, who still hasn't found much impact, but when the rest of the team does so, you don't necessarily have to. Tyrant's Rage is available. They're right inside the bush. Somir looking to capitalize. 6,000 HP and counting. Pumaba na pumaba dito. Pumasok na nga at hindi na nakaw doon. Yung turtle, Ramichi to secure it. Beatrice God in the backline. Tinalnan ni Kiso. And that is the easy execute for the Lapu-Lapu. Yoji Bear split. Tries to split away at the team fight. But Beatrice God has already gone down. MHRLK again secure the turtle. And they get another kill on the board.
End-to-end play come from MHRLK, pero WPE VIXENS answering by taking out the first turret in the game.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Naging mabilis naman sa latang Ramichi ng MHRLK unit, care of Ramichi. Actually, naghihintay lang na pwedeng pitasin. Pali, umakyat na nga sa XP lane. Titingnan kung may mapupush pa sila. Trying to maintain the possession ng mga minions.
Ramichi has gotta be careful here. There's 3 people inside of that push.
I wonder if she knows.
Ang cute naman ng mga rabbit dito. Ni Beatrice God. Gahagis-hagis lang siya ng mga rabbit doon. But here we go, Sommer. A little bit deep. Yan, looking for an opportunity. Meron siya Tyrant's Rage. Can charge up the elastic hand. And yun na nga, pumasok na into the backline. Si Ramichi going for the dive. Beatrice God has got nowhere to go as the DD goes into the traditional egg for Mitaka though. Dealing damage onto Sommer. It's a little bit of a deep dive here, so I don't think MHRLK is gonna want to commit. But VIXENS, they're just trying to run for the hills just to make sure they survive this. Tinawag na nila si Hichiro towards this gold lane. But nobody else going to bite the dust. 4-0 on the board, and MHRLK G, they take things slowly but surely. And wala nisasagot yung West Point Esports VIXENS. Now they really have to contest this turtle because ever so slowly, the gold is slowly going to start to pivot in favor of MHRLK G dito, no? Sinazone na nga nila yung Lancelot. Kiso, nasa gitna ng dalawa. Nice double knock-up into the double Tyrant Rage. And that's Yoji Bear on top of Mitaka going down without a fight. Actually, survive pa nga si Yoji Bear with the split. Kumapit kay Kiso. But pumasok na si Ramichi. Naghahanap ng pwedeng matarget. Hindi niya na-shutdown doon. But with Mitaka going down, that's another turtle in the books here for MHRLK.
MHRLK always goes for that turtle and one play na nakuha nila. I mean, they are of course they're going for more, pero at least meron silang isang napipitax whenever they get the turtle.
The world manipulation ginamit dito out inside the tower vicinity. But Kiso so good at recognizing when her limits are at hand. Alam talaga ng MHRLK dito kung masyado na silang aggressive. And they never become too aggressive. That's what I love about what MHRLK G is showing. They have a ton of discipline dito, no? And despite the fact that they've been diving towers left, right, and center, laging super effective. Laging hindi sila napipick off. Laging hindi sila napapanic. Pumasok na naman si Sommer. Tyrant's Rage para sa isang tao lang. But Beatrice God has the flicker. Stay alive again one more time. This time, Rixley destroys the tower. Meanwhile, Pali gets caught in the middle of the chessboard. That is the real world manipulation. That's another kill over towards the side of MHRLK G. Slowly building bank now. 5,000 gold lead.
And it's really important that MHRLK G unit knows not to overstay their welcome. Alam nila hindi kung pa-overextend na ba sila pag gano'n disengage na agad. They wanna keep the lead. At least nakakuha sila ng isa. Hindi sila greedy. Ika nga.
Exactly. Tamang amount lang ng aggression. Never too much. Mukhang Yoji Bear nakahanap ng isa. Pero si Sommer yan has the Tyrant's Rage as well. Yoji Bear goes on the splits. Defensive use this time. So that leaves Ramichi just unable to cap off on that kill. But okay lang. At least hindi pa rin sila na-punish doon. Sommer though had to use the ult in that engagement. So, may chance ngayon yung West Point Esports na maghanap ng team fight. Knowing na wala pang ultimate dito si Sommer, they have to capitalize. They have to start counting down these ultimate timers. Lalo na kay Sommer na lagi lang yung ginagamit super effectively. Getting zoned, Mitaka slowly making her way towards that Lord Pit. Pero si Sommer talaga, napakalaking sakit sa ulo. Bouncing ball form, Phantom Execution at na-steal na nga doon ni Mitaka yung Lord. Pero andito na yung Tyrant's Rage. Dalawa ay tinama into the wall. Yoji Bear, this time will not survive. Mega kill onto Kiso habang tumatakbo palayo the rest of the West Point Esports squad. But at least, they steal away the Lord.
Medyo pricey yung Lord na yun, being ang kapalit niya are two players from the side of WPE VIXENS. Ayun, nagbayad kagad si Mitaka. Right after she stole yung Lord, kinuha rin siya agad. And ng mga players ng MHRLK.
That really is a massive breathing space. Para dito sa West Point Esports VIXENS, no? 5,000 gold in their favor. Or behind pala yung VIXENS dito, no? But the Lord going their way really gives them a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, and especially at this time, sobrang kailangan nila yun.
Pero so far, Mitaka not having a good game at all. Mostly because Sommer, parang si Sommer dito, siya yung bodyguard, no? Hindi niya hinahayaan si Mitaka na makalabas ng sarili niyang jungle. But here we go. Ramichi again dealing a ton of damage into the back line. And that score line really is amplified. Yung difference between the jungles natin is amplified more by just how much impact Ramichi has always found. 203 is the score. And nakita natin isang ult lang doon ni Ramichi. Half HP na agad yung mga players dito ng West Point Esports Vixen. And that is the last thing that you want is a fed Hayabusa, because when you have a composition that's not necessarily built around tanks, yung Hayabusa na yun is gonna get enabled to shut you down over and over again. So it really makes it harder from there on out, especially because meron pa silang carry na kailangan i-shut down, no? Meron pa silang Eve na kailangan hulihin in the backline. And if you can't even get past the first two players, which is Somer and the Hayabusa, how are you gonna get through the back line? I don't think you can. That's the reason why VIXENS have yet to find anything in this game.
And if titingnan mo yung composition kasi ng VIXENS dito, halos lahat yan kayang pitasin ni Ramichi eh. Halos lahat yan kayang tumilong Hayabusa nila. Just like that, natunang yung tower ng VIXENS. They're going to take the orange buff.
Ito mo isang ult lang. 2,400 damage onto Chihiro. Had to use her own ult defensively. And lugi doon sa Chihiro kasi yung ulti ni Hayabusa has a lot faster of a cooldown. Lord already spawning up here. This is the first enhanced Lord of the game. And MHRLK, of course, first to get to that position. Somer, kumahanap na naman ng kakasan dito. Mitaka has to survive, has to look for something, has to look for the steal here. And we know that Mitaka is good for the steals because she's done that before.
Yes.
But with Lord slowly getting chipped down here, they have to start making a move soon. Yoji Bear takes the matters into her own hands. She tries to go in. Beatrice God for the reinforcement. 4,000 HP left. 14,000 HP left. Tyrus Ridge, ginamit para sa isa lang. Yoji Bear actually split certain defensively this time. Habang tumatakbo siya, hinabol siya ni Ramichi. Hindi nila alam how much HP is left on the Lord, which is why it's just gonna get reset by no one paying attention to it. Yoji Bear into the back line, but this is not helping her team at all because West Point Esports is getting crashed down by Kiso and Reclipse. 1v1 doon, but the Lancelot gets knocked up. Beautiful job from Somer bailing out her teammates as Ramichi goes on a killing spree. Wala na yung jungler, wala na yung glue, and that's going to signal the start of the Lord take from MHRLK G.
Very unfortunate for VIXENS here. Naging maganda sana nung na-reset yung Lord, giving them another chance to take it for their team. Unfortunately, since na-take down si Yoji Bear and si Mitaka, mas lalo silang nawalan ng pag-asa to take the Lord.
And the gold lead after that is only gonna get bigger from this point. Hindi pa nag-spawn dito yung Lord, and 10,000 na yung gold lead ng MHRLK G. It's very reminiscent of last game. The MHRLK G, it feels like a slow burn. A very calculated one at that, with Somer at the lead. Tignan mo, Somer, despite how aggressive she is this entire game, she hasn't had a single death. No one from MHRLK G has had a single death. And every single one contributing. And again, yung mga Eve natin of the day is just putting up so much to the table. Ramichi, okay, medyo nahuli siya dito, pero Hayabusa naman siya, can just dance around with the shadows. The Lord crashing down. The first inhibitor turret will not be taken yet by MHRLK G. Sayang, pero I think pwede naman nila. I think pwede nilang i-shutdown yun. Isang hahagisan lang ng tissue doon ni Somer. Yun na nga. That's the first inhibitor turret down for the count for West Point Esports Vix and MHRLK G. Task accomplished, and saktong-sakto pa. Kasi yung next Lord secure is gonna be spawning on the bottom side, habang yung inhibitor turret na nasira nila on the top side. This is a perfect setup para sa kanila. Get a little bit more map control.
Sobrang advantages talaga na nasa babayan kasi upgraded na yung mga minions na manggagaling sa top side ng MHRLK, and VIXENS badly need to do everything in their power para ma-defend yon. And of course, with the map being in favor of MHRLK, quote unquote, sobrang magiging mahirap itong mga susunod na minuto para sa VIXENS.
As if it wasn't hard enough for VIXENS, it's only gonna get harder from here on out. And the one good thing about their composition is because they have Lilia, sorry. They have a ton of wave control, wave clearing potential dito, no? So despite the fact na nabutas na nga yung base nila, they do have that wave control, wave clear para masira yung mga enhanced minions na magsispawn. And parang parang gold funnel papunta sa kanila. Because the waves are constantly crashing into their base, parang lumalapit na talaga yung gold sa kanila. No, all they have to do is buy time at this point. But can they do that? It's a 10,000 gold lead with every single player of MHRLK having an absolute blast of a game. Talagang this next Lord could be the game-ending Lord for MHRLK if they push it.
Kabaliktaran naman nung objectives ng VIXENS, yung kailangan gawin ng MHRLK, they have to finish the game as soon as time possible. Hindi na kailangan makadikit yung VIXENS kasi they have to take advantage of the lead that they have habang nasa kanila pa, habang hindi pa nakakahabol, habang hindi pa nakakapag-maximize ng builds ang VIXENS.
That's true. So later on, the Hayabusa is just gonna lose relevance, no? Kahit sabihin natin na maraming squishy targets dito on the other side of the equation, Hayabusa is gonna get easier and easier to be bursted down by these players on the other side. So they really have to end the game as soon as they possibly can. The good thing for them though is that they definitely have the tools to do so. No? They can definitely go for dives. Sobrang ganda ng mga setup lagi dito with the Kufra. And they've always had the damage. I mean, sobrang ahead naman talaga ng both mid laner and gold laner and even the X laner for that matter para sa kanila, no? So, it should be easy sailing from here on out unless they fumble. Unless may magkamali talaga dito, no? And this is one of the things that is sort of the bad thing if sort of what you lack on when you pick the Diggy is when you fall really behind. If you fail at shutting down the Kufra, there's not really much else for you to do.
True. But just like any other MLBB game, all it takes is one good team fight. Yun lang talaga to turn the tides around, and hindi pa imposible para maka-comeback ang VIXENS. It won't be easy, but it's not impossible. Tayo lang tayo ng ghost it out.
And here we go. Game back. And we are going to witness just how West Point is going to hold the doors here on their base. I believe na clear nila yung enhanced Lord doon, no? Which, again, evidence that they do have a ton of way clear. Pero namin Chi, kasama si Tito, naghahanap ng pwedeng mapasukan. Pali, nag-dash defensive din agad doon. So, they actually do not get the punish onto Pali there. Will be surviving after that. But MHRLK, they can just look for another fresh opportunity from here on out. West Point Esports hold the line. That's the game. That's the name of the game. One wave at a time. Until pumasok na dito si Sommer. Okay, hindi rin ginamit yung Tyrant's Revenge doon. Yung Tyrant's Rage, rather. As everyone from West Point just huddling up together. 1v1 on the jungling side of things. And tingnan mo naman yung damage dito ni Rami. Chi did use the ulti already, which forces out the recall from Mitaka at the perfect timing too, because the Lord has already spawned up. Someone has got to find something here for VIXENS, otherwise it's MHRLK all over. Mobilize connects, Tyrant's Rage isa lang yung tinamaan doon, so pumasok agad yung Westward VIXENS habang nilapag yung real world manipulation. Look at how long Ramichi is surviving until Unstoppable goes. Mitaka go down, Pali goes down as well, and a split from Yoji Bear keeps Kiso at bay, but for how long? West Point Esports VIXENS, 2 players go down, and MHRLK, since they took down Mitaka, they can take this Lord.
Another free Lord para sa MHRLK unit. With Mitaka out of the equation, wala na rin yung one of the primary damage dealers nila na si Pali. Mahihirapan ang VIXENS dito sa part na to.
Go half HP left on this mid-inhibitor turret. Kiso is not gonna let that survive. Rixali, of course, at this point on the carry is just a menace. And Kiso, mag-push na rin siya din sa bottom side inhibitor turret natin. No? Binubuksan talaga dito yung base ng West Point Esports VIXENS. habang wala pa yung Lord. So, ngayon, VIP treatment na. Nilabas na yung red carpet para dito sa Lord. Puntahan mo na lang yung base ng kalaban. Ito na nga. They going in. Ramichi cleaning up house. Beatrice God goes down. And Rexely takes down the last turret that is down on the bottom side. Can they hold the line here? Mitaka is not surviving at all. Real manipulation to keep them at bay. And the Lord is smashing away, hacking at the base of West Point Esports. Can they hold the line? Ang tagal buhay ni Yoji Bear until he gets shut down. Beatrix God, nakahanap pa ng isa. Maharlika G, can they end this right here, right now? Fight of execution will be the last bastion of defense for West Point as they hold on for dear life.
Sobrang nakakatakot ng turn of events na to para sa VIXENS. Giba eh. Malapit na, as in sobrang close call nung assault na yon coming from Maharlika G unit. Nakuha nila si Kiso and nakita natin yung strength ng Maharlika G unit doon sa throughout this game na alam nilang hindi sila pwede mag-overstay. And that is one of the things that has made them sustain this score sa ating board ngayon.
It's also the turning point na ni Chihiro dito, no, at ni Pali. Despite kahit sabihin natin na hindi maganda yung scoreline nila, no, it's still 20 minutes into the game. They're already getting those items inevitably. And nakita natin, no, halos na punish doon yung Maharlika G. Pero again, Maharlika G with the discipline, knowing when not to fight, has kept them alive in this encounter. And alam naman nila na the risk is so much bigger for them, so they would rather just call off a fight that's not going in their favor anymore and just try and reset. And that's exactly what they did there. Ngayon, conceal play mula kay Sommer, naghahanap ng pwedeng mahuli. May isang manakap doon. Tyrant Rage is available, pero ball form muna ang gagamitin niya to try and use it defensively. Real manipulation, gamit na agad. Vixely activates the ult. But Yoji Bear uses the split. Kumapit na nga doon sa kalaban niya, and it's Sommer, so it's not the best. And with the bouncing ball, will be staying relatively safe for now. Pero ito na, pwede nang pumalag dito yung VIXENS. Nakikita natin dito, hot in pwede nang pumalag. May damage na sila, but when it comes to the Lord takes, hindi nila pwede makontesto because the waves are crashing on at their base. Look at how quickly this is gonna be melted by Rick Celis. Wala na nga nila to, airborne, it's gonna be there, but West Point, lumalapit sila dito, pwede nila makontest. Hindi na sila kayang i-hold down ng at least isang player man lang ng Maharlika G, so they're gonna have to back off here. It's just a bait, it's a fight. They're gonna look for it this time. Tyrant's Rage, hinahanap ko dito, saan kaya kukonect si Sommer? Right now might be a perfect opportunity habang wala pa yung engagement, pero Ramichi, medyo malalim doon, nobody going down yet. Meanwhile, everyone from West Point is getting chipped down by the poke damage of this Hayabusa. So they have to recall now. Meanwhile, Maharlika G, pwedeng sa mga startlet ng Lord take dito. Sommer leading the charge. Yoji Bear pumasok na nga doon with the glue. And Mikaka slowly making his way towards the opening, papunta doon sa may Lord. Beatrice God, unti-unti na rin malapit. Sommer may santrimaan with the Tyrant's Revenge. Everyone going in, split, flicker backward. Yoji Bear lumayo muna doon, which means that he's in a very vulnerable spot. Pumasok na nga si Ramichi dito with the shadows. Will be surviving for now, pero look at the Lilia. Tyrant's Rage invested just for that. Chihiro dealing the artillery damage, and one by one Maharlika G are falling apart. Rexely will be surviving, so as Ramichi, pero pinupush na nga yung base dito ni Rexely. It's a base race, but Maharlika G cannot pull it off. They peel away from the Lord, and VIXENS by themselves. So much space.
Trying to be sneaky doon sa play ngayon, thinking na wala makakapansin sa kanya. Good team fight for VIXENS. Napakaganda execution ng ginawa nila doon, taking down 3 members of Maharlika G unit. Ito na yung sinasabi natin na nagsasarado na yung gap, yung advantage na meron yung Maharlika G unit kanina earlier in the game. Unti-unti nang nawawala. And nagiging patas na yung laban. And all it takes, like I said earlier, is one good team fight.
Again, another Lord fight happening. Pwede pa to steal dito, so they have to be careful. Hindi makapasok si Ramichi, so that is the enhanced Lord this time for VIXENS. Ramichi getting shut down. Chihiro is just too big of a threat to ignore at this point. The Maharlika G, they're slowly running out of options. They still have a ton more map control, but nakikita nila na hindi na nila kaya yung team fight because of Pali, because of Chihiro especially. At kailangan lang talaga mag-buy ng space dito ni Yoji Bear to enable Chihiro. And ang hirap din kasi shutdown ni Chihiro kasi pagka naging 1 HP siya, mag-ulti lang siya, instant full health ulit yung Lilia, and can deal a ton of damage as well kasi kompleto na yung items niya, yung mana reserves niya at this point almost infinite na ngayon yan yung Lilia, no? So MHRLK, they have to be very very smart with how they approach this next team fight because one mistake is all it takes to tip the scales here. And speaking of tipping the scales, the gold is almost at a deadlock at this point. Everyone picking up their 5th, 6th items. Meanwhile, MHRLK, they don't have the same wave clear. They don't have the same damage, the same AoE damage that VIXENS have, which means that their base is so much easier to crack open. The Lord crashing down. Top inhibitor turret is the first to get chipped down to 1 HP, pero buhay pa rin. Betis God, gusto niyang tapusin na yung job na yun, and she will eventually. That's 1 turret down for the count. MHRLK have to look for something right now. Somer, I'm looking at you to look for that opportunity. Conceal play mula sa kabilang side. And there goes the real manipulation. Tyrant's Rage, hinahanap-hanap pero walang may connect on. Split sa harap. Meanwhile, Suppress 2 come through. And that's the first Immortality 2 get popped there. Actually, in case of surviving, how? But the inhibitor turrets going down. Last one inhibitor turret for MHRLK and VIXENS. They're turning things around.
Nice play coming from VIXENS. Alam na ito na sinasabi natin, pwedeng bumaliktad yung laban. Sobrang muntik na si Kiso doon. If it wasn't, if not for the Winter Transition. Napakaganda ng comeback potential na meron ang WPE VIXENS. All they have to do is to push the game, to extend the game, bring it to a super late part, and kayang-kaya na nilang makipagsabayan sa MHRLK unit. Like I said earlier, wala na yung lamang na meron ang MHRLK unit kanina.
Let's see, 30 seconds. This is the last chance for MHRLK. They lose this. They lose the game. VIXENS already in the spot. Mitaka medyo malayo pa siya. Nakita siya doon ni Rami Chi. So both of the junglers are on the top side of the map. When it comes to rotating, they're both equally fast at getting to the bottom side, but the name of the game here is patience. Whoever pulls the trigger first is gonna have a massive disadvantage kasi nakikita naman natin, Yoji Bear is such a force to be reckoned with. Hindi siya ma-shutdown agad ng MHRLK, which is why every time pumapasok si Yoji Bear, ang hirap pumalag. Kahit sabihin natin ang daming damage dito ng isang kaya, hindi niya kayang i-burst down si Yoji Bear. Such is what's happening right now. You know, Somer, not nearly as tanky, down to half HP na agad. Lest it turned out, pero the fight's still breaking through at this point. Lord still up and running. Dumating na nga both junglers to their aid, but Yoji Bear nakabagamit na doon ng splits. Kiso at this point looking for anything he could start capitalize on. Chihiro na force out agad yung ulti. This is pretty good. MHRLK, they can turn around right now. Rixalee looking for the first target she can find, and ngayon sinusundan siya dito ni Yoji Bear, who's down to 1 HP. Immortality gets popped for the glue. And Rixalee with the first kill on the board dito. Sumusunod na nga yung kasunod, pero Pali will Immortality look for the engage. Rixalee gets destroyed by Mitaka going forward with the Lancelots. And this could be the turnaround point for West Point Esports, but they don't have the tank anymore. It's a 4v3, and MHRLK looking to back off. They don't have the retribution on MHRLK's side because Hamichi went down, remember. So Mitaka can just continue on with this enhanced Lord take. Kiso hindi mo lang makalapit doon. Somer, ginamit niya na yung Tyrant's Rage kanina, but it's already off cooldown. Then look for another engagement at this point. Meanwhile, the minions very thin on the side of MHRLK. So pwede talaga ito ng VIXENS. Do they have enough damage to shut it down soon enough? 2 seconds left para mag-spawn dito si Ramichi. And I think that's it. I think VIXENS have secured this Lord, and MHRLK, their time to play defense.
Magiging mahirap ang defense na to for Maharlika G unit. Rixily out for 25 seconds more. Ito yung inihintay talaga ng VIXENS eh. Even with pabayaan ni Pali yung minion waves doon sa lower side, mas pinili niyang bumaba para tulungan si Mitaka na kunin yung Lord. It would be much faster nga naman kung kasama nila si Pali na kunin yung Lord na yun.
Kailangan nila mag-send ng isang player towards that Lord to deal with it early before it gets to their base. Kasi nakita naman natin, the last time this happened, their base got cracked wide open kahit na punong-puno yung minions, yung mapa kanina, yung towers nila. West Point Esports, inuunahan nila dito. Inuunahan nila yung MHRLK G makapag-push, makalabas ng base nila, and it's working beautifully here. Ngayon, tira mo, MHRLK G, their attention are split between all lanes. And where are they gonna put Rixily? Si Rixily lang yung realistically kayang mag-shutdown ng Lord na to, pero sobrang kuna to. Well, manipulation na nilayout agad dito sa my middle side. At si Kiso hindi na lang towards the top side. Kailangan lang maghanap ng engagement, but they also have to deal out with the Lord. So now, West Point Esports, they can strike. Conceal play, papasok na nga dito, and may isang player silang nahuli doon, and it's gonna be Sommer going down, run on Titan's Ridge. This is the start of the downfall. Take a look at Red Clips in the backline. Rixily, 1 HP, habang humahampas yung Lord sa base. West Point Esports, they turn it around, and they have completely put the game over its head, pero wala pa silang minions. MHRLK G, they can buy enough time here. Rixily has already healed up to full HP. West Point Esports, wala pa silang na-push dito. It's a really good time by stride for MHRLK G that's netting them off this pace. But West Point Esports, they're still pushing down. They're still trying desperately to crack open the base of MHRLK G until the minions dwindle out. West Point still in the area. Medyo risky na to kahit wala na dito si Sommer. Half HP na yung mga players ng VIXENS. Wala na rin yung mga immortality na dito, kaya pwedeng pumasok yung MHRLK G. Rixily getting a little bit iffy, will go down over the wall, but can go back into that base. Rixily pumasok na nga dito. Lancelot doesn't deal as much damage as they hope it would because that is a tank, but they go back in. Pumasok na nga dito si Ramichi. Wala siyang na-shutdown. The Thorn Rose from Mitaka just dealing a bit of chip damage as West Point back off and retreat for now.
Grabe, itong huling inhibitor turret ng MHRLK G unit nata, yung pinakamatibay na turret na nakita ko. Sobrang daming attempts para basagin ka rin, no? It was the minions who finished the job for them. WPE VIXENS positioning themselves para sa darating na Lord fight, and they are really looking good dito sa series na to, dito sa laban na to, and they have a huge chance of reversing the results into their favor.
That they do. They fought the long way back into this game.
Malayo. Masyadong malayo si Pali.
And dito na tayo sa 31-minute mark. Halos 100k na yung pera dito ng VIXENS. These players, these heroes cannot get any stronger than they are right now. Titan's Ridge namin ni Sommer, and in a desperate attempt to start off the team fight, Conceal to use as a defensive play, pero that forces Kiso to go into the backline single-handedly. They do not have enough damage. That is the Winter Tension buying Kiso a little bit of time, but Kiso will inevitably go down here until he survives. Until Kiso actually finds some way, somehow to survive. 1v1 doon sa my bottom side. Yung dalawa nating jungler, medyo malayo doon sa Lord. Pero pwede itong simulan ng West Point Esports VIXENS, knowing na magre-recall pa dito si Ramichi, and Pali is available for the Lord take. Look at how healthy the Lord is. 80,000 HP. This is very, very hard to take down kung sino man makakuha dito. And it's gonna be definitely the game-ending Lord. MHRLK, everyone already here. Nagsiset up na nga si Sommer. Nakikinig to ng West Point, which is why they're gonna back off for now. Tiki gonna be absolutely crucial. Titan's Rage, yun nga, hinabol nila Beatrix God, but even then hindi sila makahanap ng pick-off. It's Pali dealing the blunt sum of the damage dito while just healing against the lifesteal. MHRLK G, it's just the pull and tug of who is going to come up ahead, who is going to pull the trigger first. And kailangan pumasok ni Sommer, but with the Titan's Rage down, wala ring ultimate si Rixily. All they have to do here, all they can do here, is look for the steal. They don't want to fight. They don't want to risk it at this point because every single player from West Point Esports has got their ultimate up and running. and they're just pulling away at the Lord. This time, pumasok na nga dito Sommer, bouncing ball form, and everyone crashing down on her. Sommer in the middle of 3 people. This is a little bit risky. Immortality almost pops, and there you go. Sommer gets popped immediately. Immortality on the other side of the equation. That's left. Bali has got to survive this, but MHRLK G, they're holding on. Reclipse emerges to save the day, and Bedrus God is going to run for the hills dito. Yoji Bear na lang yung may matatakbuhan pa because she is so tanky as Mitaka recalling to try and save the base, save the game from falling apart, but Yoji Bear go down and they're starting to walk towards the base of West Point Esports. Hindi nila kailangan ng Lord. Minions are what they need though, and it's a 1v3 between Mitaka and 3 people from MHRLK G. Fast execution, try and buy herself a little bit of time, pero that's all she can do for this moment. And now, they got ng ulti. MHRLK G forces out the victory and they advance forward.
Sobrang dikit ng laban na yon. So, West Point was able to extend it to a super late game.
Wow.
More than 30 minutes of MLBB. Na-item lock na parehong teams. It all boils down to which team has a better position, has a better plan, and has more resources during that last moment.
Grabe yung pag-turnaround doon ng MHRLK G. They were just playing around cooldowns, playing around whatever resources that you had, as you mentioned. And the target selection was absolutely on point. I mean, they knew na basta may makuha silang at least one player, they'd be able to turn things to their favor. Kahit walang wall na matamaan yung Tyrant's Reach doon, basta mahila niya papalapit sa team niya and just find that opening pick, it would have signaled the start of the fight going in their favor. And the one good thing that happened there for MHRLK G was that they were able to pop a lot of the immortalities early from West Point Esports, VIXENS, no, and they were able to somehow, some way find the Lilia and shut her down. And it's just so good to witness MHRLK G. A 30-minute break, the longest game, the 30-minute game, the longest game that we've had so far in this group stage, and the closest one for sure. Yes, West Point Esports, VIXENS, they're definitely still a team to watch out for in the lower bracket, but for now, MHRLK G, they're the first one to advance.
Yes. MHRLK G will be facing off with G Esports FE later tonight. Pero bago yun, WPE VIXENS will have to face ELIGUS HEDA mamaya sa first stage ng lower bracket natin. And I think we have an interview later. Pero bago yan, tingnan muna natin yung highlights ng ating game. Sobrang daming highlights. Ang daming maganda na nangyari.
Pero anong pa rin grabe pa rin talaga yung early game lead dito ng MHRLK G, no? West Point's playing to the strengths of their team still barely loses that game. Nakita natin, no? Isang team fight and naubos agad nila yung towers ng I believe we'll see that team fight later on, pero after that team fights naubos yung towers. I mean, for the majority of this game, isa lang talaga yung nakuha ng tower ng West Point Esports over the top side of the map during this clip. And then after that one fight, West Point, when they felt just a little bit confident na sabi nila, parang pwede na tayong pumalaga, they took the advantage, they took that opportunity and turned it around on MHRLK G's faces. I mean, nagka-reality check yung MHRLK G doon, no? Medyo na-dial back yung aggression nila. And that's why they took every single fight so methodically. They were just dancing around. Hindi sila nagpo-full commits until West Point Esports did so themselves. And, well, it was really a mind game. Kung sinong unang pumasok is going to have a massive deficit there. And Yoji Bear just wasn't tanking enough to weather that storm, the damage that could be dealt out by MHRLK G after that one team fight. That West Point Esports, out of all the desperate plays, out of all the beautiful plays that they pulled out, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough because MHRLK G just outfought them, just outplayed them. It's just raw mechanics at this point.
Tsaka aside from Sommer kasi andyan din si Kiso to take the damage for MHRLK G. So alam nila na
definitely true. And this is the undying turret. This is sabi mo, no? And I think this is what really could be highlighted for MHRLK G's playstyle, no? They are really good at recognizing just what to prioritize in these situations. And at that moment, they recognize that they don't need to go for a fight. The only thing they need to do is keep that turret alive. As long as may isa tayong inhibitor turret na alive, hindi super minions yung lalabas sa lahat ng lanes natin. And that gives us a little bit more map control. This is the longest fight that we've seen, pero it was the biggest turnaround because when Pali was the first to go down, that was the signal for MHRLK G to go all in. They just pressed forward. And take a look at this 1v3. It's a very good attempt from Mitaka. She knows na pwede siyang mag-buy ng time, pero hindi niya alam na kayang i-take yung base dito nung players ng MHRLK G. And that's just it for the game. Very, very close game. 21-8 is the scoreline, pero MHRLK G, despite the troubles, still able to close out the game.
Congratulations, MHRLK G unit. And I believe we have an interview sa kanila.
It was very, very close for that game. Very the closest one. I mean, it was a 21-8 scoreline, but that doesn't nearly reflect how the game went out. It was the MHRLK G show until, I don't know, the 20-minute mark, 19-minute mark. Tapos West Point Esports, they scaled. And then when it comes to scaling compositions, nakita talaga natin na pag umabot na sa point na yun, halos imposible nang mag-comeback, no? So when you get to that point that you got the scaling composition and you scale, especially because hindi lang naman isa yung scaling hero dito ng West Point, meron silang dalawa. It's really hard to come back from it. So it really took a ton of shot calling from MHRLK G on how to approach those fights. I really am curious to find out who the in-game leader of MHRLK G dito, no? Kasi that last fight that took forever to get concluded, that must have took some serious shot calling and everyone listening to that leader to pull that off for MHRLK G, no? And West Point Esports, I think they just it wasn't enough. That the scaling, the numbers just wasn't enough. Kasi the utility, of course, because of the Diggy being present, once the Diggy goes down, pwede nang pumasok dito si Sommer on that goof. And while it was effective for majority of the game, when it comes to the crucial moments, it's not enough. You need something else. You need an extra layer.
All right. And speaking of extra layer, we have Ramichi here from MHRLK G unit. Hi.
Hi po.
Congratulations. Ramichi.
Thank you.
Kamusta naman? And how are you feeling?
Hyped.
I would be too. I would be hyped too. That was a very long game that you guys just won. Talk us to how it got very long. Paano tumagal yung game na yun? Sino yung malaking sakit ng ulo para sa inyo in the VIXENS roster?
We had a hard time pushing because the def of Diggy and Lilia was really strong. So we couldn't end kasi maybe we'll choke, or so we decided to just be disciplined and wait for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw how disciplined you were. In that well, having said that, I want to know sino ba yung IGL nyo ng MHRLK G, because I feel like that last team fight was, feeling ko yung IGL nyo sumisigaw lang na sumisigaw. Wait lang, wag mo na tayong pamalag. Sino ba yung nag-IGL sa inyo during those crucial moments?
It was Sommer because she told us na wait, 5 seconds for my ult, and then yeah, and then I just heard, oh, she dashed in, so
ayun
I just went in.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kung sino yung unang pumasok, no? Kung sino yung unang magkamali, pasok agad. It's just in those moments, you just have to make the most out of it. You have any more questions for Nakakatakot no? At that point, anything could have happened. Do you have any message to your next opponents? And I can't believe now, first game nyo pa lang yan of this group stage na. Pero do you have any message to your future opponents? Potentially well, you're playing against GE Sports FE, no? Pero potentially makapasok kayo sa playoffs. Do you have any message to the players, to the teams you're gonna be facing off against?
Good luck po, and I hope we enjoy and have a great time.
Okay. A very nice message. Very sweet message. Thank you again for joining us here on this desk. And that's it for our interview. Thank you so much. Congratulations again to you guys, and best of luck from here on out.
Angas na, no? Yung ganong match pang ano yun eh. Pang finals eh. Pero yeah, we'll have to take a break. Sobrang tagal ng game na yun. Do not go anywhere. UniPin Ladies Championship will return. Got it.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come! Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
New skin ready.
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you. Big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time, Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
At nagbabalik ang UniPin Ladies Championship. Kami ang inyong casters. My name is Hot E. Kasama ko si Daydom. Kamusta ka na? Sobrang tindi ng mga huling laban na yun between MHRLK Unit and then West Point Esports VIXENS. So,
yeah, you said it yourself. Yeah, you said it yourself. It's a game, it's a series worthy of the finals, no? And nakita talaga natin both teams giving it all that they've got. It's the longest and by far the closest games we've had today, and it's just a shame na VIXENS are bumped down to the lower brackets this early kasi may chance na hindi sila makaabot sa ating playoffs. Pero I am really excited them going back further into the game, into our brackets, and makatapat pa yung iba nating teams, especially on the other groups, kasi grabe yung talent na meron talaga itong players na to. I haven't recovered from that last series, but we are about to head into our next matchup, which is going to be G Esports FE versus MHRLK G. Ulit, no, this is the next upper bracket matchup to qualify for the playoffs.
yeah. So before that, we'll be seeing yung lower bracket match
lower bracket
between ELIGUS HEDA and WPE VIXENS.
I mean, both squads here had a very strong showing in their first games respectively. No, it's just that West Point almost turned it around against MHRLK G. No, so that really shows to me that this is a team that is not going to give up about a game. They're going to try every single thing that they can before they throw in the towel, and it's going to start here, of course, with the drafting phase. West Point VIXENS are going to be starting off on the blue side, so sila yung mauuna magkaroon ng pick dito, no, and talagang ayaw nilang palagpasin tong Kaja, no.
And you gotta admire yung pinakita ng West Point dito, yung ipapakita ni West Point dito and dun sa previous game, because coming out of that game, kung ibang players yan, they will already be exhausted at this point. Sobrang it was a long ass game and sobrang daming nangyari. Mentally nakakapagod yun, and right after that they have to rush in and get back into the land of dawn against ELIGUS HEDA. Hindi madali yun.
Hindi talaga. It could be such a draining game, no, but that's just how it works. That's just how it is. You have to soldier on and continue on with everything that you've got. Bans now coming through. Joy 1-1 mula sa side ng ELIGUS HEDA. For the other side, Valentina off the table. So it seems like VIXENS again planning to go the Faramis route kung papayagan sila dito ng ELIGUS HEDA. And I'm really excited to see them play that type of composition. No, Glue band away as well. And well, Glue is actually surprisingly very, very powerful even when Glue goes behind. No, as we saw in that last game, nahirapan talagang sa early game dito si Yogi Bear. But even then, grabe pa rin yung tankiness niya. Ang hirap pa rin yung i-shut down as VIXENS. No, so they don't want to deal with that either. It seems like VIXENS want to try something else now.
Yan natin kung paano composition ang ipapakita ng dalawang team nito. Mukhang magiging iba from what they showed us earlier in their previous matches. This could be really interesting.
Franco off the table. Beatrix, una lang pinakita dito na ilalock in. Faramis probably gonna be a priority pick for ELIGUS if VIXENS did not go for that. Of course, they are the red side, so dalawa yung pwede lang prioritize dito, no? Arlot's up for grabs as well. Pwede pa rin si Fredrin. Again, so many choices available. It seems like Eve naman yung prioritize nila dito, no? And well, I think this is very, very justified. All of the Eves that we've seen in every game has dealt a ton of damage, even quietly in the background, as Arlot is gonna be secured, and yung classic response, of course, is gonna be the Lapu-Lapu, pwede ring Benedetta. But Paquito is a pick that I haven't seen in a good minute.
The purple dragon is
Joe,
ready.
oh.
Any
Value me?
Team is picking.
You should.
Joe?
I mean, these are flex picks. So far, no, Cho can fill the role of a tank, can also fill the role of a jungler. Pwede rin siya mag-XP lane dito. And with Fredrin, Fredrin getting locked up here, I think Fredrin is inevitably gonna take that jungle position. But either way, you can argue na pwede sila magpalit, no? So, at the end of the day, Cho, really solid flex pick and really can set up for some very good plays. And ito yung I'm almost sure na comfort pick dito na isa sa mga players ng West Point Esports, no? Because Cho is definitely not one of the strongest in the meta right now, but if you can set up a good Cho, if you are a good Cho, you can set up really well plays rather for your teammates.
Harry being secured by ELIGUS.
Your team is banning.
Shutting down far side para miss.
Is to trick the Reaper.
May the blood of my enemies flow from my spear.
You're looking for a mid laner dito for VIXENS, no? And there are a few options that come to mind with Farsa and Faramis being taken out. Novaria is definitely on the table dito. Joy band away as well, so you explain naman for ELIGUS HEDA is what's going to be a bit of a thinker. Explainer for VIXENS is going to be either the Cho or someone else. As we mentioned, that is a solid flex pick. But what I'm worried for VIXENS so far, wala pa silang variety in terms of damage, no? So they need that magic damage for sure.
Be there upon the first
Angela getting secured here. Okay, so it's probably going to be another pick here that's geared for the XP lane. It's the Leomord locked up. I'm loving this from VIXENS. They're going all out comforts, and this is them fighting for their lives dito. It's all over the place, and I love it. This is a VIXENS like putting all of their players as comfortably as they can. And I'm really excited to see this, especially against ELIGUS HEDA. Take a look at their comp here. Sobrang meta ng comp ng HEDA dito, no? So mahihirapan siguro dito yung VIXENS, but if they are on their main heroes dito, I want to see some fancy plays.
See how things will turn out. See that big sword. Oh, rock. Very interesting composition from WPE. Ito yung mga heroes na hindi mo madalas makita. Like Leomord. Yeah, Angela.
Even Cho at this point, not necessarily.
Oh yeah,
not necessarily popular choice anymore. I mean, sure sa solo queue, madalas natin siya makita, no? Pero in 5-stack teams, especially in competitive play, hindi na madalas nilalabas yung Cho. And it's for a reason. It's because the meta shifted more towards more sustainable heroes. Talk about Arlot and Fredrin as well. Pero Cho definitely could still keep up with those provided na you are comfortable on that hero. And besides, you don't pick a Cho for the damage or sustainability. Anyway, you use it for a little bit of CC and that mobility. Yung fact na pwede kang gumala around the map with relative quickness. You can roam around the map and respond to your teammates' calls is it's really nice to have as a Cho. Here we go. First lower bracket matchup dito sa ating Group B, and VIXENS facing up against HEDA after a very, very long game. Let's see kung may energy pa dito yung girls natin, no? Or if they are actually going to fall to the mercy of ELIGUS HEDA with a very powerful composition dito. Comfort picks across the board. VIXENS, well, I'm expecting them to play
face off.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to turn up dito. Jaya immediately chipped down to 1 HP dito ni Chihiro. So far, nobody really biting here. Okay, tinamaan si Beatrice Don, but the Little Wonder still goes in her way. And this is what I expect from this composition from VIXENS, no? Because they have a Leomord, because they had a Cho, and because they have an Angela, I expect a ton of grouping. Parang semi-ultimate bonding experience dito from West Point Esports VIXENS. No? They can definitely group up and rotate across the map together. Albeit it's not as powerful as an Estes perhaps, but they can definitely achieve the same thing kasi those 3 picks that they have are fairly mobile, each in their own sense of the word. And take a look, that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're splitting up, join towards that turtle lane, towards the turtle pit. Ibigay na una na agad dito and mukhang magkakaroon na nga ng unang engagement.
Slowly getting into position. ELIGUS HEDA needs to contest this. And as you know, si EOGVR is in the busy. Nitaka naman.
Red team hero has been slain. Hero has been slain.
Yeah, Banana securing the turtle there. Really good stuff from VIXENS, and they get 3 kills without any response from HEDA. As far as starters go, that is really, really good for VIXENS. They shut down ELIGUS HEDA. They couldn't even get close to the turtle because VIXENS again nauna sila dun dumatay because ang ganda ng rotations ng tatlo.
Although yes, nakuha ng ELIGUS HEDA ang turtle. Kapalit naman nun is 3 of their members.
There we go. Solis ang set up ng something here. Doesn't know that Beatrice God is right around the corner. Banana posing a little bit of a threat para kay Chihiro, but of course not going for it yet. And this is what I've been talking about, the roam potential of Cho. Absolutely there. But it's just a patience game agad dito, no, for VIXENS. Nobody just biting the bait yet.
Actually, good call for Solis, not going for that play. Naramdaman niyo siguro na si Beatrice God is there. There's the way of the dragon. All of the body. Kaya nag 3v1 situation dito sa bot lane. Si Hero going down in the hands of Jaya. Wow! Solid naman.
Control right here. Yogi Bear down to 1 HP will finally go down. And Jaya under tower who will get destroyed by the man on the horse himself. 3-for-1 trade in favor of VIXENS this time. And ang ganda nung simula ng fight na yun. God went for the jet kundo into a flicker into the way of the dragon and walang kawala. You see, I believe that was
Melorini, yeah.
Yeah, Melorini on that bottom side. And then naman, Beatrice God goes in to play the dragon.
This time si Solis naman ang naging victim niya. Okay, 3v4. 4v4, sorry. God, going down. Si Banana. Grabe, sobrang on point ni Mitaka dito sa paggamit niya ng Leomord ah.
Yeah, it's very, very good. And again, the engagement started off with Beatrice God going in with the Wave Dragon without hesitation, no? And that's really one of the things that's really nice to have when you have a Cho, is that alam mo na may bailout ability ka in the form of Shunpo, no? You just go in, Jet Kundo, Flicker, doesn't matter, use the Wave the Dragon para palapitin yung kalaban into your team, and then use the second part of Wave the Dragon para makalapit back and buy a little bit more CC for that player you just targeted. And just like that, VIXENS, 2 engagements in a row, massive success. They've netted themselves around a 4,000 gold lead at this point, 5 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. And VIXENS, well, they're keeping the same strategy. Kailangan mahanap dito ng ELIGUS HEDA kung nasaan si Cho o Beatrice God.
Beatrice God dito. Here comes the cavalry. Goji Bear taking down Solis. Melorini backing away. Ayun mga. Hindi talaga nag-overextend ng VIXENS eh.
Ang galing talaga nila mag-recognize ng parang lines to not cross. And again, it's Mitaka just creating finding so much damage there. And even when they go for tower dives, they don't overextend their bounds. VIXENS again off to a hefty lead here at the start of the game. 28 seconds to the next big objective. That's going to be the turtle. An opportunity for VIXENS to balloon itong lead na meron sila to an even bigger one. Simulan niyo mula yung purple buff doon, pero tinan mo yung setup dito nung Cho natin. Beatrice God naghahanap agad ng opportunity, and here comes the real manipulation.
Chihiro. But look at how they position themselves para lang ma-zone out yung HEDA. It's God. Testing the waters. Titignan ko sinong pwede niyang mapitas. Ihatid sa kanyang.
Solis trying to run for the hills. And habang dito ng 4 players, Mitaka on the monster kill, on the hunt. VIXENS umahabol pa rin. Look at the man, Mitaka. She is just going crazy. And yung Leomord natin, unstoppable na at this point, just enabling everyone on the VIXENS side to actually just farm, essentially. Tama si Pali. Pali's just chilling on the sidelines because she knows that Mitaka can handle every single one that she runs across to. And this type of space is really off the back of the investment of Beatrice God in that early game. Yung dalawang Wave the Dragon na ginamit niya in that early game, make that 3, lets them off another beautiful pick off here. Banana in a bit of trouble, and everyone collapsing on her. so far, smooth sailing for VIXENS dito, no? It's just a ton of space created for their side. Tignan mo, even 1v2, hindi mo lang makapalag dito ang players ng ELIGUS HEDA. For the moment, VIXENS trying to create another opportunity. Beatrice God's got the flicker ready once more with the Way of the Dragon. This could prove to be another deadly combo available for the Cho. So far, no one overstepping their bounds for the moment.
It's like they're using the orange buff as bait. Parang lumabas yung ELIGUS HEDA.
Exactly. Malarini. Okay, mukhang naghahanap na ng opportunity dito. Dash in for Yoji Bear. And they decided na kunin lang na itong orange buff to at this point. Just try and get the tier 2 tower on the top side instead. But the problem with ELIGUS HEDA's composition right now is that they don't have a robust engage to try and capitalize off the overextensions na pwedeng gawin dito ng VIXENS. They have a Grok as a tank. That's not really the best when it comes to starting fights. Arguably, it's one of the more hard ones to start fight with because Grok compensates for that with the damage that he deals. That's why, take a look, even though ang lalim ng VIXENS doon sa orange side na yun ng mapa or even in the tower engagement na pwede sanang pumalag ang ELIGUS, they couldn't because they don't have the tools to do so. And now, VIXENS, they walk away for free and they're gonna start off this Lord thing.
Sobrang layo ng on the Lord. I think, yeah, they took, the VIXENS took the Lord uncontested. Sobrang libre ng Lord nankuha ng VIXENS, and with only one turret taken from their side, sobrang laki ng lamang ng VIXENS dito.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Here we go. VIXENS just pushing down at the base of ELIGUS HEDA. Ang hirap for us, ELIGUS HEDA. How are you going to come back from this? How are you going to start a fight even? How are you going to look for an engagement when every single time it's VIXENS that start off the fight for you? But the one good thing about the composition, marami silang wave clear for the moment. But Jaya looking for something, somewhere that she could place that damage to. And it seems like wala silang may sagot dito. They're just patiently waiting for the Lord to come in. And look at just how much taunting Beatrice can do because she knows there's no way she can get punished.
This is about the same situation that the VIXENS were in the last game against MHRLK. They know how it is. They know how to engage or how to deal with this kind of situation. Sobrang gamit na gamit yung Lord dun sa part na yon. Look at how Pali pokes at the inhibitor turret.
Haba yung range niya. It's gun na gamit niya eh. So it doesn't really damage the tower all that much, but it does give them a little bit more pressure. ELIGUS HEDA, wala silang magawa. It feels very, very choking that this was suffocating for them. Out of control of this game. It's a 11,000, 12,000 gold lead for the VIXENS at this point. And ELIGUS HEDA, they can't even look for engagement. It doesn't matter if they're not that far behind. But even if they aren't, they can't look for a fight. It seems like this is going to be the final one here.
Uwi muna si Chihiro for mana. Bakit siya dun?
She's not even moving.
Ni Beatrice got dito.
She's not threatened at all here by the players of ELIGUS HEDA because they have nothing. They have no CC. They have a Grok. It's really, really hard to start a fight as a Grok, or anyone for that matter sa side nila, no? So again, yeah, that's true, but like it's not nowhere near close to what they need right now. As the Lord getting started, Beatrice God, that's what she's doing right now. She's just creating that space, as now they're getting crashed upon on.
Ooh, yeah. Radical here live. Yun lang with Banana. The only one left. How do we able to defend? They actually don't need to wait for the Lord anymore. This could be it.
Could be it indeed, as that is going to be West Point Esports marching down the base of ELIGUS HEDA, and they should be the close of the series here. They will be sending ELIGUS HEDA home, and this is the start of potentially the Cinderella comeback here of West Point Esports VIXENS with a massive lead in that game.
A very impressive game for WP VIXENS. Congratulations. They'll be moving forward to the second round of the lower bracket, waiting for whoever loses between G Esports FE and MHRLK G Unit.
That's going to be another match to watch out for, no? But VIXENS, again, proving to us that they really know the strengths of their composition. Yun palang Cho pick, alam ko na that they were very, very comfortable heading into this game, and it was proven very, very well, more than tenfold here. So that's probably VIXENS from here on out, because they are playing for tournament life now. They're gonna want to move over towards those picks that give them as much confidence as they could. If you could see the Cho kanina, no, she just exudes confidence at that point. Doesn't give a care in the world kung makolapsan siya ng players ng ELIGUS HEDA, no, because she was just super confident in her abilities to outplay them all. And she was the one who enabled the start of the advantage here. Beatrice God, off the back of just rotating around the map and paggamit dun sa Way of the Dragon, it was just so good. And ELIGUS HEDA, well, apart from the fact that they got napikan sila ng, I think mga main dito ng VIXENS, wala din silang tools para pumalag, para makapag-start ng fight.
I mean the damage output is there, pero yung crowd control talaga, yun yung lacking sa HEDA.
They did not have much. I mean, they barely had any crowd control, which is, yes, I absolutely agree with you there. So West Point Esports VIXENS, they will be moving forwards into the lower brackets, pero wala, there's not really much to break down from here on out. VIXENS, they're just a very fundamentally gifted roster, and when you give them the tools, when you give them their favorite, or when you give them heroes that they can perform and that they love to perform, and you know that they will. And ELIGUS HEDA, well, they just didn't have anything to try and mitigate the fortress that is West Point Esports VIXENS. And that's just the way the match went. There's not much they could do, and they didn't do much at all in that game. Let's take a look at the start fight one more time. It's a 3v4 at the start of it, and VIXENS, they still cleaned it up.
Sobrang laki na advantage when it comes to crowd control, and at that point kasi nag-snowball na talaga yung resource, yung potential ng VIXENS, and it was very one way dun sa part na yan.
20-4 scoreline here for West Point Esports VIXENS. What's performance, ending the game in very, very convincing fashion. Congratulations to West Point Esports VIXENS. It was a very good game, to say the least here. Almost a perfect game again for them. And I believe we have an interview here of the girl who herself played the Cho in a bit. I'm really excited for that, but what a performance here for West Point Esports. I mean, I was worried at first na kulang sila sa magic damage, no, but they proved me wrong. They just destroyed.
West Point Esports, how are you? Kamusta ka naman?
Doing well po.
Parang that's more than well. Goodness, hindi lang well yon.
I want to ask you, Vixen, Beatrice God, what was the reasoning? What was the logic behind this composition? Because this is not typically what you see, no, in the meta anymore. So, like, what was the driving force, or what was the reason why you guys went for this Cho composition?
Napapractice naman na po namin siya before, and yun, mastery din po namin kasi yung mga hero na napick namin. So, comfortable po kami i-pick siya.
Exactly. So, ano nga talaga nila ito, favorite heroes, kumbaga. And grabe, speaking of favorites, your performance on that show really was on point from start to finish there, no? Is Cho your main hero?
Yes po.
I called it right there. It's fairly easy to read that, no. And now that you pulled this off, though, are there other? I don't wanna prod and pry your composition playbook dito, no. Pero dahil pinakita nyo na to, meron pa ba kayong ibang type of composition na off meta like this?
Meron pa po. Worth watching po siya for the next game and possibly playoffs po.
Possibly. I'm really excited for that. One last question for me dito, no. And I know it sucks that you guys are in the lower bracket this early in the group stage, no. Pero I think it's fair to say that you guys still have a chance to get to the playoffs. And when you get to it, sino yung team na pinaka nilo-look forward nyo na makalaban ulit?
Yung Zol po siguro kasi multiple times na po namin sila nakakalaban sa other tournaments and most of the time medyo off po. So gusto po namin makabawi sa kanila.
There you go. They're out for revenge. Not just sa MHRLK G, pero pati sa Zol FE dito. No? You have any more questions for our resident Cho main dito?
No, just a quick message probably para sa susunod nila makakalaban. Anong masasabi niyo?
Yes. You have a message for your next opposition dito.
Good luck, have fun.
Okay. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us here at the Caster Desk, Beatrice God, and best of luck to you for your next coming up matches. So thank you so much for joining us dito sa Caster Desk.
Thank you po.
Salamat. Thank you. And yeah, up next we have G Esports FE versus MHRLK G Unit for the qualifiers for the playoffs. Do not go anywhere. UniPin Ladies Championship. We'll be right back.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come! Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every
And we are back mga Chief Hot E here. Kasama ko pa rin si Daydom para sa UniPin Ladies Championship.
Yes, we're deep into the group stages and ngayon meron tayong playoff spots game. It's gonna be between G Esports FA and MHRLK G unit. We got the G teams na meron dito sa ating Group B, no, and they're gonna be competing for the first seed sa playoffs natin in our second group of the day, and both these squads really had a phenomenal game going up to this point. But MHRLK G, they really performed absolutely wonderfully against West Point Esports VIXENS until they weren't, but then they did again.
I mean, the MHRLK G really looked so good in their previous match. I'm actually scared. Sobrang galing yung pinakita nila. I'm really excited to see what they have in store for G Esports FE.
Let's take a look again at the players, at the team nila. and how they are situated habang naglalaro sa ating games. MHRLK again with the beautiful boot camp. Ang ganda naman ng dingding na yun. And you can see the players there. They're just chilling, just waiting for the lobby to get started for this very moment. No, and what I love about MHRLK G's playstyle is it's very assertive. No, it's very very similar to West Point, but West Point, when push comes to shove, they're really good at extending the game at just raw defensive play. But MHRLK G, it feels like they're a team that even if you push them back really hard, they're still gonna try and get creative and not play the game, and play the game more than one way.
And natin banning phase nasa blue side of MHRLK G unit. They get the advantage of getting the first ban and the first pick. Yan, pinag-uusapan nila maigi kung sino ang unang ban para sa game nito. Of course, the winner moves on and qualifies for the playoffs, while the losing team will be facing West Point Esports Vixen para sa lower bracket seed.
Perhaps makakita ba tayo dito ng revenge matchup sa lower bracket? Because remember, MHRLK G is who sent Vixens to the lower bracket. It was the longest game, the closest game we've had thus far. And if they do not succeed against G Esports, they're going to be facing off against West Point Esports, who has a vendetta against them. Not just them though, but a certain team on the other side of the bracket dito, no? Pero hindi pa sila magkakakita. They will only have a chance to face off against each other kung makaabot ang Vixens sa ating playoffs, no? But for now, it is G Esports FE na makakatapat ng MHRLK G. It's MHRLK G puts up 2 bans on the board. Sila this time yung parang gusto mo prioritize ng Faramis, but I'm looking at the composition in the previous game, and well, they pulled off something creative dito, no? Lapu-Lapu with Akufra, and then they've got a carry, Eve, and then Hayabusa. No? Last time they prioritized the Eve and left the Faramis open. I believe they didn't ban the Faramis until the second rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing again this time, especially considering na sobrang galing ni Eclipse mag-Eve. Probably one of her favorite heroes din dito.
Tingnan natin kung how things will unfold, kung paanong diskarte ang ipapakita sa atin ngayon ng MHRLK G unit, at kung paano ito masosolusyonan ng G Esports FE.
Franco banned away again. MHRLK G, ayaw talaga nilang pumalag sa pick composition, no? They really are all about that team fighting. Fanny banned away. Yun nga, isa pa natin hindi pa nakikita, no? Fanny is well, fairly decent in today's meta. Pwede siyang gamitin. I've seen a fair bit of Fannies in a previous tournament, I think about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and I'm pleasantly surprised by the impact that Fanny finds. She's good, a good pick. Still not good enough to be ban worthy in my opinion, but still a fairly good pick. Unless meron nga dito hindi tayo alam na mga main comfort heroes, no? First pick this time gonna be the Novaria. Very similar to the Eve.
Yung Fanny kasi, speaking of Fanny kasi is one of those heroes na nagre-require ng mataas na mastery and proficiency para maging effective. So that's probably why we don't see that much Fanny users na magaling talaga. So ayun. Pero it's kind of interesting na binan siya ng G Esports FE, no? Unless they know something we don't.
Second rotation of the picks here. G Esports scour through what they could prioritize. Blue na naman. And it makes a ton of sense. Oh, they picked Ling with Lancelot wide open. And madami pang pwede gawin dito to try and cancel out that Lancelot, no? And well, this is kind of a really smart pick from G Esports, no? Because one of the things that you can do to counter a Ling is with single target CC. And if you take a look at the bans of MHRLK, they were the ones who banned such heroes na proficient at single target. You got Kaja and Franco. So that really limits the options na pwedeng i-pick dito ng MHRLK to counter the Ling. But of course, the Lancelot is going to be there. But keeping him at bay, keeping him locked up in a single spot, it's going to be really, really hard.
Odep? I think I can bring out Odep. Parang
If they lock this up, it's going to be very, very interesting. If mayroon silang Odette, that could pave the way for other picks to come into fruition, such as a Johnson. But mukhang hindi nila itutuloy yun, just going for the carry instead. And if you remember, this is the same marksman na meron last game, MHRLK G. They went for Rixalee on the carry. It was particularly effective. So this time, it's more of a respect pick, though. They don't want to give Rixalee the carry back. Now, of course, that makes a ton of sense considering the performance of Rixalee in that last game. But the one thing that's parang kulang pa sa GE Sports dito, they don't have much CC yet, and of course, they don't have that magic damage dealer in the form of a mid laner. So yun yung two things that they're looking for here.
May banning Brody.
Payback is banning.
Ben's now coming out one more time. Farsa banned away by MHRLK G. Remember, Eve is available as well. Makes me wonder if that's going to be the option here for GE Sports. Yeah, Farm is up as well. Pero may Valentina ban na nga tayo dito. So pwede pick yun dito ng either squad, no? Of course, would be more ideal for GE Sports FE. Pero uy, Diggy, parang gusto mag-kufra dito ng GE Sports.
Or baka gusto nila mag-Atlas.
The ocean is not just our home.
Oh, yun. Tinanggalan ni Atlas.
I used to go with Atlas this time, so yes.
There's a chance na gusto nyo mag-Atlas. So move Atlas din.
Yan natin. Of course, Diggy is picked against those two heroes as well. Pero mukhang Kufra na nga yung magiging final choice dito ng GE Sports FE. So yeah, there you go. They round up their compositions with a fair amount of CC. Magic damage na lang yung kulang, and they definitely have a lot of options in that regard. If I would expect would be the go-to. Meanwhile, tank naman yung wala pa for MHRLK G. Ooh. Lolita would make a lot more sense than a Grok. No, they don't have much CC either. Mia, though, would be a particularly interesting choice. I mean, they can go for it. But yeah, Melissa would be much safer.
I will protect you.
Your team is picking.
Interesting. Okay.
So they're going to be locking up the Savior. I believe that is the second time we're going to be seeing a Savior for GE Sports here. Or for the entire day so far. GE Sports locking that up gives them, of course, a very similar playing field to the Novaria. And accomplishes almost the same thing. Deal damage from afar. But the one difference is that Novaria acts more like a farsa na mas madaling makaroam around the map, no? So there's that. You can assert more global presence pag umikot ka around the map, no? And there you have it. Stage is set for both of our squads in the first battle for the playoff spots dito sa ating group letter B. And MHRLK G coming off of a very exhausting win against West Point Esports might come into play here, but G Esports FE, they're gonna want to pump the brakes. They're gonna want to tell MHRLK G, you know what, we're gonna stop you right where you stand with this double tank composition. But tingnan natin kung kung magagawa ba nila yon in this matchup as we head into the land of Dawn. So much CC, so much tankiness dito sa side ng G Esports F. That's the one thing I am a little bit worried of. That's very worrisome from MHRLK G. They don't have something like a carry that can chip down these tanks.
Talaga yung rotation nila. It's really
early aggressive play mula kay Kiso dito. But face check it. Kesh, of course, is a glue. Medyo tank siya at this early stage of the game. And now Rixley down to 1 HP kagad, no, in this matchup towards the top side. And pare-pareho yung skin na nakikita natin dito sa mga Novaria, no? But well, yeah, if new hero kasi, so it makes sense.
Wala pang shadow skin. Give it a year.
Even a few months, potentially magkakaroon tayo ng more skins on that Novaria, on that Melissa rather, not the Novaria. But here we go. Another cheeky setup mula dito kay Kairos, who this time is rocking the Kufra. And I would expect na mas proactive dito yung playstyle ng ng G Esports FE, because they do have 2 tanks. They do have a lot more proficiency in the early game, especially in the form of that Kufra. And for the most part, it seems like Kesh is solely guarding yung presence on the bottom side dito ni Janelle. They really want to make sure that Janelle has a breeze in this bot side matchup against the enemy mage as well. But the turtle, of course, gonna get studied here by MHRLK. Tingnan natin kung makakapalag ba dito. Yung Ling ni Naru does have the Tempest of Blades available.
Grab. Just like that, comfortably. Aalis lang si Kesh. Janelle will be walking home safely. So yung mga heroes talaga na ayaw makatapat sa XP lane. Sobrang kukunat. And of course, with the damage potential na meron ng Lapu-Lapu at and Blue.
Of course. First turtle this time, well, secured ng, I believe, G Esports, no? They secured that first turtle, netting them off a little bit more gold, a little bit more leeway. Pero top side, mga magkokalaps na sila dito.
Clips trying to go for the pokes, but no pickoffs will happen. It's the flash nito sa top lane.
For another engagement, you can see Kairos setting up another Tyrant's Revenge play. Kasi hinahanap niya kung nasan pa dito si Rixley. She knows that Rixley is probably around the area somewhere. The thing is, there's a counter setup from the other side of the equation. Rambi makes her way towards the top side of the map as well. This time, Ibigay ng MHRLK G yung turtle natin. There's 20 seconds left on the turtle timer. And Somer is going to be here for the setup. Everyone's got their ults up available. One key to watch out for is the Numenon Blast from Somer. But on the bottom side, some engagement.
Ayun na, ginamit na nga ni Eclipse yung ultimate na protection. Make sure na wala doon yung G Esports malapit server.
Turtle spawning up. Kairos, nandito na siya. Trying to hold the line. But MHRLK G is already in the area. Kailangan lumapit dito ni Naru. Remember, she is a Ling after all. So pwede siya mag-Tempest of Blades. But 6,000 HP left. They're gonna look for the fight.
Nakuha ng MHRLK ang turtle, but in return, they had to give up. So, diyan na naman ang pinili ang nakuha na ito sa side of esports. Another Astral Echo, pinakawala nila dito. Kairos, counting away to safety. Tuwi muna siya.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade so far. It's a dead even game for the moment. And MHRLK G, yeah, fantastic job of rotating across the map. But same is true for G Esports now. So both squads just giving all they've got. Thorn Rose into the Phantom Execution, pero damage does not connect from the ult. So hindi niya ma-shutdown doon si Janelle. But a decent attempt gives them a little bit of leeway. So
very
far,
attempt from Ramichi going to that tower dive. So wala siyang nakuha. Kairos looking for an opportunity para sa kanyang Tyrants.
Charge up the thing about the thing about the Kufra though is nakikinig yung charge up ng Tyrant's Revenge niya, no? Kahit nasa bush siya, so alam agad yung mga kalaban mo na paparating dito yung Kufra, no? But if you are unpredictable enough, you can look for opportunities either way. And ang haba kasi ng range ng Tyrant's Revenge na yun, pero ito napapasok kasi Naru, potentially looking for someone to shut down. With the turtle spawning up, both squads starting to rotate towards that area. Ramichi though going for a fight.
Kiso and Ramichi getting into position. Zone out Naru. Of course, Naru can just jump over those walls. Para sa mapagod turtle. Split.
Oh! Huge Numenon Blast nanggaling doon mula kay Sommer, but at the end of the day, so turtle getting secured by MHRLK G. Punish about to come through. Ramichi, it's running off to the sunset. And Kela Lisi, well, it's just dominating this 1v1 over towards this cold lane. And ang lalim naman doon ni Kiso. Nice flicker backward mula kay Kesh. MHRLK G still pressing on wherever they can, providing so much pressure on both ends of the map here. I'm not sure kung na-push na nga yung mid lane turret dito ng MHRLK G. I think they did. Yes. Yeah. And Kesh. This is why they're putting a lot more attention towards the side lane, because na-push yung mid and side. So that's naturally where they're going to want to put their attention towards. And they're so good at doing this because they have every other angle covered. When they're pushing on the top side, they got the bot side covered, and vice versa. Which is why G Esports hirap na hirap sila makahanap ng bawi.
One by one, isa-isa na ng MHRLK G unit. Ang mga turrets ng G Esports FE. Looking for that match and with the topping Kairos, Lisi, and Janelle making sure that they'll be able to secure that first turret.
Sommer going in. This is a very thick fight. Kalalisi down to 1 and Rick Sully to shut her down. Kairos, nagamit niya na. Tyrant's Revenge na doon. Bouncing ball form and oops, may paparating, and that's Naru with the Tempest of Blades. Gets the knock up onto Sommer. That's gonna be the easy punish onto that. Lord has spawned, but the kills go over towards the side of MHRLK G. 2 for nothing in favor of them.
Yeah, very unfortunate for G Esports FE, especially na lumabas ng Lord. Medyo mahihirapan sila to get into position ng maaga. Although aabot naman si Kesh para makababa after bago magsimula yung Lord fight.
Okay, here we go. Lord fight about to commence. Wala nang Tempest of Blade si Naru, so nag-start kagad dito ay MHRLK. Naru has to try to steal this.
Pero mukhang mapipitas pa nga yata. Tempest of Blade, HD. Kiso takes Naru, while Ramichi takes the Lord. Nalagasan pa nga ng isang jungler ang Esports FE dun sa encuentro na yon against MHRLK unit. Look at Ramichi pushing the top lane para ma-maximize yung gamit ng Lord. Hindi niya alam, naghihintay doon si Somer.
Lord about to crash down towards the bottom side of the map dito. Kiso providing assistance for that Lord. And take a look at the positions of MHRLK unit. Lahat ng lanes dito covered for them. Lord getting supported in the top side, mid side area, both getting sieged as well for Esports FE. And look at the Dawning Light, it's just providing them a little bit of wave clear potential, a little bit of damage onto MHRLK. Pero Esports, they're starting to feel the pressure now. It's again the slow burn that we've come to get used to from MHRLK unit na pinapakita na naman nila dito. No? 11 minutes pa lang into this game and they've already garnered up a very hefty lead in terms of gold, and naubusan nila ulit lahat ng tower outside of the base here of Esports FE. And the only thing that I've been waiting for dito is MHRLK just pulling the trigger, or vice versa, Esports making a mistake of walking into MHRLK's position. But then lang meron silang cash to face check a lot of these unchecked bushes. Meron din silang isa pang tank, Kairos, to start the fight for themselves. So starting off a fight for MHRLK is not necessarily the easiest, but if Esports do so, pwedeng i-turn around yun ng MHRLK.
Pero on side of MHRLK naman kasi with the 7k gold lead, they really have to finish this game early so that they can take advantage of that lead. Otherwise, maulit lang yung nangyari sa kagaya ng nangyari sa West Point kanina na halos muntik na mabaliktad yung results ng laban. Of course, we don't want that to happen.
Esports have an opportunity here to come back with the waves crashing down on their base. Sabi ko nga kanina, it's kind of like a gold delivery system. They're constantly pouring gold into your hands. All you have to do is clear up the waves. Speaking of which, pagka nawala dito si Janelle, there's not really a lot of wave clear anymore for Esports FE, so they got to take extra care of Janelle's presence in this late game. And I say that very loosely because it's not necessarily late in the game yet. It's just, it feels like late game kasi hindi na makalabas ng base dito Esports FE as Lord starts spawning up. And the good thing about this composition for Esports against them is hindi mabilis mag-take ng objectives dito yung MHRLK unit. So if they want to contest this Lord, realistically pwede sila makaabot dito. But I think hindi nila attempt to do so.
And just Dawning Light in hopes na baka nga naman tamaan ng Lord and ma-steal pa nila. Look at how Naru positioned herself sa parte na yon para lang mas clear pa, para susulubong yung Lord. Sasabay na sila sa marcha ng Lord,
That is true. I mean, kailangan mo nila samahan talaga yung Lord dito, just so it gets the crash down just like that. Pero pumasok si Ramichi with the Thorn Rose. And finally, the first turret is gonna go down. Dawning Light preemptive use, pero Naru and Cash getting chipped down to round half HP because of Summer's damage. Pero Numinous Blasts available pa. Hindi, actually, nagamit dito yung Numinous Blast as the Lord will finally go down. Siege is far from over. Kiso pushes forward. Dawning Light na naman doon on the other side to try and clear up these waves. Pero at the fact of the matter remains, Esports cannot hold a candle against players of MHRLK G. Look at Ramichi just splitting up the map with the Thorn Bros. Nakikipag 1v1 doon kay Naru, knowing na walang ultimate si Naru for the moment. Again, they're going back in for the resets. Task accomplished. Ubus na naman yung turrets dito ng kalaban ng MHRLK G and G Esports. They're running out of options, running out of time.
Bukas na nga ang base ng G Esports FE dito para sa MHRLK G unit. Pero mukhang hihintayin muna ng MHRLK na lumabas yung susunod na Lord, and that could potentially end this game.
That it could. 73 seconds before the next Lord spawns up, and nagkakahabulan na nga dito on the other side of the map. But Naru has not found a lot of traction in this game. Even yung purple buff niya, it's getting stolen away at this late stage. Eclipse though, flickers across the wall. Kesh cannot go anywhere kasi gonna-beat na siya dito ni Sommer on that split. Fatal execution papaharap, and that's Ramichi looking to get the punish onto Kesh. Because of that, actually Kesh survives to Hellfire and Water there, and Kairos running through to the base. Everyone barely surviving there for G Esports, but because of their low health bars, pwede mag-push yung MHRLK G, or they could threaten this well, they could threaten to start another fight here. But they gotta be careful where they stand. G Esports, they're primed to bounce back into this. Immobilize comes through onto Eclipse. Another Dawning Light. Sobrang bilis na ng cooldown dito ng Dawning Light ni Janelle as MHRLK G tries to push on, but look at the position of Naru. She's setting herself up for a bit of a flank. Kiso, medyo tanky against Naru, but she should not get too distracted because the Lord has already spawned up.
Sinisimulan na nga ni Ramichi and ni Richie. Hinihintay ba nila?
Yung damage doon ni Eclipse, no? And Sommer just trying to hold the line. Hinahanap nila dito kung nasan si Naru, pero hindi lang siya makakalapit. Man lang, hindi siya makakalabas ng sarili niyang jungle. And that's partly because hirap na hirap maka-rotate dito si Naru. Wala siyang purple buff. If you remember, paulit-ulit na nanakaw dito ng ni Ramichi yung purple buff ni Naru. And the one thing about the Ling is Ling really needs that purple buff. Otherwise, it's really hard to rotate. Hindi ka talaga makakatalon across the map as proficiently as you would expect. And now that nets MHRLK G off that enhanced Lord marching towards the base. Does G Esports have enough of a wave clear to shut down or to clear up this enhanced Lord in time? I'm not entirely sure, but the one thing certain, they have to look for a fight. Naru, Episode Blades ginamit agad preemptively there. Walang tinamaan, which is Naru in a very precarious spot. And MHRLK G chipping away at the base. Double knockup connects mula kay Kairos, but at the end of the day, hinahampas-lampas lang ni Ramichi yung base, and G will destroy it. There you go, MHRLK G will be advancing to the playoffs.
Wow, very impressive a game coming from MHRLK. This is exactly the same results that they would have wanted para dun sa previous game nila na hindi lang nila kagad natapos. This is how it would have looked like kung natuloy yung lahat ng plano nila dun sa unang game. But anyway, naipanalo pa rin nila. They are the first team para sa group na to para na makapasok sa playoffs. Congratulations, MHRLK G.
Yeah, and MHRLK G, they're a team that is so good at their fundamentals. They won every tiny aspect against G Esports FE by a tiny margin. Collectively, though, it grew and grew and grew. It translated to objectives. It translated to towers. It translated to map control. That at the end of the day, G Esports they fumbled under the ginormous collective advantage that MHRLK G have garnered up for themselves the entirety of that game. I mean, talk about lane fights, mechanics, and map awareness. Every single lane was won decisively there by MHRLK G, and G Esports couldn't really do much because, well, none of their players were ahead. I mean, just the state of the jungle between Naru and Ramichi alone indicates just how much ahead MHRLK G was.
Yes, and if I were to sum up the play style of MHRLK G unit in this game, it's to control. Yun yung nag-iisang bagay na meron sila na naipakita nila in totality sa laro.
Absolutely. Without a doubt, they were in control of this game, and I'm really excited to see more of them as they head into the playoffs. So, MHRLK G, a team to watch out for. But now that G Esports FE have been knocked down to the lower brackets, they are going to be facing arguably the same level of competition as they did earlier. No, West Point Esports VIXENS are waiting for them in the lower brackets, and they're not out yet, but they have a mountain to climb if they want to get into the playoffs.
Yes, that is true. Medyo magiging mahirap yung susunod na laban para sa G Esports FE, especially with how the VIXENS played earlier. 5-1 ang ating score para dito sa game na ito with MHRLK. Kiso taking the MVP spot. Sobrang ganda ng pagkakadomina ng MHRLK G unit dito sa game na ito.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's just a difference of mechanics, a difference of fundamentals. Dito, no, I think the scoreboard reflects it. It was a fairly short game. 17 minutes is not, it's around average, but 6 kills between the two teams in 17 minutes, that is unheard of. And that's mostly because of the way MHRLK approached this game. They approached it from a macro perspective. They approached it from a map point of view, with very little kills, but with a ton of pressure on G Esports. I mean, there was not a point in the game where G Esports felt that they were in control. Maybe apart from the first 1 or 2 minutes because they had the two tanks, but after that, MHRLK G unit just took over and ran away with the game. Now that they've won, I think we are gonna have an interview with one of the players of MHRLK G units, and I'm really excited to see who is going to join us. I want to know who makes these big decisions in this team, because honestly, winning a game like that with strats takes a lot of brain power. It's the players here of MHRLK G, especially the shot caller, are very, very smart. And I think we are ready with the interview here. Hello, MHRLK Esports. Who do we have the pleasure of interviewing here today?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hindi naman.
Hi. Hello there. Who do we have the pleasure of talking to right now? It's the whole team. Okay, so that game, it was a fairly how do I say this? Hindi siya ganun kabilis. Hindi siya ganun katagal, pero 6 kills. How did this come to be? Like, ano yung goal with this type of composition? How did we get to this point? How did you guys win that game? Because I'm honestly confused.
Nag-focus lang kami sa objectives, sa tower and the...
Okay.
Hindi kami naghahabol sa kill po. Yan. Basta focus lang sa mga push.
Focus lang sa goal.
Kaya kung mapapansin niyo, ang konti lang din ng kills.
Exactly. Focus lang sa goal, kumbaga, no. Pero against G Esports FE, sino sa tingin nyo yung biggest headache nyo in their roster? You sino yung who put up the most resistance while you were taking these objectives?
I think yung link nila kasi nakakasabay po siya nakakapasok po siya sa amin. Kaya medyo nahirapan po. Pero galing.
Okay. You have any questions for G Esports FE here, my friend?
For MHRLK?
For MHRLK G unit here, my friend.
Nakalaban nyo pareho both kanina the VIXENS and ngayon yung Esports FE, and sa susunod na laban sila yung maghaharap. Kanino kayo mas sino sa tingin nyo unbiased opinion lang, sino sa tingin nyo you being able to experience na kalaban pareho? Sino sa tingin nyo yung mananalo sa susunod na laban?
Siguro po yung WE po.
VIXENS. Hindi na namin tatanungin kung bakit.
I have one more question that we ask to every other team that we interview. No, who do you look forward to facing now that you are going into the playoffs? Which team in particular?
Omega. Ang Omega po. Gusto po namin silang makatapat.
Empress.
Yes, Empress, of course. Well, if you want to be the best, you got to go up against the best. No, one of the bigger names dito. One of the biggest names dito sa competition natin. One last question from me. You have a message. Sige, you have a message for Smart Omega Empress since they're the team you want to face.
Long message na wala din ako. Good luck po sa atin kapag makaano na naman. And have fun lang. Enjoy the game.
Alright. Thank you very much, MHRLK G Unit. Congratulations.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Playoffs.
Yeah, best of luck to you sa playoffs. Thank you for joining us in the interview.
Thank you.
And up next, we have G Esports F versus WPE VIXENS, the last match day, the last match of Group B. Malalaman natin kung sino yung second team na makakapasok sa playoffs. And before that match, we'll be taking a quick break. This is UniPin Ladies Championship. Do not go anywhere. Magbabalik po kami.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Fill your life out with UniPin.
Those who stand in my way, die! Bow before the King of the Inferno! Come, Candle Moth! All will die away in ashes, and you are no exception!
Why, brother? Why must we Paxleys all take the path of magic? Am I such a disgrace to this house, big brother? Finally, I've been expecting you, big brother!
I don't recall giving the orders.
Elders of the house give the order, Your Grace!
But it's not my order.
The elders said it was our only chance. Not even Your Grace could stop us!
I don't need your pretentious favor. We end it all today!
We still have time. Even if we don't, they don't have a say. Has it started? It's time for you to know the truth. If you don't want to die, follow me.
Upgrade your gaming experience with UniPin. Explore more than thousands of games. Unlock millions of songs on iTunes and Spotify premium features. Gain access to a better, faster and more secure top-up experience. With unlimited access to every entertainment you need. Feel your life out with UniPin.
What is up mga chief? This is still Hot E. Kasama si Daydom at ito pa rin ang UniPin Ladies Championship. We are back para sa huling laban ng Group B, para sa huling laban ng araw between GE Sports FE and WPE VIXENS para malaman kung sino ang pangalawang team na makapasok sa Group B sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, second team to get into the playoffs and the fourth team overall sa ating araw, no? And really excited to see these two teams perform after taking a bit of a hit in their group stage matches, no? But well, it's do or die time, and West Point Esports VIXENS, when you put them against the wall, they're gonna bring out some interesting picks as we saw in that last game. So I would expect nothing less from them this time. Sabi naman kanina, no, nung pagka-interview natin kay I believe that was Beatrice God, sabi niya, hindi lang yun yung meron sila na unconventional na picks, no? So possibly makakita pa tayo nun ngayon, no, against G Esports FE, no? And well, that last game actually is a demonstration of just raw MLBB, I want to say knowledge from MHRLK G unit, no? And they said it themselves. They focused on their objectives. They did not give a lot of investment into the kills. It worked out perfectly for them.
That is true. Proof that Mobile Legends is really an objective-driven game. Diba? Hindi lang mas puro kills, hindi lang puro kuha or just getting team fights. I mean, if you will not use that to your advantage, hindi mo pa rin kukunin yung objectives. Parang mababaliwala rin lang yung mga kills na makukuha nyo. And that is what MHRLK G unit has proven tonight.
Yeah, absolutely true. Now, in this last game of the day, no, we did already see both teams perform earlier. And I think it's fair to say that these two teams have very talented players in their own right. No, G Esports FE, we just witnessed them take on MHRLK G unit. They were sent down to the lower brackets by ELIGUS HEDA, which were sent out of the competition by VIXENS. So this is kind of like VIXENS trying to go for the Cinderella lower bracket run. But the only thing standing in their way now, or for now at least, is G Esports FE. And as our previous competitor that once said, they said they thought that West Point Esports VIXENS had a higher chance of winning this competition based on the facts that they faced them both. And they probably had a little bit more of a challenge against VIXENS, but who knows? We anything could still happen at this point. Anything. The draft, of course, is one of many things that could make this thing go sideways and whatnot. So there's still a lot of factors at play between these two squads. But if we were to make predictions right now, no bias.
It's difficult. So what's interesting about this matchup is that both G Esports FE and WPE VIXENS defeated the same team, ELIGUS HEDA.
Yes.
And they were both sent to the lower bracket by MHRLK G unit.
That is true.
Sobrang pareho. So it's really difficult to say. Pero coming from, if we go back to the interview with MHRLK G unit earlier, sila na nagsabi na based on their experience in facing these two teams, na mas malaki yung advantage ng West Point Esports VIXENS dito.
Yeah, and
yeah.
And statistically speaking, or numbers speaking, not statistically, nakita naman natin how close the game was between MHRLK G and West Point Esports VIXENS when they fought off as the first game of their bracket, of their group, and I think that really indicates that those two are really closely matched. However, if you compare that to the game between MHRLK G and G Esports FE, you could see the disparity between the performance of the two teams, and just the time it took alone to win the game for MHRLK G is around half that. I mean, not to take anything away from G Esports FE, they're very talented players as well, but I think West Point Esports VIXENS are very closely matched, a lot closer match to MHRLK G unit. So if that continues, or that level of performance continues to this matchup, I think VIXENS really have a much better shot. Natin natin yung players natin, now they're getting ready for our game. I believe VIXENS, they are hindi rin sila naka what do you call this? Hindi sila naka boot camp, same as G Esports FE, so perhaps that is going to come into play, pero so far it's a bit of a mixed bag. Yung mga nakapasok sa playoffs natin, it's a bit of a mixed bag between naka boot camp and not. There you go, the top performer from last game, Beatrice God, with the Cho pickup. I really want to see Beatrice God Cho again, honestly, because it's really one of a kind in the sense that nobody else played Cho in this competition, and she absolutely wreaked havoc with it.
sobrang laking naging one of the winning factors ng WP VIXENS yung show Ibigay this God. Well, let's see kung ilalabas pa rin nila yon for this particular game against GE Sports FE.
Biggest question for me now is which hero are they going to prioritize first here? And ulit na nakikita natin trend no na ayaw ng mga teams natin ng pick compositions. Ayaw nila na pick dito yung Kaja, yung Franco, which actually leaves a lot of opportunity for both squads to go for fights. But it also opens up the possibility of picking those unconventional heroes na pang pick. What I'm talking about is the Jawhead, yung mga Popol and Koopa that I know aren't the most popular choice anymore these days. But if they pick those and they really stick to the pick composition that they want, samahan mo pa ng something like a Cho, for example. I think it's still fairly doable, especially if you have someone like Beatrice God, who is just so good with the Cho.
Let's see. When it comes to interesting compositions, I mean, I would put my money on VIXENS. Tingnan natin kung paano nila ilalaroin or lilituhin yung so kasi sobrang to be honest sobrang unpredictable nung opposition na yan. Meron silang Leomord, meron silang Angela and Cho, of course. Well, Cho is not that kakaiba, I would say. Hindi siya malayo sa meta, unlike the Leomord jungler and the Angela mid lane.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, here we go. This time they didn't ban away the Franco. So may chance na makakita tayo ng Franco dito, no? Pero yung tina-target talaga ng GE Sports are the marksmen for the side of West Point Esports. No, both bans so far are marksman oriented. You got the Beatrix and the 1-1. Final ban. Wouldn't be surprised if it is like that too, but I think something meta here would be a very good idea. Something like an Arlot, unless they want to pick that up for themselves. But priority pick goes over to West Point Esports, and E being out of the options here, and Joy being banned as well. I think Novaria, Arlot, Fredrin, all good choices.
Let's see.
You are facing a cluster.
Your team is picking.
Blue. VIXENS locking in blue.
Actually, glue, yeah, very good choice. Then every single glue that we've seen today have been really hard to deal with, and that's the one thing that's really good that makes glue such a powerful pick, no? And despite the fact that even if glue gets punished a lot, even if glue gets a negative scoreline, ang kunat niya pa rin hirap niya pa rin mag-deal with, and glue can still deal a ton of damage to especially marksmen such as a carry. So really good pickup right here for West Point Esports. The immediate response is the Franco into the carry. So a lot of single target damage, single target CC, pick off composition. So despite the fact that VIXENS seem like they want to shy away from playing against these types of comps, parang nakalagpas dito yung Franco ng GE Sports.
Farsa, possible Farsa for the VIXENS.
This is my tempo.
Okay.
Payback. Your team
Locking
is
in
picking.
Farsa. Locking in Brody.
Brody this time locked up for West Point Esports. No mage yet for the side of GE Sports FE. They're gonna be prioritizing the Lancelot, yeah. Okay. Ling available. And Balmond too. We gotta remember Balmond received a fair bit of priority in the group stages today, so wouldn't be surprised if that would be the case in this final game of the day too. one of the nice things to have from a Balmond, apart from the objective securing probability that he has, is that Balmond is kind of like a stat stick in MOBAs. You know, he's tanky, deals a ton of damage. He's essentially very hard to deal with. But I don't think West Point Esports wants to gander that Balmond, because he's just gonna get he's just gonna get destroyed by the carry here. So perhaps something else. And if they want to go the double tank route, they could just pick up on Lolita for a little bit more CC, because one thing that West Point Esports are missing right now is that crowd control.
Oh yeah, you might be right. Kailangan yan crowd control. Pero seeing na wala na ito they lack. Roam tsaka jungler. Pero I doubt na magkakaroon sila ng CC in the jungler unless mag-aakay sila. Or well, I think they'd go for
Your
team
is
jungler.
3,000 worlds, and not a single worthy foe.
Okay, Kufra's already out of the equation.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
Kufra out. So ano kaya yung pick pa dito? Actually, I'm a little bit surprised that Kufra was banned here by GE Sports. I would doubt that West Point would go the double tank with Kufra and Glue combo. But perhaps they do. Well, they have the option of picking another tanky player, a tanky hero on their roster, in the form of an XP laner or perhaps even a roamer. I doubt they'll do that now. I mean, sure, they need an XP laner for now, with the options dwindling. I think. Oh, Yuzong getting locked up here for the side of GE Sports FE, of course, pretty good thing. But Arlot's still available, so I would expect Arlot to be picked up here one way or another.
See value in me? You should.
Big room? Wait. So...
Oh, Anakai would...
Ang wild na pag Johnson.
I don't think they will. Maybe if merong... Oh, they went for the Florin instead. So that's actually... Okay, they get themselves the Florin. This is the debut of the Florin in our group stage, no? And I believe the first time we're going to be seeing Florin, potentially the last time too. Unless West Point Esports pull it out again, because I don't think anyone else is going to pick this Florin. But here go Aurora, looking to be locked up here. I mean, this really gives them that very needed CC that they've been looking for, on top of giving them a ton of magic damage, of course. So yeah, it's not the best thing in the world. It's not the most powerful thing in the meta right now, but Aurora still shines where she can, and that is at providing AoE CC with damage. But wait, Navaria is still available. She could just go for that.
Okay, locking in the Navaria. Para sa kanilang mid lane, making sure that they have a hero that can go toe-to-toe against Barca.
Yeah, if you think about it, Navaria is kind of like an upgraded version of Farsa. I hate saying that, but it's kind of true. You got longer ranges, and I think about the same scaling, if not a little bit better. And she can roam around the map too to respond to their teammates. So,
yeah,
kind of accomplish the same things at the same time by doing very similar stuff. So yeah, Farsa and Navaria, of course, are against Navaria, of course, are sort of bound to happen, especially in the meta right now. It's just so Navaria dominated. But here we go. West Point Esports looking to make the Cinderella run into the playoffs. The only thing standing in their way is G Esports FE in this best of one last slots for the playoffs in their group. Who's going to take it? We'll find out now. And to start things off, it's going to be the very slow start of the take here for the Lancelot, but the same is not true for the Fredrin at all. Look at that clear speed. Mitaka is just burning through those jungle camps right now as Janelle gets spotted out. Janelle 1 HP has to flicker on away. That's a nice punish from Yogi Bear.
Ali just waiting for the right opportunity. Kairos, hindi na, muntik na. Medyo madali ng hook nun. Fortunate for him, medyo nagkamali si Kairos dun sa pagpapadala ng hook.
And again, it's this river aggression na meron dito, no? That's really a point of contention between these two teams. But the thing is, you gotta remember, Fredrin is tanky, and Lancelot is not without his items. So Fredrin is almost naturally going to have a better time of just taking control of this river. Exhibit A, look at the positions of West Point Esports are already swarming this turtle pits. So that's why G Esports FE, they want to dive the tower or the top lane instead to try and find a trade for the turtle na makuha na it seems like inevitably dito ng West Point Esports. Turtle spawning and sisimulan agad to ng West Point.
Okay, fortunate. We're currently having some technical problems, pero inayos po natin yan. It was G Esports that requested for a pause.
So far, no one really getting the advantage yet. Apart from perhaps some spells being burnt here and there, mga flicker na ginamit just to stay safe. But at this early stage, you would expect talaga na West Point is gonna have an easier time at taking those objectives. I mean, kasi may friend din sila, and they've got a glue to go along with it. And tanks really do dominate early game here in MLBB. So, West Point Esports would definitely be at a loss if they did not take advantage of their double tank composition, which is why I expect this turtle take to go their way, unless it gets stolen by G Esports. So if G Esports takes that turtle away, it's certainly going to hurt for West Point. So they really have to try their darndest just so they slow down this momentum that's building up for West Point. Let's take a look at the players here. Maybe just going through their strategies. Anong pwede lang gawin dito?
Pwede.
Pwede lang approach para sa turtle take na mangyayari na sa ngayon. And it seems like contest nga talaga ito ng G Esports FE. Siyempre nauna dito, but Pally down to 1 HP doon sa my top side of the map. And the turtle getting contested by G Esports. Pumasok sa bush. May ultimate available na Fans of Execution, but Mitaka decides to throw them off by engaging onto the jungle. Yogi Bear flickers to safety. Split ginamit na agad. And the turtle will be much easier to take with the presence of the Farsa on the Feathered Airstrike. 6,000 HP ang natitira para dito sa Turtle HP bar, and mukhang lalapit na nga si Naru. Yogi Bear wala na split, remember, pero it will be stolen away by Naru. Full on fight, it's about to break through, taunt onto Kairos, and they will be backing off. Ayaw pumalag dito ng G Esports.
Ikara admire yung tapang ni Kairos doon na harapin yung siding ng mga Vixens. I mean, kailangan niyang mag-zone out yung mga natitirang members, and just by being there, just her mere presence dun sa perimeter ng turtle, na zone out niya yung mga members ng Vixen.
That's rough for West Point Esports, no? Because it takes away a lot of the early game advantage that's innate to their composition. because nakakuha ng turtle dito si Naru. Magkakaroon siya ng shield and magkakaroon siya ng extra bit of gold. So, medyo mako-contest na ngayon. Actually, more than contest. I feel like kaya nang makipagbakbakan ni Naru in those river engages. So, that's Mitaka has to work double time with Joji Bear to regain that advantage. They had to at least find a kill here or there. That's exactly why they're grouping up over towards this gold lane. Pero so far, dito rin si Kairos eh. Same setup for GE.
That's how clumped together yung mga members ng VIXENS dito. Florin, syempre hindi niya iiwan yung kanilang primary damage dealer na si Pali dito. Medyo iba yung role ngayon ni Beatrice Gods compared to how she played earlier with the Cho. Kakaibang role sa Boss 5 si Beatrice Gods.
Knockup connects, and it seems like Yoji Bear signals for some respo. Pero so far, Iron Hook barely dodged there by Beatrice God. Very well played there, pero so far, Collapse still about to come in. Mag-flicker forward ba si Kairos dito? Wala na siyang flicker. Beatrice God looking for the turnaround. Kela Lisi will not be pushing any further. Janelle's already made her way towards the turtle pit. 6,000 HP left. Mitaka, meron siyang retribution pero kailangan niya ng tulong ng teammates niya dito. Second turtle in a row na nakuha dito ni Naru. Pumasok na with the first Phantom Execution. But double stun means that Mitaka will be staying alive for now. And alam mo, surprised na agad ako dito. Kasi, hirap na hirap yung VIXENS na makakuha ng objectives, even ng kills here.
1k gold D pa lang naman, pero if this continues, if this trend continues, it will spell bad news para sa VIXENS.
It will. Especially considering na meron tayong carry on the right side of the equation dito, no? That certainly deals a lot more sustained damage. But still, VIXENS playing the same game na pinakita sa atin kanina ng MHRLK Gino, playing for objectives, looking for the towers, more important than getting kills. And besides, he got a kill too.
Yeah. Isa silang kill, lamang sila sa kill, lamang sila sa objectives. Hindi naman ganun kalaki yung gold. That tower na nakuha ni Pali. Mas nandikit nila yung puwang between the golds of VIXEN and G-Sport Heavy. Janelle, Astral Echo para i-check kung nandun ba sa bush yung mga members ng VIXENS.
I don't think Janelle spotted anyone. She's rotating towards the bottom side. Next, Turtle na naman dito. Nag-spawn up. 13 seconds left before Turtle goes up. And ang agap talaga ngayon ni Naru, no? So VIXENS, third time's the charm. Maybe this time, kaya na nila i-contest dito yung Turtle. Immobilize connects onto Janelle. And Iron Hook, wala na naman tinamaan dito si Kairos. Meanwhile, Turtle getting started up by West Point Esports. G Esports have to look for the engagement. Not around the area. 5,000 HP left. Sino makasecure na retribution? At mukhang si Mitaka pa nga ang makakakuha noon. Full-on fights. Breaking through. Taunt onto Kesh. Habang nasa backline si Naru dealing with a 1v1 on the glue. Not the best thing in the world. So both of them are just going to back off. VIXENS this time. 1-2 sa Turtle Takes.
Kanina pa yun, sabi ni Mitaka, parang yung last turtle, sana naman makuha ko na. Ginawa niya pong buwes. Sinabihan niya na yung turtle. Make sure that he gets that retry.
Dead even yung gold game natin. Yung gold difference natin dito na wala tayong gold difference. That's because na-trade na finally yung Turtle Takes. Beatrice God though is starting to rotate across the map. This is probably the time that Western Esports are going to look for proactive plays across the map. So far, it's not the easiest of things to do it because they don't have something like a Franco. They don't have anything that could do the same thing that this Franco can, but they can play reactively. Mitaka chips down that Franco down to 1. Kairos, kailangan niyang tumakbo papalayo dito.
Look Look at Pali. Libre lang siya dun sa bottom lane. I know yun na nandun lahat paas yung mga members ng eSports SE.
Nakakatakot yung kaya dito.
Maaga tong pwesto nila sa Lord.
Yes. Objectives talaga yung gusto ng both teams dito, no? And it seems like GE Sports, they finally figured out how to deal with the West Point. That is just to play the objectives, just play reactively. And the funny thing is, natuto silang gawin to because of MHRLK G. This is the exact type of playstyle that MHRLK G used to beat GE Sports. And now it's what they're using to beat West Point. It's absolutely brilliant mula dito sa GE Sports, no? And it's working fantastically because they are the ones with the better pick comp. Sila yung pag may nahanap na isa lang, pwedeng ipahook kay Kairos dito. And then it's gonna be smooth sailing from there on out. Albeit the hooks hasn't been as effective as they hoped it would. Mas may advantage sila kasi sila yung mas may engagement. Because of this, they get more control of the objectives. Lord, hindi pa siya Luminous. It's already getting started off. And they have a carry, so pwede nila i-take to. Black Dragon form, ginamit na agad. And it seems like gusto talaga ituloy-tuloy ng GE Esports FE. There you go. Ang bilis nilang na-take. And that's the first Lord of the game para sa GE Esports. And as well, maparating mula sa likod si OG Bear. Split, up and running. Hindi niya ginagamit. But for the airstrike, gonna be there for the turn around. Bear just God shuts down Kairos. GE Esports walking off, licking their wounds. But it's a trade of a kill for a Lord. And make that a 1-for-1. GE Sports definitely won that trade.
Layo ng bangat na yun. Wala ka yung presence yung
It seems like they're going in for a full fight here. Kesha with the Black Dragon form. Barely surviving that encounter, pero nakahanap ng isang kill dito. Yung GE Sports F, 2-2-2 is the scoreline. And this time they're the ones that are thinning out the map, making it smaller and smaller for VIXENS. The room they move around in. With the Lord as well, they got the mid lane turrets, which gives them access to this orange buff, which now they're trying to contest. Gotta be careful of Mitaka though. Nasa harap siya ni Janelle, the most vulnerable player here, but the taunt connects. And yun na, reinforcements about to break through. Feathered Airstrike, medyo malayo doon. The taunt will be cancelling the Feathered Airstrike for now. Naru in the back line, Yoji Bear a little bit too aggressive. And VIXENS on a 4v5, very dangerous spot. They have to be careful, lalong-lalo na dun sa hook. Uy! Nakahuli pa nga doon si Kairos. The taunts, well actually they can turn this around. They knock him back, knock him out. And Pali shuts down that pesky hooker that is Mr. Franco right there. And 1-for-1 trade so far, no? Yoji Bear, well, will go down. Pero Kairos, because Kairos went down, grabe yung alleviated na pressure dito for VIXENS. Pwede silang mag-assert ng konting vision.
Worry free sila for a few seconds. Gustong wala si Kairos. Kakakiramdam. Now nandun yung 4 na members ng eSports FE.
West Point. They're slowly starting to regain control of this map, but at every step, GE Sports are not letting them. Hans Lord just spawned up. This is the very first one of the game. West Point, of course, looking to contest. Mitaka goes in. Not any further detail. Black Dragon farm from Kesh is huge. The investment is huge. West Point have to take note of the ultimates na nagamit na dito. Wala nang ult si Janelle, si Kesh, at saka si Kela Lisi, so they can find an opportunity here but they're not going for it. Instead, Sinaro pa nga naghanap ng engagement, going in with the Phantom Execution into the Thorn Rose. Will be backing off there now. They're just playing with this Lord. Nobody going in yet. Yoji Bear, Mitaka in the middle of 4 people. That's better airstrike ginamit na agad dito, but Suppress comes in and Mitaka gets shut down even before the fight begins. Yoji Bear with the splits up the team fight. Naru isolated towards the back line here, but the fact of the matter is GE Sports FE, they're winning this fight. Yoji Bear is about to go down, and that's 2 players down for the count for West Point. No answer back from them, which means that this Lord can be started without much contest, without much worry from GE Sports.
Wala ata sa isip, hindi Taka, nakakasa pa rin yung bloody hunt ni Kairos. So when he dove in, kinagat lang siya. Nabali wala yung death niya to knock out the Kairos.
There's very little in the way of GE Sports now to take this game. Especially now na West Point Esports, this is a very disadvantageous spot. This is, man, I mean, we've seen them come back before, but that was with a very different composition. They had a Lilia then that really scaled to the heavens. Now they have a much less tamed scaling comp. Meanwhile, GE Sports have the advantage, and they've got Akari, they've got Janelle on Novaria, which also scales. So it's really hard it's hard to think about how West Point Esports can come back from this.
And this is a hero that could deal damage from a great distance. Yun siguro yung sa mga look at how easy the second turret is. Umabot yung Lord's Inhibitor, pero it caused enough damage for GE Sports FE to gain dividends mula sa Lord na nakuha nila.
5,000 gold lead. GE Sports thin down the structures here of West Point. No more outer turrets. All remaining turrets are inhibitor turrets for this point for VIXENS, and got to hold strong. They've got to try and find some stragglers. Seems like they found one, but the Black Dragon form immediately used up as sort of like a barrier between them and GE Sports. They're taking everything that they can. Look, pati purple buff na nakawin dito ng GE Sports FE and West Points. Well, at least this time, makakontest nila yun, but can they take anything more than a purple buff?
What the VIXENS need is to take the Lord or get a very advantageous team fight in their favor. Dito Kairos sobrang tapang. Alam niya kasi yung kaya niyang gawin eh. And alam niya rin yung takot na meron yung mga members ng VIXENS sa kanya.
And because of the lack of vision that VIXENS has, hindi sila makalabas out of their base. Hindi sila makapag-clear ng waves man lang out of the comforts of their own towers. Because look at the orange buff here, it's getting swarmed.
Yung sa GE Sports FE.
Uy! Nakahawk doon si Kairos. Beatrice God getting risky here for West Point. Black Dragon form activated by Kesh. Yoji Bear galing mula sa flanking position. This is good for West Point. They can look for a fight from this spot, but Pali is down to around half HP. Pali is the one to watch here on top of Chihiro. Pali and Chihiro has to be treated like VIPs from here on out. But West Point Esports, they have to try and force a fight right now. That's exactly what they're doing. Medyo hindi abot Confederate airstrike doon. So Naru's just gonna go in with the Phantom Execution, goes out as well. Yoji Bear chips Kella Lisi down to half HP. And remember, that's Kella Lisi. That is the marksman of their fight. And GE Sports, the marksman does go down. Kella Lisi out for the count. And West Point Esports, they're looking to strike back right here, right now. Instead, they turn their way towards the Lord.
Hindi pa tapos ang GE Sports FE, bawal pa rin sila. Hindi na basta-basta ibibigay yung Lord sa VIXENS.
exactly true. Esports,
yeah.
Syempre, ayaw nila ibigay ito because this could potentially turn things around against them. But they can't really look for fights. The 4v5, remember, Mitaka goes in, so knock up, and the hook connects. But the Black Dragon form disperses them of anything more. Yoji Bear, nakipag 1v1 doon kay Janelle, but Chihiro Slane slashes Kesh down. And now running for the hills. Meron pa siyang retribution dito, but Janelle's already gone down. Wala nang damage dealer masyado dito for GE Sports as the Lord has been taken down by Mitaka. VIXENS looking to end this right here, right now. They're hungry for their playoff spots, and they're now knocking at the base of GE Sports FE. That is the inhibitor turret they're looking at right now. Right now, di pa sila makapag-push kasi wala pa minions. They're just waiting for the Lord to spawn up. Pero kailangan mag-recall ng isang player ng VIXENS. Yung top lane nila, it's getting destroyed as well.
Yung minions pa lang, sira ang inhibitor turret ng VIXENS dito. They have to push back. Kailangan i-clear ni Yoji Bear yung top lane.
Yes, I do. She's successfully done so. So West Point Esports, I think the best course of action for now, magsama-sama na lang sila, look for fights. Samahan tong Lord na to na makapag-crash down, and that's one inhibitor turret down for the count. West Point, they really want to end this right here. They know this is probably the last chance that they're going to get, and they don't want to wait for the next Lord to risk another 50-50. So hindi sila magre-recall dito. Oy, Naru, medyo malapit doon. Para sa execution ginamit just for some defensive prowess. And now they're looking at the inhibitor turret. But look at the wave clear. Yung GE Sports, sobrang lakas. Sobrang bilis nilang nauubos yung minions dito. It's dead even gold. But West Point, they have the advantage because of the enhanced minions before. Now that they don't anymore, hirap na sila makapush. Kairos has to look for a pivotal iron hook if they want to stay at the lead at this point. Pero pumasok na doon si Naru. Meron siya parating pattern execution ulit. Mitaka attacking so much damage, but the airstrike might have just get them that space, and that it will be successful. That's 2 inhibitor turrets down for the count. West Point, ngayon sila na may advantage.
Like that, diba? Nabaligtad ng VIXENS, ng West Point VIXENS ang sitwasyon. Even with the gold disadvantage, gold deficit ng VIXENS, they were still able to get more map control as opposed to GE Sports FE.
Off the back of one Lord fight, that's really just signature VIXENS. Just one mistake that you can make, they're gonna capitalize off of it. Now I would expect VIXENS would put all of their pushing power towards the top lane para lang maubos na yung inhibitor turrets dito. But they have a decision to make. Are they going to prioritize this Lord, or are they going to split up the map? Can they even afford to split up the map? Remember, they don't have a lot of team fighting engagement, so just splitting up the map for the moment, but sooner rather than later, someone's going to start up this Lord. And VIXENS, of course, they want to be a complete squad when that happens.
Yes, and that's why si Yoji there na siya to join her teammates for them to be able to get and secure this Lord and potentially the final Lord of this match.
Potentially. Simulan na ganito ng West Point Esports. Naru, syempre lalapit dito. But West Point Esports, kailangan talaga nilang maging matalino how they're going to approach this. Yoji Bear trying to hold the flanking line. Pero sobrang bagal ng pag-take. They're just trying to bait them to come in. Remember, GE Sports, they want to engage, but West Point, they want GE Sports to engage. That's why mabagal ang approach na dito. Split, hinila pabalik, and that's Kairos in a bit of trouble. Pero the Black Dragon form cancels that airstrike from the back line. Cash is so tanky to deal with, and it splits up the fight into West Point Esports have to reallocate the resources as Cash finally go down. But sila magsama dito, Kairos 1 HP, but with the Iyong going down, GE Sports can't really fight. So the Lord take can commence once more for West Point.
Yes, nawala yung pang-isolate nila. Yung Iyong nila was taken down. 4v5 situation in favor of the VIXENS here. Nagpang nga yung immortality ni Kairos dito.
Oh, ang kati ng feather airstrike na yun. Almost single-handed takes down Janelle right there. Triggers the winter truncheon, pero naiwang mag-isa dito. Si Naru got to be careful where she dances at as everyone is collapsing on Naru. Janelle, 1 HP. With West Point Esports, they have to recall. One of them has to recall for their base. So we can actually expect this Lord to not get taken for now. Pero sinisimulan to ng GE Sports. West Point have to be careful. Dapat hindi sila mag-recall dito. They can't give away this Lord. But where is the retribution? Is it available? Yes, it is. Papalapit na rin dito ulit si Janelle. It's really, really close. This is gonna be a really tough call. Meanwhile, yung base dito ng GE Sports, sinisimulan na rin i-shut down ng mga minions, and Mitaka will be securing the Lord. GE Sports has to back on out so that they could clear out this Lord.
Grabe, akala mo yung minions nandun sa we were all worried yung minions nandun na sa base ng VIXENS, and then GE Sports had the same problem na nandun na rin sa base, nakarating na rin sa base nila yung mga minions.
It's also close between these two teams. At the end of the day, it still comes down to the wire. Yung pagkuha lang ng Lord, it's so hard for both of them. And that's mostly because it shouldn't be hard for GE Sports, but because West Point are so good at finding these stragglers, nakaka-pick off sila ng isa. Ang galing nila mag-allocate ng team fight, no? GE Sports, they always try to split up the fights with Kesh sent back to the back line. Pero dahil si Yoji Bear, sinasamahan niya yung front and yung back, kaya nilang mag-deal with Kesh. They all stay alive for the full-on re-engage with a 5v4 theoretically. Ngayon, West Point, they're gonna use the Lord to chip down the last inhibitor turret and potentially the base as well. Black Dragon, wala na agad. So that's gonna be massive here. West Point can start looking for a fight. The base is exposed and Naru looking for something. May nakahanap siyang target, but Mitaka is so tanky at this point. Minions are running into the base. Feathered Airstrike scatters all of them as Pali pops the dragon. Cash goes down, and Naru desperately trying to dance around and find anyone that she could take down, but no one is there. Phantom Dancer or Phantom Execution just to clear up the minions for now, as GE Sports buy themselves a little bit more time as the minions start crashing down once more. Okay, at least ngayon, nakakapag-keep up sila. But when the Feathered Airstrike gets off cooldown once more, West Point Esports are just going to start chipping away at the base, and that they do. West Point Esports, they're looking at playoffs. They're looking to claim it right now. But look, passively, GE Sports are playing. They're trying to hold the line with West Point now running off to the hills. They buy themselves again another lifeline.
Grabe, playing their hearts out. GE Sports with a great defense against the VIXENS. Sobrang disadvantages nung position nila at that point, pero hindi pa rin bumigay ang GE Sports. Mukhang magtatagal pa. Mamamon pa tayo ng 30 minutes dito.
It's a matter of execution at this point. West Point, they had a lead earlier, pero ngayon leads are inconsequential. Gold lead is inconsequential. The gold doesn't matter anymore. Everyone's got completed items. It's all about who falters first. It's all about who gets the collapse first. And who gets this Lord. It's all important Lord. 70,000 HP on the max HP of the Lord. And Mitaka, sinimulan na naman niyang hampasin tong Lord na to. Okay, pumasok with that hook. Namakan si Mitaka doon. That's Feathered Airstrike. Just zones them all out. Feathered Airstrike is finally down. Pero Mitaka, yung gray health niya, hindi na siya tutulungan doon. Naru pumasok. Immortality still not getting popped onto Mitaka. Meanwhile, the backline, Pali goes down. That is bad news for West Point Esports as Naru still tries to shut down that backline. Pero ngayon, she's getting held down by Beatrice God. Naru, Immortality gets popped on her side as well. Yoji Bear, kahayaan man niya magtakas dito si Naru. Yes, Naru will survive, but at what cost? Kesha 1 HP 2. Yoji Bear, all immortalities are now getting popped left, right, and center. Pero yung Feathered Airstrike talaga dito zones out Kelaishi until pumasok na si Janelle, and GE Sports FE take 2 from West Point.
This is really unfortunate para sa VIXENS. And nga babalikan na ng GE Sports FE ang Lord. Simulan nila, alam nilang lamang sila, 5 sila, 3 lang sa VIXENS.
Mitaka is so close here. Has to go for the steal. They don't know where Mitaka is. Hindi nila check yung brush na yun. Black Dragon sa likod ginamit. Pwede makasteal dito sa Mitaka pag nanakaw nyo to. This is the game-winning Lord. And unfortunately, medyo napaga yung attribution niya doon. Naru is just gonna secure the Lord this time around as VIXENS in a frantic, desperate attempt to survive. But Misaka's got nowhere to go. Pali's down for the count. Yoji Bear's got 30 seconds left on the death timer. This could be it here. This could be it, Hati. G Esports starting to march down the base of West Point.
Medyo nawala sa wait a minute. May nangyayari dito sa bottom lane. Pero hindi nila pwedeng iwan na kanilang base.
Let's try ginamit na agad dito just to try and clear up. There is a looming chance for West Point. Yoji Bear, kailangan niyang pumasok agad into the fight, but the Black Dragon form is not letting them off any space. And ito na nga, West Point Esports have completed it. They've run through the lower brackets. They're gonna go through the playoffs.
Victory!
Defying statistics, defying what happened before, wala na yung lahat. This is a totally different match between two teams who badly wants to get into the playoffs. G Esports FE showing the VIXENS how badly they want to get into the playoffs of UniPin Ladies Championship. Congratulations, ladies.
So hard fought for both of these squads. And G Esports, well, the amount of improvement that G Esports showed from, well, the first time we saw them is immaculate getting to this point. But yes, they got the advantage. The West Point they struck back with sheer discipline, with sheer will. It felt like nakuha nila yung latter on Lords, which was all the more important. It was almost impossible for G Esports to deal with them later on, and it's not just because of the scaling, the willpower, but because they were unstoppable. Parang may bagong confidence na pinakita dito yung West Point Esports, no, and it's something that only comes with experience, that type of fortitude only comes with hours upon hours of playing together, of building that camaraderie, building that teamwork, and building that mental prowess it takes for these endurance tasks of games. And West Point Esports, they prove to us once more that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Actually, we have noticed that earlier in the game, hindi ganon ka-effective yung Franco ni Kairos. Pero as we move forward, the story of this match slowly unfolds. Mas nagkaroon ng development, mas naging importante yung role ni Kairos dito sa match na ito. How many Lords were there? Parang tatlo?
I'm not even sure. I think 3 or 4 yung Lords na nakuha natin dito, no, at the end of it, parang 80,000 na yung HP nun yung Lord. It's so hard to deal with. But West Point Esports, they endured.
G Esports FE defense na yan, sobrang kala natin matatapos na. No, hindi daw, sabi ng G Esports FE, hindi sila pumayag na ganun-ganun na lang matatapos yung kanilang tournament run.
But unfortunately for G Esports, this is the end of the line, and West Points will be advancing on to the playoffs. That's it for our games for today. But what a ride it has been. West Point, it started off, I gotta admit dito, it started off pretty slow. It started off with a default win for Zol FE, and then we got our two teams that got into the playoffs. We got Zol FE and ROCKA Esports, and then nung pumunta tayo sa bracket B, no, it started off explosively. It was a hard-fought battle for each and everyone, particularly para dun sa MHRLK G and West Point Esports opener. But at the end of the day, we finally have our winners. It is G Esports. What a run. What a run.
Pinakita nila na yun. Sobra. Unfortunately, hindi naging ganun ka-effective yung glue ni OG Bear, pero I wouldn't say na hindi siya ganun ka-proficient or hindi naging ganun ka-importante yung kanyang role. Pero kasi yung composition ng G Esports FE and how they actually executed yung mga plays na kailangan nila to close out the objectives. Sobrang on point.
Super consistent din, no? As I mentioned, yung objective yung improvement nila from the first game that we saw them up to this point, they look like a completely different team. They're so disciplined, and they choose the fights to take, and they're so much more objective oriented. This is not how we started off the day with G Esports, but this is where they are at right now. If that's the amount of improvement they can show up with in one day, imagine sa susunod na game natin tomorrow, how much more improved they're going on the playoffs pala on Wednesday, how much more improved they're going to be. And speaking of which, this is our bracket. At the end of the day, we have our 4 teams who will advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, in Group A, we have Zol, FE, and ROCKA Esports. Zol coming in on the upper bracket, and ROCKA dominating the lower bracket, all from the first round. And in Group B, we have MHRLK G Unit showing us a very impressive run, and G Esports FE joining them dito sa ating lower bracket. And really excited to see how tomorrow's group will show up, and see how bad they want to make it to the playoffs. Parang sobrang gusto nila, kung gaano nila kagusto, kung gaano sila kagutom, kung gaano sila kadeterminado na maging champion itong tournament na to.
Yeah, it's all about that, right? At the end of the day, kung sino yung mas may gusto, they will get it. And wow, what a day we've had. Parang na agad, parang finals worthy na agad yung matches natin. Pero group stage pa lang, day number 1 pa lang tayo, guys. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow kung saan tutuloy natin yung group stages natin, group C and D, where we will find out 4 other teams that will advance to the playoffs with the 4 teams na meron na tayo today. But until then, I believe that's it for our day here, for our day number 1 here in the group stages. My name is Daydom. Kasama ko dito si Hot E para sa UniPin Ladies Championship this 2023. Magbabalik kami bukas. But until then, this is us saying good nights and see you tomorrow.
Something shining like a diamond that everybody needs to see. I know that I have to put my heart out for this. I will take this opportunity. If everybody wants to see the fire in my heart will still belong to me. You and I, we both know it's true. Now we can put up all the fight that we choose. It's like the power of us two. Take it to my inside. Now set the highest will of I put my heart into this, so you know I gotta win. Battling every corner, I gotta take the reign. Doesn't matter if I fail, then I resurrect. Spawning from the base, you will never pass this the rest. I'm son of a god, and you are just not. You feel it? You can't destroy me, I'm fully unbuffed. I gotta take the title, win the battle, and I will be the number 1. This competitor's enough. I will take this opportunity. If everybody wants to see the fire in my heart will still belong to me. You and I, we both know it's true. Now we can put up all the fight that we choose. It's like the power of us two. Take it to my inside. Now set the highest will of fire. Something shining like a diamond that everybody needs to see. I know that I have to put my heart out for this. I will take this opportunity if everybody wants to see.